Well, Durud, my Hammihans, Durud, my compatriots, Durud to all of the patriots around the world who are joining us. This is Iran Revolution Live, day 38, with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host, Goldi Kamari. And
Thank you
Potipto.
so much. Yes, and Potipto, our amazing honorary host, is here as well. Welcome, Potipto. How are you doing? We missed you.
Hi Goldie, hi Armin, hi chat. I love you all. I was missing you as well, and I'm happy to be here with you in this night that I'm feeling it's special too.
Thank you so much. So Potipto, guys, I know 2C's going live in 15 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on 2C TV, so we will go there for sure. 100%. Don't worry about that. Let me just bring up okay, there we go. So but we're gonna go to Potipto first, because of course Potipto has priority, and then we'll tune into 2C TV when he starts, and then we'll go back to Potipto. But and then Armin, will go to your analysis as well. But guys, there's so much going on. Yes, we know about the Islamic regime drone that was shot down by the US. We know about President Trump's Truth Social post. We know it all, and we're going to get to all of that. But I want to start with something that Potipto sent me, Armin. Potipto, would you like to talk about this? And I have the translation ready to go as well. So if you want to explain this, maybe explain to us what's going on and why you sent this to me.
ببین میخوام سعی بکنم این فضای فازی که بین اخبار به وجود میاد و بهش یه فیلتر اضافه بکنم که بشه راحت‌تر مثلا درست و غلط بودن جریان و واقعی یا غیر واقعی بودن مثلا شدت حمله رو میشه باهاش درک کرد. اونم چیزی نیست به غیر از بازارها، چون بازاری مثل طلا یا بازاری مثل بیت کوین همیشه اون دستای پشت پرده‌ای رو داره که با دیپ اطلاعاتی در ارتباطن، چون حجم‌های سرمایه زیادی هست و میخوان زودتر جابجاش بکنن. یعنی در واقع اگر اتفاق ناگهانی رخ بده، ما اولین جایی که چک میکنیم چارته. اگر چارت عکس العملش پایدار باشه، پس میتونیم تایید داشته باشیم که امشب مثلا یه سری اتفاقای متفاوتی با شبای دیگه داره رخ میده.
Okay. I'm just going to if you want to Armin translate, go ahead. I'm just going to pull it up on the chat GPT.
Oh, which one do you prefer? Because I think we should focus on one of them. Do you want so basically
I can just bring it up on chat GPT if you like.
All right. Yeah, well, I'll translate this one. So Potipto was basically saying that he's going to give us a filter for us to determine what is true in the news and what is not. Because regardless of they're saying in the news, the markets are a good way to determine what's really happening or what's not. Like, for example, the gold market or the Bitcoin market, for example, because there are the intelligence behind the people who move the markets. They have the people who move the markets have connections to intelligence behind the scenes. So that's why we could use the charts to determine what's real or not. Did I Khubudin Potipto? Was that fair?
Yeah, I think so. Let me just read what ChatGPT.
Yeah, let's go ChatGPT from now on, so we don't do both. Yeah.
All right, and then Armin, that'll give you some time to look up the news as well, because there's a lot that's breaking, and I know that you're gathering some info there as well, because you just came from the Persian side. So Potipto says, I'm trying to reduce the fog that forms between different news reports by adding a filter so we can more easily distinguish what's true from what's false and understand whether the scale of events is real or exaggerated. That filter is the markets. Markets like gold or Bitcoin often reflect what's happening behind the scenes because large institutional players and capital flows are closely connected to information channels. When significant capital needs to move quickly, it usually reacts before public narratives fully settle. In other words, if a sudden event occurs, the first place we check is the chart. If the chart shows a sustained reaction, then we can have confirmation that something materially different is happening tonight compared to previous nights. بفرما پوتیپتو.
خب ممنونم. دوستان توی چت خیلی به من ابراز علاقه میکنن. من میخوام بهشون بگم که واقعا قلب من از حجم علاقه‌ای که اینا به من میدن خیلی هیجان زدم و خیلی بهم در واقع حس خوبی میدن. این حس رو میخوام بدونن که دریافت کردم قبل از همه اینا. حالا اگر دونه دونه کامنت ها رو جواب نمیدم به خاطر اینکه میخوام وقتمون رو بهتر پیش ببریم.
اوکی اینو الان براشون میگم. So
Potipto, if you could also at some point give us your opinion regarding poly market, whether that's useless at all or useful or useless, like also include that, please.
So Potipto, before continuing, he wanted to say thank you. Friends in the chat are showing me a lot of love. I want to tell them that my heart is genuinely moved by the amount of affection they're sending. It truly excites me and gives me a very good feeling. I want you to know that I've received that feeling fully. And if I'm not responding to every comment individually, it's only because I want us to keep the discussion moving forward in a better, more focused way. But he does appreciate all of your comments and he sends his love to every single one of you. All right, thank you so much. بفرمایید.
خب برگردیم سر اصل مطلب. همونجوری که همه میدونن و شما اشاره کردین اتفاقای مهمی داره امشب میفته که با شب‌های گذشته تفاوت داره، از انفجارات توی نقاط متفاوت تا حالا صحبت‌های اجلاس تا همین خبر درونی که اومده بیرون و اتفاقای زنجیرواری که داره جلو میره. جایی که ما الان هستیم شب هنوز تازه است و این شب میتونه خیلی دراز باشه. میتونه شب نیمه شعبان تولد امام زمان برای اینا تبدیل به شب کابوس عجیب غریب بشه، ولی الان خیلی زوده برای قضاوت کردن. کاری که من میکنم معمولا اینه که میام روی چارت ها و سطوح رو نگاه میکنم. اگر قیمت به سطوح احترام گذاشت پس میتونیم بگیم اتفاق خاصی نمیفته، اما اون سطوح شکوند میتونیم بگیم خب پس امشب قطعا یه اتفاقی داره میفته. در حال حاضر ما یه عدد 74,000 رو برای بیت کوین داریم و یک عدد 5,000 دلار رو برای طلا. اگر توی همین چند ساعت آینده‌ای که استریم هست اگر این سطوح شکسته باشن میتونیم بگیم که جریانات شدت گرفته و حالا شاید خبرش به ما نرسیده.
Okay.
How are you recording this, Goldie?
So I'm recording it on my phone, and then because I also have ChatGPT on my laptop, so I record it on my phone, but then it updates on my laptop screen because it's the same ChatGPT account. So once like on my phone, it just like updates. I just click refresh here on the screen. And then it shows me like, because this is what he just said. So there you go. So I use my phone. And then it just goes straight to my laptop because it's the same account. Okay, so Potipto says, so let's get back to the main point. As everyone knows, and as you mentioned, important events are unfolding tonight that are different from previous nights. From explosions in various locations to official statements to internal reports that have surfaced to the chain of events now moving forward. Where we stand right now, the night is still young. It could become a very long night. What is supposed to be a religious celebration for them could turn into a strange and unprecedented nightmare. امروز چه تولد امام زمانه گفتی؟
امام
آره،
12
جشن نیمه شعبانه. یه اتفاقی هم که هست ساعت 9 شب همیشه همه جای ایران توی این روزا آتش بازی میکنن، همزمان باشه یه سری انفجار هم اومده، یعنی همزمانی هم باز یه نکته جالبی.
Okay, Armin, do you want to explain the religious celebration? Because I don't want to get it wrong. I don't know which imam it is.
So Imam Mahdi is basically the champion of hide and seek in the world. So that's the imam that is in hiding, and he's been in hiding ever since he fell into a well. Well, he fell into a well twice. So there was a small hiding, and then there was a big hiding, and he's missing for 1,400 years. And the Shia Muslims are waiting for him to come back out of his well.
So today's like his birthday, and then Potipto was saying that like around 9 p.m. there's supposed to be fireworks, and what was really interesting is that around the same time that there were fireworks, apparently like there were also explosions heard. So
Yes.
Who knows?
So it's
Who
his
knows?
birthday.
Yeah. So that's the religious
The
celebration.
12th Imam. The 12th Imam. Imam number 12.
Then he says, but it's still too early to make definitive judgments on what's going on. And then he continues, what I usually do in moments like this is to turn to the charts and watch key levels. If the price respects those levels, then we can assume nothing extraordinary is happening. But if those levels break, then we can say with confidence that something significant is unfolding tonight, even if the news hasn't reached us yet. At the moment, we are watching. This is wrong. It's 74,000. 74,000 as a key level for Bitcoin and 5,000 as a key level for gold. If during the next few hours of this stream those levels break, we can conclude that events are intensifying, even if the full details haven't yet surfaced. بفرمایید.
ممنونم. اما قبل از تمام این اتفاقا من دوست داشتم که بیام بین همه به این موضوع اشاره بکنم که همون جوری که همه اگزاستد شدن، شبا طولانی تر شده، شما اگه شما کنم همین بالا میشه 8 شبه که دارین پشت سر هم استریم میرین و احتمالاً همه این شکلی هن که آیا این اتفاق خواهد افتاد، آیا این اتفاق نخواهد افتاد. یعنی ما خیلی راحت به نقطه تردید توی این شبا نزدیک میشیم، ولی اومدم بگم که تمام این چیزی که شما دارید میبینید از قبل نوشته شده. سرنوشت علی خامنه‌ای از روزی که با اسرائیل و قوم یهود درگیر افتاد و علنی شد توسط اونها نوشته شده. بارها هم توی سوشال مدیا و اکانت‌های خودشون و سخنگوهای خودشون حتی مستقیم اشاره کردن و زمان دادن. پس در مورد پایان سرنوشت خامنه‌ای نباید شکی داشته باشین و در مورد پایان نظام نباید شکی داشته باشین، ولی باید در نظر داشته باشیم که نباید سعی بکنیم به افرادی که حالا پلیرهای اصلی این هستن، از ترامپ گرفته تا نتانیاهو تا هر کس دیگه، شروع بکنیم به دیکته کردن. درخواست کردن کار درستیه ولی دیکته کردن کار اشتباهیه. یک موضوعی که من شاهدش بودم توی این چند روز این بود که پروپاگاندای رژیم توی کانالای خودش سعی میکرد شروع بکنه با همون لحنی با ترامپ و بقیه صحبت بکنه که توی سوشال مدیا اکانت‌های معتبر خبری میومدن ترامپ و حالا مثلا با لحن بدی باهاش صحبت میکردن. این بازی رو خواستم در موردش صحبت بکنم که خدا رو شکر این اتفاقا افتاد. یعنی همچنان ما شاهد پرده افتادن از صورت خیلی هم هستیم.
اوکی. حرفتون پوتیپ تا کاملا درسته و به خاطر ما هم تو این کانال همیشه گفتیم که ما نمیایم مثلا از کسی بد بگیم یا حالا چیزای اونجوری. این همیشه استراتژی من و آرمین بوده که هیچ وقت مثلا همون کاری که شما میگید، چون که میدونیم که اینم خودش یکی از پروپاگاندای جمهوری اسلامیه. دقیقاً. Okay, I'm going to translate what Potipto just said, because this is really important, guys. Okay, so he says, before all of this unfolds, I wanted to say something to everyone. Just as everyone is exhausted and the nights feel longer, and then you've been streaming for 38 consecutive nights, naturally everyone starts asking, will this happen? Will it not happen? He's referring to the strike by the United States against the Islamic regime. It's very easy during these nights to drift towards doubt. But I came here to say this. Everything you're witnessing has been written long ago. The fate of Ali Khamenei was written the day he openly entered into confrontation with Israel and the Jewish people. It was stated publicly many times by their official accounts and spokespersons, even with timelines attached. So we should not doubt the end of Khamenei. We should not doubt the end of the regime. He's referring to the Islamic regime. What we must keep in mind, however, is this. We should not try to dictate to the key players, whether it's Trump, Netanyahu, or anyone else. Making requests is appropriate, dictating is not. And remember, this is coming from someone inside occupied Iran, right? One thing I observed over the past few days is that the regime's propaganda channels began adopting the same tone towards Trump that others, toward Trump and others that some social media news accounts were using, speaking in a hostile or mocking way. I wanted to point this out because thankfully, these dynamics have exposed many faces, and we are continuing to witness masks falling. So, guys, this is why, I personally have very little to no tolerance for people who are attacking President Trump or, attacking Prime Minister Netanyahu, because we know this is part of the Islamic regime propaganda, right? Like, this is one of the ways that they're trying to sow division, and they're trying to create doubt, right? So, and unfortunately, a lot of people fall in that trap. So that's why on this channel, on Iran Revolution Live, we don't criticize. If anything, we are very grateful for the fact that President Trump is, spending millions and millions of American taxpayer dollars to, move the largest fleet ever into that area, right? So, and this goes into exactly what Potipto here is saying, as well. Tusi's about to start in a minute. So Potipto, you're welcome to add, maybe a few final thoughts, but then we'll tune into Tusi with the breaking news, and then we can come back to you and what you have to say.
جمله آخرم هم این بود که به همه دوستان میخواستم بگم که از روزی که ما گفتیم این آخرین نبرده it's already started و به روزی که گفتیم ایستاده ایم تا پایان there is no going back. پس هیچ تردیدی با هم اینجا نداریم.
Okay. So before we go to Tusi, Potipto just wants you all to know. Oh, it's translating. He says, and finally, I wanted to tell everyone this. From the day we said this is the final battle, it already started. From the day we said we stand until the end, there is no going back, and there is no doubt among us here. So again, for people in occupied Iran, there's no doubt that this is the final battle, and Pahlavi will return. And so this is the mood inside of occupied Iran. So again, when people ask, is the revolution still happening? 100%, it's still happening. This is the final battle, and we have gone way too far to stop.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and tensions are increasing in the Middle East between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Over the last few minutes, the US Navy have shot down one IRGC drone. The Islamic Republic have decided to launch another drone towards USS Abraham Lincoln. We've also had massive issues with the Islamic Republic ships and boats trying to intercept the American tankers. Things are escalating. The Islamic Republic Parliament in Tehran are now calling for the end of the negotiations with the US that was supposed to be on Friday. Everything is happening at the same time. This is the live ongoing developments. We're going to get your reaction as usual. And now, first things first, let's start with what's been happening over the last few hours in general, because firstly, you had the weird explosion, which we'll get to in a second, but US Navy did warn, the CENTCOM did warn the IRGC over the last few days, don't play around. Don't come around USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, or any of our assets. Don't be suspicious. The Islamic Republic said, we don't care. They send their drones, and now they found out. The second drone is now on its way. Meanwhile, earlier today, we had a bit of a situation in Tehran, to the western parts of the capital. Jannat Abad marketplace, a massive shopping center, a mysterious explosion, a huge fire. The Islamic Republic don't have an explanation. This was the scenes earlier. Look at that. Chaos broke out. Now, following this, we had some reaction from the the authorities, the emergency services, that said everything is fine, it happens. Basically, another gas leak. Gaslighting the public by claiming this is a gas leak. But a lot of people are still quite suspicious on what happened. Could this be an inside job to blame it on the anti-IRGC Iranians, to blame it on the Israelis and the Americans, basically the enemies of the Islamic Republic? Let's go to another angle. Now, some information that we have about the drone that we talked about earlier. This was an Islamic Republic Shahid 139 drone that was flying towards a USS Abraham Lincoln. It was shot down by an F-35 US fighter jet. So they didn't even use the on-the-ground air defense system. So they actually used F-35 to go and bring it down. But right now, as we speak, there is a security escalation inside Iran. In the capital, we are now getting more updates, and not just from Tehran, but also other cities like Mashhad. First, let's go to Tehran. Drones being sighted over the skies in District 22 of the capital, and the sound of air defense system. Clearly, again, another air defense drill being happening in Tehran as they are getting ready. But one thing, we're actually going to show you guys the situation in Mashhad as well. But before we do that, I think we also have another video from the shopping center, and also I'm going to show you a photo of before and after of what happened, what it looked like beforehand, and what it looks like now. That is insane, by the way. That's not a normal fire. That's not just a random arson or accidental fire happening in a major marketplace. But having said that, apparently the F-35s are being activated again. They basically hunt down all the drones. Doesn't really matter how many drones the IRGC try to launch towards USS Abraham Lincoln. It's not really the safest thing to do. But as things escalate, the regime are split in Iran. So you have those who are pushing for diplomacy, there are those who are pushing for instant war, and you have those who are pushing for kind of buying time and distracting and stalling. The parliament decided, while the government itself were begging the Americans for negotiations, the parliament and parliamentarians decided to burn the American flag and start chanting "Death to America" again. It's boring. It's like every Tuesday. Boring. What is this? It's embarrassing. Death to America. It's so childish. But they've been doing that regularly, right? Now, the problem is that the parliamentarians are getting a little bit too loud. We're going to go to some of the footage that we received from earlier on from the
Can I just add something really quickly? Like, could they not at least find like an American flag? Like I feel like they got an intern, right? They got like an intern to print out an American flag from like, you know, the copy paste, you know, the printing section. So they probably said to the intern, like, go print out the American flag so we can burn it. Like, badmachta, like at least get like a real flag. Like, it's just so, yeah, that's how the fight. Sorry, I just had to add my little commentary there because that's just so stupid.
Iranian parliament. Before we do that,
what is this?
That's not safe. What are you doing? Oh dear. Anyway,
Bunch of monkeys.
Okay, so that's apparently a thing now. Meanwhile, before we get to the next update from what's happening inside the Iranian parliament, the UK Maritime Trade Operations issued a massive advisory, 00126, warning of suspicious activity in the Straits of Hormuz. This was a couple of hours ago. A commercial vessel was repeatedly hailed on a VHF radio by several small armed boats by the Islamic Republic, demanding it to stop. The ship ignored the calls and continued throughout the inbound traffic lane. This is in the northern parts of Oman. Then we discovered what was actually happening. We had 6 Islamic Republic gunboats trying to F around to find out. They approached a United States tanker in the Strait of Hormuz and ordered it to stop. They wanted to hijack the US vessel. And the tanker obviously ignored the call, which is good, increased its speed, and was later escorted by a US warship in the Middle East. So one of the reasons that the US tanker felt confident was simply because the United States military are all over the place right now. They literally have covered all bases near the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. It doesn't really matter. So if a few tiny gunboats by the IRGC try to stop you, to try to hijack you, you just ignore it. Just keep going, pick up the phone, get the US military to come and keep you safe. Going back to Parliament in Tehran, take this one. I can't take this one seriously, but the parliamentarians, including Amir Hossein Sabati, are now calling for the end of negotiations with the United States and urging the government in Iran to do a preemptive attack on both Israel and the US bases in the region. Let's go and see what's going on.
Can I just say before we go to that, like, this is perfect. Like, this is what we want. We want the Islamic regime to not want to negotiate, right? And we already know that they're not going to accept any deal, right?
Goldie, this is exactly what we were saying on the Persian Discord. We were saying we and the hardliners want exactly the same thing. The reformers want negotiation, and the hardliners want them to attack Israel and the United States, and we want them to try. So we're on the same page with the hardliners right now.
This is perfect. No, do not negotiate with terrorists. And by terrorists, I mean the Islamic regime, of course.
بعد تذکرم خطاب به دستگاه دیپلماسی کشور هستش که اصلا معلوم نیست چطور تصمیم گیری میکنه. شما از مذاکرات قبلی در عمان چه خیری دیدید که حالا دل بسید مذاکرات در ترکیه؟ اصلا یکی بیاد جواب ما رو بده. مگه دفعه قبلی شما وسط مذاکره نبودید که بمبارون کردن کشور رو؟ برای چی دوباره اون خطای راهبردی رو تکرار میکنید؟ چه امتیازی میخواید بدید؟ چه میخواید بدهید که در برابر اون جنگ نشه؟ امروز مردم ایران منتظر حمله پیش دستانه به اسرائیل و پایگاه آمریکا در منطقه هستن، نه که از موضع ضعف باشید برید اونجا دوباره مذاکره بکنید. چی میخواید بدید؟ چه چیزی میخواید بگیرید؟ این راهبرد غلط رو اصلاح بکنید. نکته بعدی خطاب به حسن روحانی است که دوباره برگشته گفته اصلاحات جزئی فایده نداره، باید اصلاحات بزرگ انجام بشه. حرف درستیه. بزرگترین اصلاح رو امروز قوه قضاییه باید انجام بده و امثال تو رو که کشور رو 8 سال به ضعف کشوندن برخورد بکنه. اگر امثال تو با اون ترک فعلا، با اون سوء تدبیرها امروز پشت میله زندان بودن، کشور در این نقطه قرار نمی گرفت. من از قوه قضاییه میخوام اصلاح بزرگ رو شروع کنه، بره سراغ کله گنده هایی که سالهای سال با ترک فعل، با سوء تدبیر کشور رو به این نقطه رسوندن، ضعیف کردن و امروز سر شده و خوابهای دیگری برای آینده خودشون میبینن. خواهش میکنم اصلاح بزرگ رو از برخورد با این افراد شروع بکنید و نتیجهش رو هم در اتحاد ملی ببینید.
He's having a complete meltdown. This is embarrassing stuff by the parliamentarians in Tehran. Obviously, this is the same idiots who just chant death to America, burn the American flag inside the parliamentary chamber. It's bad. It's not a good look, guys. Come on, grow up. Having said that, the Islamic Republic have new demands. Yes. So on the one hand, they want to cancel the talks. On the other hand, they have now decided to say that we need to change the location. We don't want to go to Turkey anymore. We want to go to Oman. Okay. So we are 3 days away from the negotiations, right? Which are pointless talks. It doesn't really matter. Let them talk, even if they do talk, which at this point is unlikely they even start. Let them negotiate. Let them even sign a deal on nuclear. It doesn't really change anything. It doesn't really save the regime. It doesn't do anything. Let them do it. But the Islamic Republic have demanded to change. They don't want to go to Turkey. They want to go to Oman.
Can I say why?
They also say that instead of talks...
All right, guys, it's very likely that the reason why they're moving it to Oman is because they want to offer a lot to United States, and they don't want the international community to know, so that they're not embarrassed. They're saying we want it in Oman, and we also want other observers not to show up. We want it to be private, very private, between just us and Americans, and nobody else should be able to see what we're negotiating, because they want to basically give up a lot of things just to appease the Americans. That's why they want to move it to Oman.
Featuring several Arab countries. They want to have bilateral format only with the Americans. This is a terrible, terrible idea. This is not good. And I'm giving you an advice, Khamenei and your team. This is a terrible idea. The only reason that you guys are even able to have this potential discussion on Friday and de-escalation, well, until now, because we're seeing escalation, was because the Persian Gulf Arab countries saved you. Countries like Qatar and all the others got involved and say, it's okay, we will mediate. And now you're saying, let's go to Oman and we will talk to the Americans directly. You can't negotiate with the Americans directly. Think about this. Just sit down and think. This is a terrible idea. Basically, this means, as things stand, even if they do meet in Oman, let's just say President Trump says yes to Oman, because this could just be an excuse to cancel the talks. If they sit down with the Americans, nothing's going to get done, because both sides have crazy red lines against each other. Neither side is going to say yes anyway. You're just wasting everybody's time. Meanwhile, the USS George H.W. Bush has now left the naval station in Norfolk. It's now obviously part of the Carrier Strike Group 10. They are now moving towards the region, but we will get more information on this. This is the latest massive vessel that has now been deployed as well. But meanwhile, the Islamic Republic Navy are also trying their best to be seen as strong and stable. So the Islamic Navy of Iran have allegedly successfully tested this stealth Abu Mahdi submarine missile with a 2,600 kilometer range, which means, theoretically speaking, the USS Abraham Lincoln is within range. They could hit wherever they want. Now, are they actually stupid enough to try this? Firstly, will this even work? Was it just one single test to basically send a message that, look, we got things, we got secret things. Yeah, we only had one, we tested it, but we got things. Don't worry, we got a lot of things. Or are they telling the truth? The Israelis, meanwhile, the Israeli government and the intelligence are now assessing that the chances of negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic succeeding is as close to zero. And I think this is very optimistic by the Israelis. I think as things stand, the potential success of the talks between the US and the IRGC is -5. It's not even close to zero. But if they want to waste each other's times, let them do it. Right now, over the last 10 minutes, we can confirm that the meeting between Steve Witkoff and Netanyahu has ended. So Steve Witkoff, the US negotiator, went to Israel earlier on, had a 3-hour meeting with the Israelis before they even start talking with the Islamic Republic. The whole point is that the Israelis were going to use this meeting to tell Witkoff, don't bother. It's not going to work. We're not going to say yes to any of this. So the message is this. We warned the Americans that the Iranians will violate any agreement and that there is no point in trying to reach one. They will not dismantle their nuclear and missile capabilities, and the Iranians are trying to buy time to move offensive weapons into hiding places. That last part, obviously, is a clear tactic by the Islamic Republic. That's not even some sort of secret thing. And surely the Americans obviously are aware. What the Islamic Republic have been doing over the last few minutes when it comes to drone activities, it doesn't help the situation. And of course, with their gunboats trying to hijack a massive US vessel, a tanker. In the middle of all this, Should we go back to Parliament? Because that's the comedy gold of everything that's happening right now. Let's go back to Tehran, the so-called fake plastic parliament of the Islamic Republic. Because the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament has now said that in about a month, guys, we have 1 month. 1 month deadline. They say in about a month, we will recite the funeral prayer for President Trump, the United States, and their allies. Yeah, I'm not joking. It says, get ready for the funeral of Trump.
و در 22 اسفند ماه روز قدس یک بار دیگر پیمان خودشون رو با امامت و ولایت محکم خواهند کرد و فاتحه توطئه‌گر و فتنه‌گر و آمریکا و همه هم پیمانان اونها رو خواهند خواند.
Why are you doing this? I could just watch the Islamic Republic Parliament all day. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's the best sitcom. They don't even. It's unironically, it's actually the funniest thing you could see. They need to have a live feed like BBC Parliament in the UK where you could just watch Parliament all day. That would be the funniest thing ever. Anyway, there are issues.
این نکته اضافه بکنم. اینجوری که توسی میگه خنده‌دار هست، یعنی دارالمجانین اینجایی که هست. مثلا توی همون موقع که پرچمو داشتن آتیش می‌زدن اگه نگاه می‌کردی رئیس مجلس نقش مبصر رو داشت، میگفت آقایون حواستون باشه مجلس آتیش نزنید. ولی وقتی در مورد ترور ترامپ در یه تاریخ خاصی میگن، انقدر اینا با اون چپ گلوبال و اون نیروهای تروریستی که هست که آردی هم چندین بار اتمپت کردن ارتباط دارن که بعید نیست میلیون‌ها دلار آردی هزینه کردن بابت اینکه یه نفر اجیر کنن که بعد بیان بگن دیدیم گفتن. یعنی اینا همزمان که احمق هستن انقدری هم پلیت هستن که این کاری که میگن واقعا یک اعتراف ازشون در نظر بگیرن.
Yeah. Armin, do you want to translate?
Oh, no ChatGPT?
No,
Okay,
I didn't have it ready to go.
Oh, okay. So Patipta was saying that, this is funny and it deserves making fun of, especially given that the head of the parliament, Ghalibaf, was acting like the head of the class when they were burning the American flag, saying, be careful not to burn the parliament down. So it's okay. It's worth ridiculing these people and making fun of them for sure. But you also have to take this threat of killing Trump seriously, because as ridiculous and pathetic that these people are, at the same time, they are capable of sending millions of dollars into their leftist allies into the United States to try to get Trump assassinated. And you shouldn't underestimate what they could end up doing at some point. So don't laugh at them, but also don't underestimate them. I do. Can I also add some point?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so with the drone, guys, a lot of people might also, it's funny that they sent a drone that was shot down by an F-35, I think. It's funny, but also don't underestimate that as well, because the reason why they sent that drone, I mean, nobody, not even the Islamic Republic, thinks one Shahed drone is going to hit their target, the carrier strike group. They know it's not going to hit it. So, but the reason why they sent it is because to measure the reaction time of the Americans, right?
Yeah.
So the reason why
it's like a decoy in a way, like they're testing the Americans. Yeah.
They're testing how long it takes for Americans to take one drone down because they're getting ready for something bigger.
Yeah. And then I want to add something as well before we continue. I just want to say, as a former parliamentarian, because, I was a politician, I find it absolutely insane that some crazy Muslim Nazi in Iran, literally said to his intern, go print the American flag on a piece of paper so that I can burn it inside the Islamic regime parliament while yelling Allahu Akbar and death to America. Just even thinking about that scenario, I'm could you imagine me as a politician, someone doing that? Anyways, these people are literally insane, but you can't discount the danger either. These people are insane, but they're also dangerous. So, all right, let's continue with Tusi.
Serious problems. Firstly, going back to the problem of the shopping center in Jannatabad, this is the before and after image. Look how huge that building is, right? and solid. The whole thing is now destroyed within minutes. You can't tell me that was an accident. You can't even tell me that was just a random arsonist. This was planned. Now, whether this was an inside job by the regime to pretend that they are the victims, they are under attack, so this is an excuse for them to do more crazy things, or whether these are the, I don't know why it's in the interest of the anti-IRGC Iranians to do this. I don't think they are behind it, because why would they hit somewhere like that? It's still more likely it's an inside job. 230 stores have now been fully burned down. These are people's businesses and livelihoods. All that's gone. Now, as I said, we are also dealing with intense air defense activities in Iraq.
Sorry, just want to say, Armin, so apparently the regime has sent a second drone towards a USS Abraham Lincoln. So I just want to add that.
Iran. I think we can go to Sanandaj. Yeah. Sound of massive explosions in the vicinity. Let's just go and see what we're dealing with. Yeah, they seem to be relentless, obviously. And they continue with their air defense drills and everything else that is happening. And people are panicking because it's not like the 12-day war, before the 12-day war. With everything, with the uprising, and since then, every time people are trying to go to sleep and they hear an explosion, they panic. It's not really a good time to live in Iran anyway. And you have this to deal with on top of it, the Islamic Republic using their own territory near residential areas to do crazy nonsense. Now, some update about the US military deployments as well. Overnight flights departing from the Biggs Air Force. This is actually, where is it? That's Fort Bliss. Yeah, Fort Bliss, which is the home of the US Navy Patriot Air and Missile Defense Unit. So everything that's being deployed now, again, they are in addition to the existing defense capabilities for the Americans in the Middle East. So more flights, 34 flights actually from Fort Hood, and 6 others, 4 from Fort Bliss and 6 others from elsewhere on their way towards the Middle East. They're going to Jordan with 13 flights going to Jordan, and 8 flights going to Saudi Arabia, and the others going to Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar. So almost every single country is going to get more defense capabilities thanks to the Americans. But we're going to keep an eye on the deployment of the defense capabilities towards the Middle East, which is still going on, obviously. The Islamic Republic's space agency, yes, they have a space agency. They actually have a space agency, which doesn't do much apart from launching failed satellites. They now say that Hataf 3 satellite could now be launched on a Seymour rocket by March. Now, capabilities tests between the satellite and launcher are now ongoing. They want to basically be seen as the dominators of the airspace and the actual space in general. Nobody really cares about this. What we're mostly worried about is what's happening between China and the Islamic Republic with all these cargoes and planes going back and forth. Because we had another Boeing 747 cargo aircraft from Iran, which was registration EPSIH. This is for the SEPA or the IRGC, en route again towards China. They are clearly going there to pick things up, to bring it back to Iran. It's been going on for the last 2-3 weeks now. Most of the things, the speculations are that the Chinese are also providing the Islamic Republic with defense capabilities. Well, we hope so, because if it's more offensive weapons, then China will be in massive trouble with the, President Trump. Now, defections also continue inside the regime in the middle of all this chaos, which is not really a good look. We can now confirm senior Iranian diplomat Gholam Reza Derek Vand, who was in charge of the relations of the Iranian embassy in Austria, has now defected and decided to seek political asylum in Switzerland. Is now the second one after the other thing that we had, the other guy recently. What was it? The Ali Reza Hukumabad, who was the ambassador, well, the diplomat in the United Nations building in Geneva. He also defected, and we now have this guy, Ghulam Reza, who has also defected. More of these guys are packing their bags, running away. It's not worth it. Just give it up. It's over. Game over. Try again later. Now, CENTCOM are not too happy with the Islamic Republic. Central Command, a few days ago, gave a warning to the Islamic Republic not to play around in the Middle East with the drones and all the other nonsense. They didn't listen. They launched one drone earlier, got shot down, and we have some update, by the way. It's just coming. But first, we have to give you guys, I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but before we do that, the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Bradley Cooper, has now said that continued Iranian harassment and threats in international waters and airspace will not be tolerated. Now, this is a diplomatic way of saying, how dare you? But in reality, we might see some action by the Americans against the IRGC. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Islamic Republic of Iran, over the last few minutes, have decided to launch another drone towards USS Abraham Lincoln. Why?
Remember, I just said that a few minutes ago. So this is a second drone that I mentioned a few minutes ago.
Why would you do this? I don't understand. Firstly, you're just wasting your drones. You do realize what's going to happen. They're going to get shot down. The F-35s are flying around. They're going to shoot it down again. They're not cheap drones. They're not from Timu. Well, perhaps they are. But so they're wasting their drones again. More drones being launched towards USS Abraham Lincoln to F around to then find out. So we're getting more updates from inside the country as well. Mashhad. Several explosions and gunfire was heard. This is near Boron's barracks in Mashhad. Yeah, it is, yeah. Khatab Al-Anbiya Air Base. This is basically the air defense hub for the IRGC. Let's quickly go to Mashhad.
بشین از بیا از این
So that's still going on.
بشین از بیا از این
Yeah, now absolute lunatics right now, the Islamic Republic. We're going to keep an eye on the flight radar while we're here, and I'm going to get your reaction because we're getting more updates from the Middle East, especially the US military. But I think there's another drone that might be the US one, but I'm just going to quickly bring this up for you guys while we're here. What is wrong with these people? All right, so what are we dealing with? Firstly, that is the that's Russia. That's the Russian aircraft, military aircraft in Iran. I don't know where they're going, but okay. This is a little American drone. Yes. It's the Shield bats. And then, where is the Iranian one gone now? I think, did they shoot it down? It was here. Where is the other drone? Oh, it's not looking good for the Islamic Republic unless they basically decided to run away. Yeah, for now, it's going to have the US drone up here until we find out where the other drone has gone now. Another Shahed drone by the IRGC. Anyway, crazy people doing crazy things. And some reaction. I can't believe no space lasers or shotgun shells versus drones. No electronic jamming. F-35 too expensive. Yeah, a little bit, but I think they wanted to send a message. Then what happened to the map? Well, that's not good. Everything disappeared. Haven't the IRGC learned from the Russian to not play with cigarettes? 50 years of tolerating this garbage is quite enough, I think. Yeah, a little bit. Especially if you're American, it must be quite frustrating when you've been dealing with this for some time. Apart from the Iranians themselves, Iran's MPs been chosen from nursing home, from the asylum. They're absolute crazy people. Take the coffee away from that man or the MP. Oh my God! You can't have a full-on meltdown on national TV in the middle of Parliament. It's embarrassing. What would your mother say? Thank you for super stickers. The way they burned that paper flag. Donald Trump, watch out. Why can't they burn a proper flag? Just get a flag from Amazon and then burn it. You can't reason with people whose cornbread ain't done in the middle.
I think it's just super chats now.
And what are your thoughts on Islamic extremists all over the US and Europe doing something united in the name of the IRGC? We've talked about that many.
Okay. If he's just doing super chats, then wait. No, he's got some. I think he's got some breaking news.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Our independent streaming platform, 2c.tv. All right, so I'm just going to quickly check what happened to this map. I didn't do anything, by the way. I didn't click any of the filters. It's falling apart. It's a glitch. I hate Flight Radar. It doesn't work anymore. It's fine. I'll find a way. While we do that, let's just quickly get some reaction from... I think, yes, the Americans. We can go back to Washington right now because Caroline Leavitt is about to speak, of course. Oh,
She had her video up, yeah.
she's this is going to be fun. After CENTCOM decided to shoot down the Islamic Republic drone, this reaction, which I will bring up to you guys first. Give me a second. The press secretary in the White House speaking just outside the White House about the range of options, I think. Let's get it ready. I think we're ready. Yeah. All right. Let's quickly go to Caroline Leavitt and see what she had to say.
These critical talks that are happening with Witkoff?
Well, look, I just spoke with Special Envoy Witkoff, and these talks, as of right now, are still scheduled. President Trump is always wanting to pursue diplomacy first, but obviously it takes two to tango. You need a willing partner to achieve diplomacy, and that's something that Special Envoy Witkoff is intent on exploring and discussing. As always, though, of course, the president has a range of options on the table with respect to Iran as commander-in-chief. I think they learned that quite well last year with the strike in Operation Midnight Hammer, which was wildly successful and obliterated their nuclear capabilities. But those talks will continue later this week as far as we're concerned right now.
You see, that's the key point. In case you haven't noticed, I did mention last night these talks about nuclear, they make no sense, because literally until minutes before the uprising started last month, the White House and the president were saying, we obliterated the nuclear capabilities. They're no longer a threat, not even an issue anymore. Suddenly, right now, out of nowhere, oh, we need to talk about nuclear. It's because it's nothing to do with nuclear. It's just an excuse right now, because they have to basically make it seem like, well, we are trying to have some talks. The Islamic Republic, once again, are not playing ball. So we're going to have to go in. We tried our best, but the Islamic Republic is suddenly a threat again, right? Because 2 months ago, the IRGC was no longer a threat when it comes to nuclear. So President Trump, despite his social media posts a few weeks ago about, oh, the Americans, we're ready, locked and loaded to go, it can't be seen as starting a random war, right, on behalf of the Iranian people. So, especially after what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan, so he has to make it seem like, well, we need an excuse. So let's talk again, and then let it fail because the talks are not going to go well, and then we could say, well, the Iranian regime are now a threat again. So we're going to have to launch some strikes. randomly out of nowhere, right? When air defense units are on high alert, there will be trigger-happy incidents of firing at nothing. Ammo comes down on civilian areas like malls. Yeah, but there were no reports of any sort of air defense drills happening this morning around the shopping center. Trump being advised by lizard-eating Arab lovers. No, it's not. Iran will be upgrading their drones. Instead of buying from Temu, they will be buying from Amazon.
Okay.
That's a better idea.
That's probably the end of it there. So yeah. All right. Okay. Wow. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I show something for fun and celebration of Imam Mahdi's birthday?
As long as it's quick, because then I want to go back to Potipto and his updates.
Okay. It is quick. Cool. All right, so they have their Imam Mahdi and we have ours. Iranians are sharing different versions of Trump as Mahdi. Like, your Mahdi did not come. So Mahdi is supposed to come on a white horse. And people, let me see. Wait, actually, I'm not going to play the music. So this is Imam Zaman Shama Naimad Vali Imam Zaman Muhammad. So he's saying that your Imam of time did not show up, but our Imam of time is showing up. So again, Imam Mahdi is supposed to come on a white horse with this green covering. So there's one version of that. Here's another. He's saying your Imam Mahdi is taking too long, so our Imam Mahdi came instead. So this is Trump again as Mahdi. And here's a third one. So yeah, basically the same message. A lot of Iranians, for the birthday of Imam Mahdi, they're saying this is our Mahdi. Wait, okay, again, probably copyrighted music. But yeah, that's pretty epic, no, Goldie? Look at that. That's pretty. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to share that as celebration for Mahdi's birthday.
That's fantastic. I'm so glad you shared that. Where's the Vaz video? People, okay, guys, I'm trying to find the Vaz video so I can add it to the live stream. Wait, where is this here? Like, I know I had it. I showed it last night. Okay, here, I found it. Okay. Let me add the Vaz video to the Iran Revolution live playlist. Okay, it's there. The Vaz videos in the Iran Revolution live playlist. Okay, why don't we go back to Potipto, because his time is limited. Potipto, is there anything else that you wanted to add to the conversation before we go to the recent breaking news? Or did you just want to hang around?
ببین، در واقع میخواستم در ادامه اون صحبتی که داشتیم میکردیم ذهنیت دوستان رو ببرم سمت کارهای اجرایی تر و صحبتایی که توی شبای قبلم میکردیم. یعنی در واقع با تاییدیه این حرف که آقا اتفاقایی که قراره میفته بهتره که ما اینجا منفعل نباشیم، یه صحبت دیگه‌ای بکنم و یه کال تو اکشنی بکنم. البته با این نکته که تمام کارهایی که توی صحبت‌های قبلی کردیم به خوبی پیش رفت و همزمان هم دیدیم تاثیرش رو توی سوشال مدیا و ترندایی که به وجود اومد و در کنارش فراخوان جدید شاهزاده هم که تاکید بیشتر روی فعالیت خارج از ایران داشت.
Okay. I'm just gonna bring this up so I can translate.
اگه حالا عکس چارت هم گذاشتی، قبلش هم الان قیمت رسیده به $72,000.
Oh.
آره.
Okay, so before I get to what Potipto said, he's saying that, you know, this chart is now old because the price floor, like it's the price has dropped through the 75,000, 74,000 floor, and it's now at 72,000. So, which goes back to his analysis that perhaps something is going on, right? So, okay, so Potipto says, I'd like to shift the mindset of friends here toward more practical, action-oriented work, the kind of discussions we were having on previous nights. In other words, while acknowledging that whatever is meant to happen will happen, it's better that we don't remain passive. Let me move the conversation in a more productive direction and propose something more operational, especially considering that the actions we discussed previously went very well. We saw their impact clearly on social media and in the trends that were created. And alongside that, the prince's latest call placed even greater emphasis on activity outside Iran. بفرمایید.
خب همونجوری که قبول داریم این یه مبارزه است، باید با روش‌های دشمن و خنثی کردن اون روش‌ها هم آشنا بشیم. یکی از مهمترین روش‌هایی که متاسفانه هنوز هم در سوشال مدیا به شدت توسط پروپاگاندا رژیم استفاده میشه و به شدت کاربردیه، روش ریج بیتینگه. یه سری اکانتی که حالا از خبرنگار گرفته تا نویسنده تا مدل تا هر کسی شروع میکنن یه پستایی میذارن، اکانت های معلوم الحال که شما آردی میدونید جهتگیریشون چیه، هدفشون چیه، طرز حرف زدنشون چیه. شروع میکنن یه پست هایی میذارن، حالا یا توهین میکنن یا ترول میکنن به صورت کلی که از شما بیان ریاکشن بگیرن. شما به محض اینکه دکمه سند یا لایک دکمه سند یا ریپلای رو زدی، توی بازی باخت باخت قرار داری. بهترین کار اینه که به اینا هیچ ایمپرشنی ندیم، یعنی در واقع پادزهر اینا اینه که بایکوتشون بکنیم و اینکه هر ریاکشنی بهشون در واقع برای ما باخته. میتونیم از این به بعد تو سوشال مدیا روی این تمرکز بکنیم که هر کدوم از اینا رو دیدیم دیگه بی تفاوت از کنارش بگذاریم و بلاکشون کنیم.
Okay. And yes, you guys did hear rage baiting. Yes, he's gonna speak about rage baiting. Translation's just coming up now. Okay. Here we go. So Potiptov says, just as we accept that this is a struggle, we also need to understand the enemy's methods and how to neutralize them. One of the most important tactics still heavily used by regime affiliates on social media is rage baiting, right? So we all know this. We all know that the Islamic regime will rage bait. Certain accounts, whether they present themselves as journalists, writers, models, or influencers, post deliberately provocative content. These accounts, whose affiliations, tone, and objectives are already well known. They post insults, trolling content, or inflammatory messages with one single goal: to trigger your reaction. The moment you press send, reply, or even like, you're already playing their game and losing. The best strategy is to give them 0 impressions. Their reward is engagement. Our counter strategy should be complete boycott and indifference. Every reaction we give them is a loss for us. From now on social media, we should focus on this discipline. When we see these accounts, we simply move past them without engagement and deprive them of the attention they seek. I personally block accounts, whether it's on YouTube or Instagram or X or anywhere else. And the reason that I block them is because I also don't want to give them an opportunity to comment under my posts, because that will also give them impressions. So that's why I'm a big fan of blocking, whether it's on X or Facebook or Instagram or elsewhere, because Potipto is right. Their tactic is rage baiting. It's all part of the algorithm, right? So when you engage with these accounts, that's going to raise their profile. More people are going to see the accounts, right? So because even when you engage, the algorithm doesn't know if it's a positive or negative engagement, right? They're just going to see, oh, someone responded. Oh, people are engaging. I should, this should be pushed up to the top. So, the strategy, he's right. Just block, block, block. Block, ignore, move on, do not respond, let them scream into the void, right? That's the best way to do it. And that's especially useful for X.
آره در واقع یه کال تو اکشنیه که به راحتی توی چند جهت ما رو جلو میذاره. قبل از اینکه ادامه صحبت هم بگم چند تا خبر دارم تایید نشده از اینکه از شمال غرب کشورم صدای انفجار اومده، ولی هنوز هیچ جا تاییدش نیومده، فقط خبرهای مستقیم.
Oh, okay. So Potipto also wanted to add. Okay.
و همزمان درون سوم هم داره میره به سمت اون جایی که
Sevom?
آره
Third drone is going towards the USS Abraham Lincoln. به ناو هواپیما بره دمش داره میره.
یا دیگه آره دیگه همونجا دیگه.
آره دیگه اولی رو که زدن، دومی رفت مثلا نیم ساعت 40 دقیقه پیش، الان هم سومی رو نقشه گذاشتن اکانتایی که دنبال.
Okay, so Potipto's saying, so with respect to the blocking, he's saying this is a kind of vaccine, a solution that can move us forward within just a few hours. So just, block and ignore the trolls. Don't respond, don't comment, don't engage. Because when you block them, that makes them, that helps to like decrease their impressions. And then he says, before I continue, I want to mention that there are a few unconfirmed reports that explosions have been heard in the northwest of the country. However, nothing has been officially confirmed yet. These are only direct, unverified reports. And of course, he also just mentioned that apparently now there's news coming of a third Islamic regime drone that has been sent toward the apparently the USS Abraham Lincoln. Okay.
اوکی، من کل پوینت حرفامو به صورت خلاصه میتونم به انگلیسی بگم که you know what whole point of my idea is look after your energy, we need it for better, don't waste your energy for feeding the trolls.
Yeah, so Potipto just said, like, preserve your energy for the good things. And he even said in English, don't feed the trolls. I think that's excellent advice. Thank you so much, Potipto, for that.
خب حالا که بحث انرژی شد، میخوام بگم که ما در حال حاضر داریم سعی میکنیم توانمون رو توی ایران روی آسیب دیده ها تمرکز بذاریم که با کمک‌های خوب شما و حالا همه تلاشایی که کردین تونستیم هم جون خیلی‌ها رو نجات بدیم، هم تونستیم داستان خیلی‌ها رو به گوش جهان برسونیم، هم از همه مهمتر این بوده که برای اولین بار هیچ کدوم از ما احساس تنهایی نکردیم.
Okay. Let me just translate. Sorry, I was just getting a call. I had to deal with that. Shoot. I think I got this. So right. So he says, we're trying to focus our efforts inside Iran on those who have been harmed. With your strong support and all the work we've done, we've been able to save many lives, amplify many voices, and amplify many stories to the world. And most importantly, for the first time, I didn't catch the last part. Sorry, because the chat.
I think he said in the last time for we didn't feel alone.
Oh, yeah. For the first time, Iranians don't feel so alone. Armin, are you able to take over for 5 minutes? I just have to deal with the phone call and I'll be back. I'm so sorry.
What do you want me to continue translating Potipto?
Yes.
or the videos I have? Okay,
just translating and I'll be back.
Okay. All right, Potipto, I'm your translator now.
It's my honor, Armin.
Okay.
ببین آره داشتم توی حرف قبلی تاکید میکنم روی ریدایرکت کردن. اولا اینکه اتلاف انرژی رو بشناسیم، بعد انرژیمون رو ریدایرکت بکنیم به سمت خوب. و حالا میخوام بگم که خوب میتونه خیلی چیزا باشه که در موردشون صحبت بکنم. به عنوان مثال وقتی میگم که به خیلی‌ها کمک کردیم، من میتونم براتون مستند بر اساس عدد آمار بگم که شاید مثلا با مبلغ $700 ما تونستیم 2 تا زخمی رو عمل جراحی بکنیم، ما تونستیم برای 50 تا کودک شیر خوش تهیه بکنیم و تونستیم برای حدود 70 خانوار پک‌های ساپورت غذایی درست بکنیم. اینو میخوام بگم که دوستان روی اسکیل ببرن چقدر میشه با افورت کم تاثیرات بزرگی توی حال حاضر ایران گذاشت.
برای چند نفر بعد از شیر و خشک چی گفتی؟
40 تا قوطی شیر و خشک برای بچه‌ها بوده و 70 تا سبد غذایی برای خانوارهایی که حالا آسیب دیدن یا الان در حدی ان که نمیتونن شام شبشون رو تهیه بکنن.
Okay, so Petito is saying that, you know, in line of what he was saying before regarding not wasting energy and redirecting your energy in a positive way, in a direction that is positive. He has a couple of examples. He's saying, for example, we have stats and data to show, like he has evidence to show that just with $700, they were able to help, you know, a couple of injured people. How many injured people you said? Two. There were 2 injured people that they managed to heal and help them recover. They managed to get powder milk for 50 infants, and they also managed to get 70 food baskets for families in need, families that didn't even have food to eat. They managed to get 70 food baskets for those families.
یا مثلا توی زمینه پرستاری یا مدیکال ما زنجیره از پرستارا و کادر درمان رو تونستیم درست بکنیم که خودشون هر کدوم کارهای بزرگی کردن، در کنارش مثلا اتاق عمل توی چند تا از شهرها و چند تا از نقاط متفاوت اتاق عمل صحرایی داشتیم که تونستن جون خیلی‌ها رو نجات بدن، یا کنارش رئیسای بیمارستان خصوصی داشتیم که اومدن پرونده ها رو پاک کردن، حسابداری ها رو پاک کردن، خیلی‌هاشون الان دستگیر شدن که حتی شاهزاده در موردشون صحبت کرد. یا در کنارش توی بحث مدیا خب شماها رو داشتیم که پشت ما رو خالی نکردیم و به خوبی صدای ما رو به همه جای دنیا رسوندید. حالا من به عنوان یه عضو کوچیکی از این جامعه میخوام توی این پلتفرم با شما ارتباط بیشتری بگیرم. اگر علاقه دارین توضیحات بیشتری بدم در موردشون.
با بیننده ها منظورته؟
آره در واقع اگر میخوان جزئی از این حرکت بشن بهشون توضیحات بیشتری بدم.
Okay. So Petito is saying the other activities that we had in the medical field is that they created a chain of nurses that were active in the scene. They had some surgery rooms. Surgery rooms گفتی توی صحرا, like in the middle of the desert.
نه ببین اصطلاحش اتاق عمل صحرایی تمپرری با اون چیزایی که اونجا هست اتاق استریل درست می‌کنی که بتونن گلوله در بیارن.
So they created like surgery rooms outside of the hospitals, like mobile, like surgery rooms that are not part of, like in outside of the hospital, so that they could take out the bullets and stuff like that. They created that. They were in contact. They were managing hospital heads of hospitals were part of their teams their team who were responsible for cleaning the records of wiping off the records of the people who maybe came to the hospital to have the injuries looked after, so that the authorities don't have access to their information. So that's part of their operation. And he's also saying that in the media side, Petito is saying he was like Goldie's channel, what we're doing here is part of the media apparatus, the media arm of what Petito is doing as part of the team. And then also he's now saying, so this is an operation that is growing and there are a lot of people involved, and he's wondering if you guys in the chat, so guys write down in the chat if you want to also be part of this team, if you want to connect with Potipto, if you want to help expand this team, right now, right in the chat to see, for us to see if this is something that you might be interested, just to see if this is something that there's demand for. So right now, right in the chat to see if you're interested in connecting with Potipto so that we could expand this team. Okay, so yes, please, I'm interested. Bale. I'm saying yeses. I would. Yes. I want to. Someone's saying I want to donate. So saying, heck yeah, yes. I would love to help somehow. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we're getting a lot of yeses. Sí, vale. We're getting yeses in many different languages. I do. Okay. So yes, Potipto, we're getting a wave of yeses.
That's great. Actually, that's what I'm expected from this lovely chat. در مورد حالا که در واقع دوستان علاقه نشون میدن، میخوام بگم که تمرکز اصلی رو میخوام بذارم روی جمله help on its way. اگر خیلی همه تاکید میکنن، توی اول صحبت هم اشاره میکنم که مثلا پرزیدنت ترامپ رو پوش بکنن که شما قول دادی کمک باشه و کمک در راهه، باز رفرنس میدم به اول حرفم، اجازه بدین که اونا کار خودشونو بکنن و حالا این ور که کانال‌های ارتباط مستقیمی هم باز شده، تمام کسایی که علاقه دارن میتونن بیان کمکشون رو منتقل بکنن. ما بستری داریم، بسترهای تکنولوژی و در واقع مستندسازی و ارتباط جمعی در حال حاضر در اختیار ما هست که ما این فرصت رو میده که از هر جای دنیا مستقیم توی ایران تاثیر داشته باشیم. خب پس چرا که نه، همین الان که داره استفاده میشه باید بهش یک شکل سازمانی بدیم تا این انرژی ها تلف نشه و این تمام این کمک ها، تمام این ارتباطات به صورت شفاف و قابل بررسی هم یک جا ثبت بشه.
اوکی، اینو من الان نمیدونم کامل دارم میگم اینا، هر چی کامل نگفتم بهم بگو.
ببین من برای شما توضیح میدم، همون برداشت خودت هم بگی اوکی، لازم نیست جزئیات باشه. اون چیزی که برداشت می‌کنی از حرفم به نظرم کافیه.
It's hard to compete with ChatGPT, guys. Okay, I'm trying. So he's saying maybe I should try also ChatGPT. Okay, so he's saying if you want to focus on, you know, the fact that Trump said help is on the way, at the end of the day we should be letting them do what they're about to do. But given that now we have communication channels, we could actually create a framework for us to have a more direct impact in Iran, to organize all of this, to document all of this, to basically be transparent about all of this, and basically have a more focused direct impact inside of Iran with all these communication channels that we have created. You know, درست گفتم چیزی جا موند؟
مختصر و مفید بود. حالا تمام این افرادی که دل در گروه ایران دارن، چه ایرانی و چه غیر ایرانی هایی که حالا دوستا و همرزمای ما حساب میشن توی این انقلاب، به چند روش میتونن حمایت بکنن. حالا بحث مثلا روش مالی رو اگه در نظر بگیریم، اگر کسی در داخل ایران کسی رو میشناسه، خب طبیعتا مستقیم میتونه کفیلش باشه و ازش حمایت بکنه. اما نه، اگر علاقه دارن که کارهای سازمان یافته تر بکنن و کنار من و باقی دوستانم باشن، میتونن در واقع توی اون کانال تلگرام ایران اندیار جوین بدن. کانال های مالی اونجا معرفی میشه، تسکای خیلی متنوع‌تر و تاثیرگذارتری اونجا معرفی میشه و از همه مهمتر اینه که همه چیز اونجا داکیومنت میشه. ما جایی برای اسکم کردن برای هیچ کسی توی همچین اتفاق مهمی نمیذاریم و هیچ وقت اجازه نمیدیم که بدنامی و ننگی توی این تاریخ از اسکم کردن همراه ما بمونه.
گفتی داکیومنت میشه، بعد درباره اسکم گفتی که چی؟
ببین وقتی داریم همچین فعالیتی میکنیم، اسکم شدن و اسکم کردن خط قرمز ماست. ما هم یه سازمان اطلاعاتی داریم که داره بررسی میکنه، هم ترانزیشن‌ها ثبت میشه، هم در کنارش تمام داکیومنت ها پابلیک میشه که هیچ وقت مثلا شما اگر پولی دونیت کردی یا کاری کردی مشخص بشه این به مقصد رسیده. چون هم نمیخوایم این اتفاق برامون رخ بده، هم میخوایم این پیامو داشته باشیم که آقا این راه درست این شکلیه.
بعد راهی هم وجود داره که ببینن رو چی خرج شده؟
بله ما اصلا وقتی کل سیستم رو میبریم روی وب تیری به تمام کسایی که میان حالا به عنوان مثال دونیت میکنن میتونیم پرایوت کی بدیم که فقط اون تک نفری که حمایت کرده دسترسی داشته باشه به اون داکیومنت اون طرفی که حالا مورد حمایت قرار گرفته، که هم امنیت طرف مقابل و پرایوسی حفظ بشه، هم اون طرف هم ثبت شده باشه.
اوکی، این میتونم اضافه کنم که تحقیق خودشون رو بکنن و مسئولیتش با خود. Okay. All right, so guys, before I say this, just remember that for legal purposes and other purposes, I have to say that if you're donating to whatever, to us, to anything, to Patipto's project or everything, the responsibility of researching is on your shoulders. Okay, so you have to research everything yourself. Okay, so just make sure that you're comfortable with what you're donating before you donate. Okay, so Patipto is saying, so based on from all the people who are on our side, there are many ways to help. So when it comes to donations, if anybody wants to help you with money, if you know somebody in Iran directly, so that's a more direct way to help them. You could just basically send money to them. But if you don't have that outlet to support somebody in Iran, then what you could do is support Patipto's team, the team that he's working with, via the Telegram channel that they have. And he also says that everything is documented to make sure that they avoid scams. Everything is transparent. Everybody, they have an information gathering mechanism to see how much is donated when and where it's what it's being used for. And if you are donating, you could also get a private key so you can see what's going on. I don't know the mechanism on that. Patipto maybe will know if you could, when you go into that channel, maybe you could ask more if you need to. But it says everything is transparent and everybody could basically transparently see what's happening. And via the Telegram channel, you could donate to their cause.
در همین راستا حالا دوستان که توی کانال میتونن ارتباط بگیرن، ولی هر باری که من از این به بعد جوین بدم توی برنامه شما سعی میکنم چند تا از مدارکی که از نظر امنیتی مشکلی نداشته باشم با دوستان شیر بکنم از کارهایی که توی اون فاصله انجام دادیم. چون بازم من همون پوتیپتویی هم که روز اول اومدم و دارم سعی میکنم همش دعوت به عملگرایی بکنم. عملگرایی چیزیه که ما رو از این مرحله انقلاب رد میکنه، به اون فردایی میرسونه که همه منتظرش هستیم.
Yeah. So Patipto is saying from now, every time I join, I will show you some documents that are safe to share regarding what we have done, and because it's very important to be action-based, because basically Patipto's motto seems to always be that we need to take actions rather than just speaking. So he always wants to take actions rather than just talking about the news and stuff, right? So we have to be pragmatic, and given that he's action-based, he also always wants to come and show you the actions that they have taken with documents to prove that they have done.
خب یه دنیا ممنون. چون در مورد چارت صحبت می‌کردیم می‌خواستم بگم که چارت فعلا در حال برگشتنه، یعنی میتونیم در نظر بگیریم که اتفاقات آنچنان شدیدتر نشد. حالا باید اون عدد 72 رو در نظر بگیریم. اگه توی این تایم شکست میتونیم بگیم اتفاق جدیدی افتاده.
72 مال کدومه؟ مال بیت کوینه؟
آره الان چارت رو برات شیر میکنم.
Okay. So Patipto is saying that the chart shows that things are moving in the right direction, so maybe nothing is going to happen tonight, but the number that we need to look for is 72,000 for Bitcoin. But not financial advice, by the way, guys. Don't go sell or buy Bitcoin based on what we say on this channel, please. Nothing that we say here is financial advice. Okay? None of it.
ببین NFA رو که درست گفتی، ولی کلا هم اون بحث این که الان میره بالا حمله میکنه یا میره پایین حمله نمیکنه یه حرف خطرناکیه به صورت کلی. ما میایم باید اینجوری اصلاح کنیم حرفو که ما این زونا رو الان مشخص کردیم، 3-4 ساعت تو استریم هستیم. اگر شکسته شد میتونیم انتظار داشته باشیم یه اتفاقی افتاده ما خبر نداریم. این بهترین حالت و دیگه در موردش صحبت نکنیم.
So the best way to describe this is that if you take the 72K number, all that it means that if we cross that line, it means something that has already happened and we haven't heard it yet. That's what Petipta says. What do you think about poly market, Petipta?
پولی مارکت خیلی بیشتر داره سوشال مدیا محور میشه. یعنی به عنوان مثال میان خبرسازی میکنن، مثلا با 30 میلیون شرط بستن روی پولی مارکت، میان یه خبری رو میسازن که حالا این ارزش این خبر شاید 50 میلیون باشه و اون در واقع شرط شکست بخوره. برای همین پیشنهادم به عنوان یه تحلیلگر اینه که خیلی بر اساس حجم شرط بندی ها مخصوصا روی پولی مارکت نتیجه گیری نکنید. قمار دیگه.
Yeah, so saying his poly market is don't use the volume on poly market to guess things because it's based on social media and they try to create the news by like I don't know how that works.
مارکت میکینگ و همون حالا خبرسازی هم درسته. ولی کانسپت همینه که آقا من میام مثلا یه ضرر 30 میلیون دلاری رو به جون میخرم ولی یه جای تاثیر مثلا 100 میلیون دلاری میذارم. با اینکه مثالش همون خبر حمله بود که آقا من شرط بسته بودم 29 هم حمله میشه و اون شرط عدد بزرگی هم بود، باخت، ولی تاثیر بزرگتری جای گذاشته که ما نمیدونیم. برای همین میشه گمبل.
like a hedge, like hedging. They use it as a hedge.
کردن هست یا اصلا تاثیرات سیاسی هست. ولی مسئله اینه که بر اساس خبرهایی که از پولی مارکت در میاد کسی تحلیل نباید بکنه. اینا در واقع خبرسازی شدن، مهندسی شدن.
Okay. So guys, the short answer is don't use poly market because some people probably use it as a hedge against something else. Or these are people. Anyways, just don't use it. He says don't use it. So okay. All right. Do you want to share?
در مورد کاندیوس پرسیدن دوستان. خب یه جواب چون چند تا پرسیدن، یه جواب بهشون بده که اگر شرطی دارن ادامه بدن چون هنوز مردم دارن ازش استفاده میکنن.
Oh, so Patipta is saying somebody in chat asked about conduit, and Patipta says like if you are able to, please continue using it because there are still people in Iran who are using it. So please continue. Okay. Oh, and this is your Telegram account, right? Right? Iran NDR.
بله درسته. من توی اون چیزم هم گذاشتم، ساب تایتل هم گذاشتم.
Yeah, okay. You can see it, guys, here. Like you can see Patipto Iran t.me/Iran NDR. So IRANNDR. That is the Telegram.
و کانال در حال حاضر فقط یه رأیگیری داره و یه بیانیه به زبان فارسی و انگلیسی که هم بیشتر آشنا بشن، هم اگر نظرشون رو تو اون رأیگیری بدن به شکل دموکراتی ما جلو میریم.
So guys, if you go to the Telegram account, there is an announcement there in English and in Persian, and also there's a vote that you could participate. There's a poll that you could participate in, and they're going to proceed based on how you answer the poll. Or the questionnaire. No, not the poll, questionnaire. Right? So people, so is it like your basically different people will go to different destinations based on how they answer? Is that what you mean?
نه این که شما میای اساسنامه رو میخونی، موافقت و مخالفت اعضا اونجا مشخص میشه. قدم اول دموکراتیک داریم جلو.
Oh, so even they have their declaration and you could vote whether you agree with it or not. You could vote, and because they're going to proceed based on whether or not people vote yes or no to the declaration. Is it for Iranians to answer or everyone?
نه همه. من الان یه پست جدیدم
Everyone.
میذارم که میتونن زیرش کامنت بذارن. اگر راه ارتباطی یا صحبتی دارن مستقیم میتونن کامنت بذارن.
And you guys, he's going to now put a new post in the Telegram group. If you want to communicate with them or if you want to contact them, you could mention that in the comments of that post, and Potipto will be in touch with you when you comment and say that you want to be in contact them.
Perfect timing, Goldie.
Yes. Always, as usual.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Armin, I know you have your group discussion in about 20 minutes.
Oh.
So why don't you go ahead with the videos and news and I think, you know, any analysis or anything you'd like to share. The next 20 minutes is yours. And then I'll go to some things after once you go to the group discussion.
Okay. My analysis might take half an hour, so I don't know if I could do that right now or 20 minutes. Okay, let me just use this as a way to warn people about a new campaign started by some anti-Pahlavi Iranians, which is called as Demokrasi Begu, which translates to talk about democracy. Okay, so guys, democracy right now by anti-Pahlavi Iranians is basically a code word against Pahlavi. So remember, this is actually very interesting because we already talked about this. I told you guys about democracy being a code word against Pahlavi right now when we were analyzing Masih Alinejad. And right after I told you that, this is why you guys come to Iran Revolution Live. Because right after I told you that, the anti-Pahlavi Iranians have a campaign saying, tell us about democracy, which is they're basically trying to mobilize all the leftists and the MEK and the reformers together with the idea that Pahlavi is not democratic. So Persian God, which is, I love this guy, he made a meme saying as Demokrasi Begu, and is basically showing that the Islamic Republic is behind this. But just to show you how obvious it is that this comes from the Islamic Republic. So for example, this woman who was one of the people who got 3,000 likes by using the hashtag talk about democracy. So she was saying, my fingers have been tired from liking all the hashtag tell us about democracy posts. Mashallah, there's so many good people on social media. And if you actually look at her account, you can see that in June 2025, she was positively responding to Khamenei's post when Khamenei said life will definitely become bitter for the Zionists. She responded by Khaybar Khaybar Ya Sahyun, which is basically an Islamic call for committing genocide on Jews, right? So remember this democracy, this talk about democracy, first of all, just also remember it doesn't make any sense because during a revolution, you're not looking for democracy, you're doing revolution to get to democracy, right? So for example, when the American Revolution was happening, they weren't talking about, oh, let's have a ballot box while we're doing a revolution. They were doing a revolution so that they could eventually bring the ballot box. So these people, when they are talking about democracy, is because they're saying, why is Prince Reza Pahlavi the leader? He's not being inclusive. We should, like other people, should all be leaders, right? That's not how revolution works. The revolution works when you have one clear leader where everybody is uniting under that name, and then we become inclusive after the revolution is over. Then we bring democracy, and then we will have the ballot box. That's how revolution works. But they're trying to use this as a way to unite. So just be careful. Just because you hear the word democracy, don't think like, oh, these people must be good. No. They're using it as an anti-Pahlavi thing. So I just wanted to warn
they're basically using the word democracy to try and take over the revolution by trying to force themselves in, because what they're trying to say is that, oh, democracy means accepting differing views, right? But no, democracy means the will of the people, and over 60, 70, 80% of people, Iranians, have been chanting King Reza Pahlavi. So democracy means listening to the will of the people, but what all of these like lefties and anti-Pahlavi people now, what they're scared of is they've realized that no one's buying their lies anymore. Everyone supports King Reza Pahlavi. So now they're trying to use the word democracy as a Trojan horse to force their perspective and their views into the revolution so that they can take over. So that's what they're doing right now with this. And Armin, based on this, actually, can I show this video really quick? So remember that interview of Masih Alinejad that you translated?
Yes.
You know, so this is like, I don't know if you've seen this, but so what Iranians did is they went through her garbage interview and they actually counted the number of times that she said me. Have you seen this video, Armin?
No, this is
okay.
great.
So I will share the video.
It's a great video.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. So the word man means me. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up here for you guys. Okay. So wait, not there we go. Where'd it go? Here we go. Okay, so guys, you know, Armin, like you've seen the interviews from, you know, myself and Armin, you know, we're all around, we're doing interviews internationally, but whenever we're doing our interviews, we never say like me, I, right? We're always speaking on behalf of the Iranian people. Because that's what we're here to do. We're here to amplify the voices of the Iranian people. This, you know, curly-haired demon woman snake in this interview with Iran International, the one that Armin translated for you a few days ago, all she does is she does me. And Iranians have now literally made a video. So the word man means me. Okay, so here you go, Armin. Wait, before we start, Armin, how many times do you think she said the word man? What's your prediction?
Maybe like 8 times.
8
or 9, 10.
Okay, sure. No. Okay, 10. All right. So guys,
can I have a number also?
Okay, Potipto, what's your guess? Wait, Potipto, but if you've seen the video, you can't guess.
Just a lucky guess. 56 times.
56. Okay, so Armin says 10. Wait. Armin says 10. Potipto says 56. Guys, give me your predictions in the chat. How many times do you think this crazy psycho woman says the word me and talks about herself in this interview? All right. Let's start.
Don't overguess so that you don't ruin it.
من واقعا هیچ امیدی من بر مصاحبه که الان من خواهش میکنم به نظر من چون من خودم ولی من هنوز من فکر کنم در این شرایط شخص خود من واقعا من سرم سود میکشه به نظر من مهمترین من این اپوزیسیون رو رهبری میکنم از خود من این رو دارم تکرار میکنم که من باور بکنید من در دیدارش با من الان واقعا من نماینده من هستم همه حرفم اینه چه من بارها دارم اینو تکرار میکنم وقتی من دارم من تو این میانه احساس خفگی دارم میکنم من بازجویی نکن من چیکار کنم الان من واقعا بیشتر از این دیگه توانش ندارم
من حال ادامه دادن ندارم صادقانه
شکی نداشتم که اون موقع موسوی رئیس جمهور میشه و من هم از ایران اومده بودم بیرون که برای روزنامه برنده انتخابات که روزنامه آقای کروبی باشه
حتی از عملکرد رهبر جمهوری اسلامی نیز تجلیل کرد.
باید با احتیاط بیشتری گروه‌های سیاسی دسته‌بندی‌هایی که کردن باید در واقع این جایگاه رهبری رو به نظرم اینطوری استنباط من اینه که باید باهاش مذاکره کرد نگه داشت و حتی از حمایتش در عرصه‌های مختلف بهره گرفت. من فکر
You want to translate these parts?
Let me send it to you. You can translate if you like.
Oh, I'm gonna.
You know what, Goldie? Armin, you know what? I think Masih Alinejad or Masum Qawmi Kola is a synonymous for self-center. I think
yes,
they are mirrored together.
So These I don't need to translate it. I could just simply say these are two older videos of her supporting Mir Hossein Mousavi, which is a reformer, and this video is her supporting Khamenei, Supreme Leader Khamenei. So that's
so here she's supporting Khamenei, and she's encouraging people to negotiate with the regime instead of overthrow them. So wait, what was the number again? I was looking at something else. But,
40.
Wait, let's see.
Yeah,
41. 41. There you go.
41 تا اینجا ادامه هم داره.
41 in 50 seconds. In 50, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was it 47? Okay, sorry.
47.
من حال ادامه دادن ندارم. صادقانه.
شکی نداشتم که اون موقع موسوی رئیس جمهور میشه و من هم
too sad. Anyway, so there you go. So there's this woman, this evil demonic woman, this snake, and all she does is she's just like me, right? So Iranians made a video about her. Like, guys, do you understand how embarrassing this is? Like you need to understand something. So for all the non-Iranians, like, please understand this. Iranian people have no chill. So if someone goes out and says something inappropriate or does something inappropriate or says something in an interview, whether it's in Persian or English, right? If it's inappropriate or if it's not in line with the will of the Iranian people, Iranians will call people out, okay? So keep that in mind. The reason that, Armin and I, we've been doing Iran Revolution Live. Now it's day 38. And we have nothing but support from the Iranian people, right? We've been here. We've been doing this for hours on end every day, okay? And there's not a single video out there, like this one, right? There's not a single video like this that's calling us out or accusing us or anything, right? Because Iranians know that we are amplifying their voice and we are sharing their perspective and their views with you, right? Because I guarantee you, if I was going to say something inappropriate or wrong, or if Armin was going to say something inappropriate or wrong, they would come after us. So keep that in mind. This evil demonic snake woman, right? Iranians right away made a video about her, mocking her and saying how many times, right? She's saying the word me. Okay. So guys, keep that in mind. So when Armin and I tell you that we're here sharing the real perspective of Iranian people, that's because we're trying our best to be the voice of the Iranian people. So, it's not just my personal opinion or Armin's personal opinion. We're here amplifying the voices of Iranian people, because I guarantee you, if we said something that was false or a lie, guys, the Iranians themselves would be on our cases. So I just wanted to point that out. So and I just want to give a shout out to all the Iranians as well. You guys are doing fantastic. We love you. We love your support. And, I see all your messages of support in the chat, and we love you.
So two things. First of all, somebody in the chat saying, why is she a snake? Wasn't she at the UN? She at the UN, she declared that she went there as if she was the voice of the Iranian people. And then the Iranian people, the main thing that they were dying for in the streets of Iran was to call for the return of Pahlavi. And as the voice of the Iranian people, because she's against Pahlavi, she didn't mention that a single time in the United Nations Security Council, a single time. And also she was censoring when she was posting about the revolution in Iran, when Iranian people were in the streets, giving up their lives to shout the name Pahlavi in the streets of Iran. She was cherry picking the videos that did not mention Pahlavi. She would only post videos of death to the dictator, death to Khamenei, death to the Islamic Republic, but she on purpose would not post videos when people were saying Javid Shah or this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. She on purpose was screening those out and not posting them because she's anti-Pahlavi, even though Iranian people were dying for the sake of being able to shout the name Pahlavi in the streets of Iran. And she basically censored Iranian people when she was doing that.
And the reason she was doing that, Armin, is because so here's the thing. So I know you have to go for the group discussion, so I'm going to say this really quickly and put the links to the group discussion in the chat. So Armin, I was actually thinking about this Demon Woman's interview this morning while I was like running some errands, and I was like, okay, why is she saying what she's saying? And then it clicked. I'm going to make a post about this, both in English and in Persian. So do you remember during the interview how she purposely did not say that King Reza Pahlavi has come forward at the call of the Iranian people? Do you remember how she said, oh, آقای پهلوی خودش اومده جلو, right? Instead of the truth, which is that no, came forward at the
self-declared leader. No, she basically called him the self-declared leader of the transition period. That's what she said.
Yes,
which is such BS.
But okay, no, but wait, sorry, let me just finish. So okay, yes, but I want to explain to you why she said that. So the reason that she is erasing the voices of Iranian people by claiming that he is a self-declared leader is because in the same interview, she was trying to promote herself as a self-declared leader. She was trying to promote Ismailiyun as a self-declared leader. She was trying to promote Nargis Mohammadi as a self-declared leader. So guys, there is a very, very important and very sinister reason for why she is drowning out the Iranian people's voices, because she wants to say that as a self-declared leader, everyone else can be a self-declared leader. خب مسی علی نژاد خاک تو سرت منم میتونم بیام بگم I'm a self-declared leader. منم نمیتونم بگم. I guarantee you مسی خاک تو سرت اگه من بیام بگم I'm a self-declared leader, I would have more support than you. مو فرفری بیشرف خاک تو سرت. I just want to say that as a former politician, shame on anyone who wants to drown out and silence the voices of the Iranian people. I would never in a million years come forward and say, oh, I deserve to be a leader. Like, absolutely not, right? When you're in a democracy, when you're in a revolution, you listen to the voices of the Iranian people. And so she's literally trying to drown out the voices of Iranian people and delegitimize. Like, she's basically trying to lower the legitimacy of King Reza Pahlavi so that she can raise herself and her garbage associates to his level. So that's the reason why she's drowning out the voices of the Iranian people, because she wants to pretend like she has the same legitimacy as King Reza Pahlavi to declare herself, a leader. Sorry, I'm leaving it.
So just let me quickly explain, guys. I'm going to go now. I'm going to go to our discussion group. I'll post the link in the chat. I also pinned it at the chat of the Atheist Republic channel. So in case people want to come to the discussion. So I'm going to go for just 2 hours and then I'll be back. So goodbye for now. If you wanted to come talk to me, the link in the discussion group is in the chat. If you want to ask questions or give your opinions, me and a whole bunch of other people are going to be there. And I'll see you guys soon. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys soon. Mwah.
All right, Armin. See you later.
See you.
منم یه چیزی بگم.
بله ببخشید یه لحظه بذار من فقط چت جی پی مو بیارم که بتونم ترجمه بکنم.
من به ترجمه نیاز دارم. این آیم اسرائیلی خایو هم خیلی جا شنیدم هم خیلی جا بهم گفتن. چی میشه؟ آرمینم گفت دیگه و یادم اومد بپرسم منظورش چیه؟
اسرائیل خای یعنی مثل پاینده ایران ولی برای اسرائیلیا. یعنی میشه همون مثلا اسرائیل زنده هست. آره یه چیزیه که مثلا ما هم میگیم که مثلا از اسرائیلیا حمایت میکنیم. Guys, Potipto just asked what does Yisrael Chai mean? And I explained to him it's the equivalent of Payande Iran. So like long live Israel, long live Iran.
Israeli Chai too.
Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you, Potipto. It's Hebrew. Zabuna Hebrew. So But yeah, so Petito, do you agree with my analysis that like Masih Alinejad, like she's trying to erase the voices of Iranian people, because in this garbage interview she mentions herself and Hamid Ismailion and like Nargis Mohammadi and all these other people, right? She's trying to make it seem as if she is equal to King Reza Pahlavi, right? What are your thoughts on that?
ببین اول میخوام بهت بگم که همین قدری که اینا از ایران دورن، واقعا هم ایرانی ها از اینا دورن. یعنی من آدم های رندوم خیلی زیادی رو دیدم که مثلا اینجوری بودن که این لعنتی چیه، این چرا داره خودشو به ما وصل، همون چیزی که در مورد امیکا میگن در مورد اینم. یعنی واقعا تو ایران اصلا بحثی نیست که آقا اصلا کسی در موردش صحبت بکنه. ولی به صورت کلی اون چیزی که من در مورد این آدم دیدم، بهترین اسمی که بهش دادن این بود که بهش گفتن خمینی زنانه. البته همونجا توی کامنت هم یکی از دوستان گفت خیلی شبیه مدوساست. واقعا خیلی شخصیتش با مدوسا ارتباط داره، چون اصلا بری ریشه‌شو نگاه بکنی از همون اول هم با نفوذ کردن توی بدنه جمهوری اسلامی همون کارهای مدوسا طور رسیده به اینجا. این دوتا خیلی براش جالبه، هم مدوسا هم خمینی زنانه. حالا بعد بر اساس خمینی زنانه میگم چی تو ذهنم.
Yeah, okay, so guys, when I tell you that Iranians have no chill, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. So again, guys, I just want to say there's a reason that Iran Revolution Live is on day 38 with literally no issues, no drama, no nothing, even though we're streaming for hours and hours a day. And the reason is because Armin and I, we make a point of being the voice of the Iranian people, right? And unfortunately, there are a lot of snakes out there who don't do that. And this woman is one of them. And wow, let me translate what Potipto just said. Okay. So Potipto says, look, what I'm trying to say is that just as they are distant from Iran, Iranians are truly distant from them. And he's referring to like this, snake woman and others. And he says, I've seen many random people react by saying, what is this? Why is this person trying to attach themselves to us? They say similar things about, this is wrong. It's not the US. Ye ismi gofti. Che ismi gofti?
در مورد تمام افرادی که حالا هستن دیگه.
Okay, so ChatGPT didn't catch this. So what he's saying here is they say similar things about other people in the United States as well. So it's not the US. That's like a translation mishap there from GPT. And then he says, in reality, inside Iran, this isn't even a serious topic of discussion. People aren't really focused on it. But generally speaking, the nickname I've heard people use for this person is the female Khomeini. As someone mentioned in the comments, another comparison people make is to Medusa. Some even say there's a resemblance to Medusa. That combination, female Khomeini and Medusa, is what people find interesting as a symbolic way of describing her influence and the way she embedded herself into the system of the Islamic Republic. So when people use terms like female Khomeini, that's the image they have in mind. Guys, can I just tell you, like, if anyone ever, like, compared me to Khomeini, I would just, like, bury my head in the sand and just die of shame, right? Die of shame. So there you go. All right. Potipto بفرمایید.
حالا این آخر درست ترجمه نکرد ولی مفهوم همین بود. به صورت کلی ایشون خمینی زنان است. حالا در ادامه مسئله اینه که چرا خمینی زنانه؟ مسئله اینه که جمهوری اسلامی در واقع ایدئولوژی پشت جمهوری اسلامی هدفش همینه که آقا با یک فیلتر گذاشتن روی واقعیت، با یه ماسک گذاشتن روی واقعیت شما رو همیشه گمراه بکنه. یعنی بقای جمهوری اسلامی با گمراهی مردمه، با میس اینفورمیشنه، با پروپاگاندا. و چه چیزی بهتر از این که جمهوری اسلامی رو شما با عنوان یک نظام مرد سالار نشون بدی و بیای در مقابلش یک زن رو علم کنی بگی حالا این مبارزه، هزاران زن اینطوری هم بودن، حالا مثلا از نرگس محمدی گرفت حالا سردسته همشون میشه اینو فائز رفسنجانی. نکته اصلی هم همینه که اگه ما یه خمینی آوردیم و انقلاب کرد و در واقع محمد رضا شاهنشاه آریامهر رو شکست داد، کشور ازش در واقع گرفت، پس الان هم میتونیم شاهزاده رو با طرف مقابلش با خمینی زنانه بیایم از میدان بدر کنیم که خب این یک توهمی بود به خاطر اینکه نتیجهش ما همین امروز داریم میبینیم و توی ایران واقعا هیچ پایگاهی بین اینا وجود نداره. تنها چیزی که براشون مونده همین پلتفرم‌های بین‌المللی و لابی‌های بین‌المللی و اینجور چیزاست که باید براش میلیون‌ها دلار پول مردم ایران رو خرج کنن که به زودی بابت همشون هم توی دادگاه باید پاسخگو باشن.
مخصوصا مسیح علی نژاد. اتفاقا چند شب پیش یه پست گذاشتم گفتم خودم موی فرفری کثیفشو میکشم میبرمش دادگاه.
ببین هیچ جایی ندارن برن، یعنی واقعا تو فضا هم نمیتونن باشن چون هیچ اثری رو دیگه نمیتونن پاک بکنن، مخصوصا اینایی که توی رده اول پروپاگاندا بودن.
ببین اصلا میدونی اینا فکر نکنم بتونن وقتی ایران آزاد شد نمیتونن برگردن ایران. مردم عادی اینا رو تیکه پاره میکنه.
ببین این یه بحثه.
I don't condone violence ولی اینا ببین اینا اصلا تو ایران آینده‌ای ندارن. پوتیپتو مثلا مسیح علی نژاد بخواد بیاد ایران چی بگه؟ جواب مردم ایران رو میخواد، یعنی چه جوابی میخواد بهشون بده؟ واقعا خجالت بکشه.
میدونی من اصلا امروز با یکی دیگه از دوستان داشتم صحبت میکردم، میگفتم ما داریم انقلاب میکنیم برای شایسته سالاری، برای جایگزینی هر فردی در جایگاه خودش و این شایسته سالاری باعث میشه خیلی ها بیکار و بی همه چیز بشن دیگه، از مزدورا گرفته تا همینایی که نون تو خون مردم دارن میزنن. در واقع پس اصلا نباید به این فکر بکنید که اینا در ایران آینده‌ای در ایران دارن و در کنارش هم هیچ آینده‌ای در هیچ جای دنیا، چون تو هیچ مارکتی راشون نمیدن به خاطر هیستوری که دارن و تاریخ. حتی اگه یه پولی هم براشون بمونه مجبورن برن یه گوشه به کنج عزلت بمیرن در واقع.
Okay, so before I go to Potipto's translation for the main thing, we had a very brief conversation in Persian, so I'm just going to translate that for you. So basically, after like what Potipto said here, I was like, Potipto, like I don't even understand what these people are doing because these people have no future in Iran. Because like if these people step foot in Iran, Iranian people are going to have their way with them, and I don't condone violence, but given everything they've been doing, right, like the backstabbing, they have no future. They have no future in a free Iran because these people are literally traitors. And then Potipto agreed, and Potipto's like, all these people can do is just take their money and like go to some random country and basically like live out their lives and die, because these are like the traitors of the Iranian people, and they're going to go down in history as the traitors who were fighting against the against the Iranian Revolution in favor of, you know, the Islamic regime. So that was like just the brief conversation we had. But let me just go to the main point of what he was saying. So Potipto said, broadly speaking, people describe her, that's like the evil snake woman, as a female Khomeini. Khomeini, of course, is the founder of the Islamic regime. The reason for that comparison is this: the ideology behind the Islamic Republic is built on putting a filter over reality, placing a mask over reality so that people are constantly misled. The foundation of the regime is deception, misinformation, and propaganda. What better tactic than to portray the Islamic Republic as a purely patriarchal system and then elevate a woman as its symbolic opponent, presenting her as the alternative. Guys, remember when, I think it was like last week, Armin and I were speaking to you about why Iranians, we don't chant woman life freedom anymore. Remember the whole Zan Zindagi Azadi woman life freedom? The reason we don't use that chant anymore is because during the woman life freedom uprisings, the Islamic regime used the woman life freedom movement to elevate their fake controlled opposition. Why? Because they were hoping that the woman life freedom movement would be a way to delegitimize King Reza Pahlavi and make it seem as if like people want like a woman, right? 100%. You know what? David said it best, 100%. Identity politics. So the Islamic regime was trying to use and is still trying to use identity politics to control the narrative. And this is why this time around, during the entire revolution, you've never seen any person in Iran say Zan Zindagi Azadi or woman life freedom, because the Islamic regime has even used that identity politics against us. And, you know, this evil demonic snake woman is still using like DEI identity politics to try and divide the movement, right? So that's why we don't say woman life freedom anymore. And, you know, I know many of you are huge supporters, and, you know, sometimes you'll write woman life freedom or, you know, whatever in the comments. We don't criticize, but I'm telling you, we Iranians, we've moved past the identity politics. The only chant that matters to us is Javid Shah, which means long live the king, and in akharin nabarde Pahlavi barmigarde, because the lefties and the Islamists are using identity politics to try and divide us, right? But anyway, so let's continue. So what better tactic then to portray the Islamic Republic as purely patriarchal system and then elevate a woman as its symbolic opponent, presenting her as the alternative. There have been many women used in this narrative, figures like Nargis Mohammadi, for example. But in this framing, this individual, Masih Alinejad, you know, evil curly-haired woman, is seen as a central figure. The core idea behind calling her a female Khomeini is this. Just as Khomeini once returned, led a revolution and overthrew Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, some are trying to create the illusion that another revolutionary figure, this time a woman, could be positioned to defeat the prince in the same way. But that, in the speaker's view, is an illusion. The results are visible today. Inside Iran, there is no meaningful grassroots base of support for such figures. Again, like the, you know, Iranian Medusa, no one supports her, no one likes her, no one calls her name, right? What remains for them, according to this perspective, are international platforms and lobbying networks, right? So you guys are asking, well, why did she go to the UN? Gee, because, you know, she presents herself as like the, you know, woman alternative. Yes, she's an IRGC puppet. She's 100% an IRGC puppet. She is controlled opposition. Everyone knows this. And so if you're wondering why she went to the UN as the spokesperson for the Iranian people, I don't know, ask the UN administration, you know, ask your US officials. Americans, please ask your, you know, American administration why they are platforming the Iranian Medusa, right? She's a globalist, deep state, WEF, 100%. And then, but here's the thing. These efforts are funded with large sums of money, and the belief expressed here is that eventually there should be accountability for that. And then that's when Potipto and I had a very brief conversation about how these people have no future in Iran, because if they come to Iran, we're going to drag them to court. And they're probably just going to have to live out the rest of their shameful lives in, you know, like some country in exile, because these people are considered traitors to Iran. So, all right, Potipto, بفرمایین if you have anything else you'd like to add.
میخواستم بگم که در آخرم ما اینجاییم که رد تمام این پولا رو بگیریم دیگه. قرار نیستش که تمام کسایی که خوردن و دزدیدن و بردن با یه مثلا معذرت میخوام یا هر چیزی اثرشون رو پاک بکنن. به قول خودمون سراغ تک تکشون میریم. یکی از دلایلی که الان هم خیلی اینجوری دارن مثلا رفتارهای غیر قابل کنترل میکنن اینه که پایان رو نزدیک خودشون دیدن، همونجوری که خامنه ای هم دیده.
Okay, so I'm going to translate what Potipto said here. And then we're going to take a quick break and we're going to go to what President Trump posted on his Truth Social about Iran. So.
یه چیزی هم اضافه بکنیم حالا خیلی کوتاه در مورد همین مسئله UN هم خب در واقع پروپاگاندای گلوبالیستاست. ما اصلا از UN انتظاری نداریم که تا حالا که کاری کرده که دفعه دومش باشه. طبیعتا اگه کسی بخواد بره اونجا تریبون رو میدن به مسیح علی نژاد.
دقیقاً نه اصلا من خودم شخصا به عنوان نماینده مجلس هیچ اطمینانی به سازمان بین الملل ندارم. همش like it's garbage. It should be defunded. Okay. So let me just translate this as well. Okay, so Potipto says it first. So he says, in the end, we can trace all this money. So all the money that's being gone to fund all these like fake controlled opposition. It's not as if everyone who stole, embezzled, or took assets can simply erase what they've done with an apology or by pretending nothing happened. Accountability means going after each case one by one through legal and financial channels. The reason some of them are behaving in such uncontrolled or erratic ways right now is because they sense the end approaching, just like Khamenei himself likely does. Okay? That's why like that was like that really weird, erratic interview by her, right? And then he says, this is also part of global propaganda. We really don't expect anything meaningful from the UN since it hasn't taken effective action before. Naturally, if someone goes there, they'll give the platform to figures like Masih Alinejad. And then I said, personally speaking, as a member of, former member of parliament, I have no trust in international organizations like the UN. In my view, they've been ineffective and have failed to deliver meaningful results. So this is my my commentary on what Potipto was saying there, because like we Iranians, we don't trust the UN. The UN is it's pure garbage. UN is garbage. UN has been on the side of the Islamists and the jihadis and the communists for a very, very long time. Masih Alinejad can move to Albania. I'm sure the MEK will have like a spare room for her in Camp Ashraf or something. But guys, part of the reason that these people are panicking as well is that once the Islamic regime is overthrown and we get access to all of their documents and data, every single person who has been paid by the Islamic regime will also be exposed, right? So that's why a lot of these people are panicking, because they know that when Iran is free, they will be exposed as well. So there you go. That's why they're panicking. All right. Potipto, how much more time do we have with you, by the way?
I'm okay. I'm by your side. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so you're just going to chill with us for a little bit, because I do want to get to some other news as well. President Trump posted something, and then there's some other videos that I want to share with the viewers. And of course, you're more than welcome to jump in whenever to say anything or comment. We know that, I know that everyone really appreciates you being here. So thank you so much for that. But guys, I want to go to this post by President Trump. He posted this on his Truth Social at 10 a.m. Eastern this morning. And like I've explained to you guys, President Trump doesn't just post random videos on his Truth Social, right? Like he posts things for a reason. So I haven't seen this one, but let's go and check it out. And see what this particular video is all about. Okay. Of course, with the advertisements.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. Something like that? Is that cool?
Is this a minute-long ad? Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm gonna add Persian music. Here you go. This makes it cooler, doesn't it? There you go. I can't skip. I click on it. It doesn't work, guys. I tried. Believe me. If I could skip, I would. Okay, it's coming. Wait, let me go back.
Union ambassadors in the country. Iran says it has summoned all of the European Union ambassadors in the country to protest the bloc's listing of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as a terror group. President Trump says Iran is now seriously talking with the United States, even as he highlights the presence of powerful American naval forces in the region. Our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, has details tonight.
After a warning from CENTCOM, Iran now says it has no plans to carry out live-fire exercises in the Strait of Hormuz, despite announcing last week the IRGC Navy would be holding drills in the narrow strait. In the Red Sea, the guide...
Wait, can we just pause for a moment? So this news article came out earlier, like hours ago. Okay, guys, but this is a very good example to show you how the Muslim Nazis lie. Okay, so this Fox News article is saying, you know, Iran has no plans on conducting any drills, right? They have no plans on conducting any drills, but instead they send 3 drones. Right now we've heard like the third Islamic regime drone has now been sent towards the Abraham Lincoln, right? So do you see how they lie? So they're like, oh, no, we're not going to do any drills, but instead they send drones. See? You guys have to be very, very careful about the wording of the Islamic regime officials and what they say, right? Let's go back. Listen to this.
Missile destroyer
in the region. Our chief national security corps as a terror, the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as a terror group. President Trump says Iran is now seriously talking with the United States, even as he highlights the presence of powerful American naval forces in the region. Our chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, has details tonight.
After a warning from CENTCOM, Iran now says it has no plans to carry out live-fire exercises in the Strait of Hormuz.
They're just going to send drones
last week, the IRGC Navy would be holding drills in the narrow strait. In the Red Sea, the guided missile destroyer USS Delbert D. Black conducted a joint military exercise with Israel Sunday.
Americans should know that if they start a war, this time it will be a regional war.
President Trump said he plans to give negotiations a chance.
Right now, we're talking to them. We're talking to Iran. And if we could work something out, that'd be great. And if we can't, probably bad things would happen.
Talks are slated for Friday in Istanbul. They will be led by U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, who is en route to Israel to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The UN nuclear watchdog says Iran still has 972 pounds of highly enriched uranium, enough for 10 bombs. The head of Iran's Supreme National Security Council says Iran will not transfer its highly enriched uranium outside of the country and won't agree to limit the range of its missiles. Trump allies and Iran hawks are putting pressure on the White House in the wake of the Iranian regime's deadly protest crackdown.
President Trump, you said help is on the way. That has to be real. It has to be real soon. You're Reagan plus. This is the defining moment in your presidency. Stand by the people. The Ayatollah falls. The region changes, bigger than the fall of the Berlin Wall.
The Trump administration has long criticized the Obama administration for negotiating a nuclear deal that ignored Iran's ballistic missile stockpile. Israel has also urged the U.S. to focus on Iran's ballistic missiles, John.
Well, we'll see.
So there's that. So for all the people who are telling me in the comments that there's a skip ad button, thank you so much. I've only been doing Iran Revolution live for the last, 38 days. I've only been playing Fox News videos for the last 38 days, several times a day. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about the skip ad button. Like I say, when I click on the skip ad button, it does not work. It does not allow me to skip it. So thank you, geniuses, for pointing out that there's a skip ad button. I click it constantly and it doesn't work. So why don't you guys pull up the website and you try to skip ad and let me know if it works or not. Let me know if it works or not. I'm using Google Chrome. So there you go. But thank you for telling me about the skip ad button. I appreciate your professional input and expertise. So thank you. Thank you for showing me where the skip ad button is, as if like I've never done this before. So yeah, I don't use ad blocks. I don't use ad blocks when I'm live streaming. So there you go. Guys, I don't use ad blocks when I'm live streaming. Let's leave it at that. Because as we know, ad blockers are illegal, so I don't use it when I'm live streaming. All right. Potito, what are your thoughts on that article that you saw? And then I have a few other things I want to share as well. If you have any thoughts, and if you don't, that's fine as well.
به نظرم میتونی ادامه بدیم.
Okay. Okay.
من دارم سعی میکنم کامنت های دوستان توی این گروهی که شیر کردیم رو جواب بدم. استقبالشون خیلی خوب بود توی تلگرام.
اوکی. به همه درود منو بفرستون لطفاً.
حتما.
Oh no, Petito's like, yeah. No. Petito's busy. Okay, so yeah, here's the third drone. So Iran has reportedly launched another drone to monitor USS Abraham Lincoln. New drone is flying near the Strait of Hormuz, same area where the previous one was intercepted. Now Fox News is now confirmed. So I hate to say Iranian, anyways, 2 Iranian gunboats menace US-flagged oil tanker in Strait of Hormuz, which was escorted to safety by US-guided missile destroyer, USS McFall. US Central Command says, guys, things are escalating. This is very, very strange. Wall Street Journal opinion writes, Iran's regime and its proxies are at their weakest, and its people are waiting. Trump has forged his opportunity. This is his moment to seize it. Okay, Austria. Oh, here's like a photoshopped image. Let's see what this says. Or maybe it's not. Oh my gosh. Guys, this goes to the drone video that I shared with you guys. Imagine a Shahid drone with that constant fart-like hum, like it's Mahdi Golru, who's chowed down on falafel with soggy chickpeas, trying to stealthily monitor an American warship and expecting the ship not to go pop goes the weasel. I'm telling you, like even Iranians, right? Like this is the original, right? This is the original. So like even Iranians are making fun of the lawnmower drones. Even Iranians are making fun of the lawnmower drones. Yeah. I'm telling you, like these drones are ridiculous, right? And then remember, Armin and I were telling you, we were like, why are they bragging about this? Why are they bragging about the fact that these drones are making loud noises? Isn't that like against the whole purpose of having drones, right? Loud noises. Potipto, have you seen the video of the drones? که مرد بسیجی میاد میگه نگران نباشید صداش بلنده بهت استرس داد ما
آره اون گوف بگ در واقع 4 تا گوف بگ بودن اونجا داشتن دل خودشون خوش میکردن به 4 تا مثلا اسباب بازی ولی خب جالبیش همینه که خودشون دارن یه دروغی میگن که مجبورن که باورش بکنن، چون اگه باورش نکنن احتمالاً کشته میشن. یعنی از هر دو طرف اینا کشته میشن. اگه دروغو نتونن بگن خب از این ور سید علی میکشتشون، اگرم دروغو بگن باز آمریکا میکشتشون. یعنی میزربل بودنشون، نگاه کردنشون از هم لذت بخش.
Wow. Okay, that was a savage comment by Potipto. Oh my gosh. Okay, someone's commenting on this meme. Okay, yeah, I'm going through my guys. This is my For You page. Okay, I'll get to the meme. So, guys, what Potipto said is, yes, he's seen the drone video, and it's he you know himself and a lot of other Iranians, the vast majority of Iranians, took a lot of pleasure in that meme. Because in that video, because you know, like the guys who are promoting the drones, they're screwed, because on one hand, if they don't promote the drones properly and make it seem like these drones are amazing, the Islamic regime is going to murder them. But then on the other hand, right, like America's going to murder them anyway, so, or like exterminate them. So these people are basically like, you know, these terrorists are caught between a rock and a hard place. And Iranians really enjoyed that video. So, oh yeah, guys, okay. See, this is why I shouldn't show you guys my For You page, because my For You page has Iranian memes that I don't think you guys are ready for. Like, I don't know if you guys are ready for Iranian humor. Right? So like this one, the translation says, "This was so good, it's gone viral among American users." So this is the meme. Islam is like walking by, it's like a hot chick, and Westerners are like, "Woo, Islam, Sharia law." And then Iranians are like, "Nope, nope." There you go. Potipto, do you agree with this meme?
ببین اگه واقعا به حرف ایرانیا گوش بدن، بله.
There you go.
یعنی واقعا باید به نظرم این تجربه‌ای که ایرانی‌ها مثلا با جون و دل خریدن و خیلی جدی بگیرن و این احتمالاً تاثیر میذاره واقعا. اتفاقی که پشتبندش تو اروپا هم داره میفته، یعنی در واقع داره زنجیره رو کامل میکنه.
Bad idea, of course. All right, let me just post this on my own. Jeez. Yeah, guys. Listen, I try to be very PG-13 about these things, but like, you know, this what comes up. This is what comes up on there you go. There you go. So I posted that. All right. Potipto, if you don't mind, I need to take about a 15-minute break, and people are asking me to play the Islamic Jihadi Pilates video. Oh wait, Whiskey Tango, what interview is that? Okay, let me pull it up, Whiskey Tango. Let me check. I'm pulling it up right now. Why my chat has to catch up. Okay. Sorry, Whiskey Tango, I'm waiting for the chat to catch up with you. Okay, let's see. Did I see this interview? Okay, wait. Yes, I did watch this interview early today, Whiskey Tango. Thank you. It was on my to play list. So why don't I actually play this one, and then I'll go to, because you guys really want the Jihadi Pilates video. So, oh wait, you want the weed whacker? I haven't downloaded the weed whacker video with Armin explaining it. Can you guys let me know, for those of you who've been following us, can you let me know which Iran Revolution live, which day, and if it was part 1 or I think it was part 2, but let me know when Armin did the translation for the weed whacker video. I will download that and I will add that to our clips because Armin does a really good translation. No, Whiskey Tango, don't apologize. I'm glad that you shared that, because I do want to share that for sure. But I don't have Yeah, or let me know about the Vaz video, guys. Let me know when Armin did the translation for the Vaz video and when he did the translation for the Jihadi Weed Whacker video, so I can download those and share them with you guys. So, because I know his translation is okay. You want Weed Whacker? Sorry, you want Jihadi Pilates right now? Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I will do the Jihadi Pilates video. So Potipto, before I go on a quick commercial break, I just want to let you know. So اون ویدیو هست که اون پیرمرد میاد و چی میدونم ورزش میکنه و میگه یا حسین یا علی نمیدونم چی.
آره
So
دیدم.
I know. So people wanted me to translate, or they wanted Armin to translate that video. Armin, like he was, he's ex-Muslim, so he knows all the like Muslim Shia stuff. Man, like I was never Muslim. Man, like I don't know these things. So I had to end up translating Jihadi Pilates, and now apparently people like that video. Okay, we'll do Hey Dad as well. Because we've been doing this live stream for a while, and I do need to take a quick break and check my emails and do some other things. So, okay, guys, here is. Oh my gosh, let me bring it up. So here is here is Jihadi Pilates. And then we'll go to Hey Dad after. Okay, guys? Just for you. Wait, here you go. And then Potipto, we're just going to take like a 20-minute break, okay? And I'll be back and we'll continue with the news. Here is Jihadi Master Splinter and the Jihadi Ninja Turtles.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
So this is where Armin would be like, because he knows all like the Shia stuff, right? So they're basically saying like, Ya Ali. Ali was one of the imams. I don't know which Imam Ali was. Armin knows the numbers. I don't know. Let's say Imam Ali is Imam number, 47. And then they say Imam Hussein, or like they say Ya Hussein. I don't know. Ya Hussein is like Imam number, 100. Oh, Ali's the first one? Okay, there you go. Whatever. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay.
Before you continue, can I ask a question from the chat?
I'm terrible at translating or explaining this stuff, right? I don't know. Okay, so Ali's the first one. I don't know. Ali, Hussein, Hassan, Muhammad. Like, I don't even know what the difference is. ببخشید پوتیتو می‌خواستی چیزی بگی. This is a replay, so that's why.
آره میدونم. دوستایی که تو چت هستن میخوام ازشون در مورد مستر اسپلینتر کسی میدونه بگه. ایشون شباهت بسیار عجیبی به مستر اسپلینتر هم داره.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. So Potipto just wanted to let you guys know that this guy has a very uncanny resemblance to Master Splinter. Potipto, اتفاقاً we speak about Master Splinter and the Ninja Turtles moving on in this video. So yeah. All right. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Sorry, this is just a replay. All right, here is Jihadi Master Splinter and the Jihadi Ninja Turtles.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
So this is where Armin would be like, because he knows all like the Shia stuff, right? So they're basically saying like, Ya Ali. Ali was one of the imams. I don't know which Imam Ali was. Armin knows the numbers. I don't know. Let's say Imam Ali is Imam number, 47. And then they say Imam Hussein, or like they say Ya Hussein. I don't know. Ya Hussein is like Imam number, 100. Oh, Ali's the first one? Okay, there you go. Whatever. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay. See, this is where we need Armin, because I'm terrible at translating or explaining this stuff, right? I don't know. Okay, so Ali's the first one. I don't know. Ali, Hossein, Hassan, Muhammad. Like, I don't even know what the difference is between them all. There's 12 of them. Geez, seems like there's more, honestly. Because there's the 12. Oh, you like your burgundy Miga hat. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. All right. I don't know. There's 12 of them. Whatever. Okay, Hossein is 3. Which one's Hassan? Is there an Imam Hassan? And then there's what, like an Imam like Oli? Is there like a Hassan Kachal? Is there like a, I don't know. Oh, there is a Hassan. Oh my gosh. Hassan Hossein. Okay. I honestly, I just like randomly put a name out there. Hassan. Okay, so Hassan is there. All right. What about okay, let me see if I can guess the other names. No, don't tell me the names. I want to guess their names. So okay, so there's Ali, there's Hassan, there's Hossein. Do we have like an Imam Abul Fazl? Is there like an Abul Fazl? Or what about like an Abdul? Is there like an Abdul? Imam Abdul, do we have that? Or like an Abul Fazl? Do we have like an Imam, like, I don't know, Ainullah? I don't know, man. Maybe they're all just named Hassan and Hussein and Ali. I don't know. Anyways, okay. So, all right, let's go back. So you guys told me, okay, so Imam, so they say Ya Ali. Ali is the first Imam, apparently. And then they say Ya Hussein. That's the third one.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza.
Oh, there's a Riza. There's a Riza. Apparently there's like an Imam Riza. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Imam Riza. Yeah, there's a Riza. Okay, but guys, so this here, what you're watching, this is the original version of like that clip that Armin shared. So this is not satire. This is a real exercise video that's shown on Islamic regime state TV. Yeah. So, you know how like you wake up in the morning and like you turn on the TV and there's like, exercise programs on certain TV channels. Yeah, this is the Jihadi exercise program.
Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra. Inshallah که دنیا و آخرت از خط بلادونه صلوات فرستیم.
I don't know what that was. Inshallah, something about the world. So like Allah willing, something about the world. I don't know. Durka, Islamic something. I don't know, man.
No.
And then they're also talking about Zahra, but Zahra isn't one of the imams because I know she's a woman. So I don't know. Zahra is either like the wife or the concubine or like the bastard daughter of like one of the imams. I don't know which one, but Zahra is one of them. Oh, I know what that is. That's a salavat. So he's sending like a salavat, which is like some sort of prayer to like Muhammad. So now they're like during the exercise routine, they're praying to Muhammad. Sorry guys, I'm not as good as translating jihadi. I'm not as good as translating jihad to English because this is like literally not my thing. Like I don't care about this, but yeah. So they're like sending some sort of like salavat is like, I don't know, a prayer or something. So they're like praying to Muhammad for something, praying to Muhammad during the exercise.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. بسم الله.
And then say Bismillah, right? Bismillah, in the name of God. So then they say Bismillah. It's like that verse in Queen, right? Bismillah. We will not let you go. Anyway, so he says Bismillah, I guess in the name of Allah. And then they're like, then they start their like
جيل فرج بسم الله
Oh my God, what is this?
Oh. Oh.
That so this is an exercise show. Armin showed like the he showed like an edited version which had like, I guess, the Hokey Pokey song on it. You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out. So I was looking for the original. This is the original. Yes, this is definitely like, this is like Jihadi Master Splinter and like the terrorist Ninja Turtles. So this is like the Hokey Pokey, yeah. So but Armin had the Hokey Pokey song, and then I went and I found the original and I wanted to play it, but then Armin had to leave, so now I'm playing it for you guys. What's wrong with these people? I don't know. They're Muslim. I don't know what's wrong with them. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'm sorry. I cannot. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with them. But now you see the nonsense that we've been dealing with for the last 47 years, right? So, yes, this is Haydar. This is Haydar Pilates, 100%. This is Haydar Pilates. So, but yeah, they like, guys, this is not satire. This is not made up. This is a real TV show. And you have like an old man who can like barely walk. He's leading like an exercise and he's just like, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Zahra, Allahu Akbar, Jihad Muhammad. And then everyone's like following along. And then this is like supposed, I don't know. Okay, we'll watch it again one more time because now I explained it. So we'll just watch the whole thing. And I wish this was satire. I wish this was Monty Python. Like I wish. But yeah, this is welcome to the nightmare that Iranians have to deal with for the last 47 years. Okay. I know, please don't ask me to explain why they're like this. I have no idea. Not my culture, not my circus, not my problem. This is literally not me. Oh yeah, I see the Armin, the Armin shocked face. Yeah. That's going to be Armin's face tomorrow when we share this video with him.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra. انشاءالله که دنیا و آخرت از خط ولایت صلوات فرستیم. اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد و عجل فرج. بسم الله.
Like they're not even coordinated. They're not even coordinated. Like, are you so stupid? Like, are you like, look, honestly, I feel like they just like took random people off the street. Like just probably a bunch of like random people walking by. And then the Islamic regime probably like pointed a gun at their head and like, you come to the TV studio and you're going to be part of this like weird jihadi, like Haydar Pilates class. And then the people can't say no. Like they're not even coordinated. They're not even coordinated. What is it? Like look, they're not even like at the the very least, like exercise videos, people are coordinated, they're in sync, they practice. This is just like, I don't know, they're just like doing it on the spot. I don't know, man. Not even coordinated. What is that even supposed to do? What exercise? What is they're not even coordinated. My gosh. Okay. There you go. There is so there was Jihadi Pilates. Guys, I have the full 6-minute unedited video of Jihadi Pilates. This was only a 2-minute clip. So of Master Splinter and the Jihadi Ninja Turtles. I know you guys liked this. No, that was not fake. That was real. So there you go. I do want to get to some more news, but I also need another like 10-15 minutes just to take I need to take another quick break. So do you guys, okay, you know what? This is actually an important video. So Potipto, we actually we actually translated Hey Dad, okay? And the reason that we translated Hey Dad is because we wanted to explain to non-Iranians how geopolitics and Shia Islam are coordinated. So Potipto, with your permission, I'm going to share this video as well. And then I would like to get your thoughts and your comments on this video after I'm done playing it. And then I want to go to the link that you sent me, and we can talk about the imagery and symbolism there. Okay? Are you okay with that?
Of course, no problem.
Great, thank you. So guys, here is the Haydar video, which Armin does a very good job of explaining.
I really actually enjoy going through this because it's the best way to teach you about the mix of geopolitics and Shia Islam in the Middle East. I think going through these Madahi videos is it's the easiest way to go over how Shia Islam and politics in the Middle East merge with each other. Nothing explains it better than these videos. So let me see. Watch this. Haydar. Again, guys, Haydar means lion, brave. It's a nickname for Ali, the first Imam of Shia Muslims. So you conspired with power, wealth, and deception. I think this is directed at world powers. The world has been ready for a world war. Again, guys, remember when they talk about world war, this is also a kind of hint at the world war that is going to bring back the coming back of the Mahdi. The coming back of the Mahdi. The cry of the world destroyer devil Jews. Again, so Jahan Khar literally says world eating, but this translation is trying to say by world eating mean world destroy. But guys, the conspiracy regarding Jews is that all great nations and all great empires that have failed in history, most of them who have failed in history, there were Jews behind it. So Jews are a jealous bunch of people who want to destroy anything that is working for the sake of their own strength and power, right? So if you have an empire, if you have like a nation, whatever you had, they will come and from behind the scenes, they will try to destroy. They only want, according to these people, they only want their societies to work. They only want themselves to be successful, and they want to ruin everything else, everything that is not them. So that's why they're world eating. They basically consume the world, they eat it, they destroy it for their own gains. By the way, YouTube, this is not what I'm saying. I'm basically explaining Shia ideology, okay? I hope YouTube doesn't think that this is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, like it's coming from the throat. The shouts of the world-eating Jews, their narrative, their stories, their shout, their voice is coming from the throats of the Saudi king. Basically considering the Saudis to be Zionist puppets. So look at this. They say Takfiri is like Al-Qaeda. Takfiri is kind of like Al-Qaeda, but ISIS is also Takfiri, right? So Takfiri is Al-Qaeda. And so do you guys want me to explain what Takfir is? Takfiri is like Khawarij. So Islam is actually, there used to be three different groups. The three different groups used to be the Shias, Sunnis, and then Khawarij. The Khawarij were against the Sunnis and the Shias, and they were famous for takfiring people left and right. So takfir is the act of considering somebody a non-Muslim, but the Khawarij did that. So if you say somebody who says that they're a Muslim, if you say that they're not a Muslim, if you, like, for example, let's say I say, hey, I'm Armin, I'm a Muslim. If you come and say to me or to other people that Armin is not a Muslim, basically the act of trying to kick me out of Islam, out of the fold of Islam, is called takfir. Is that un-Islamic according to Shias and Sunnis? No. But there's a process to it. And the people that you can takfir, there are certain things you have to do for somebody to be able to announce that you're not a Muslim. So for example, if you say, I don't believe in Allah, it's justified to say that you're not a Muslim. If you say that I don't believe in Muhammad being the prophet of Allah, it's justified to say that you're not a Muslim, right? Here's something in Islam, and Shias and Sunnis, some agree on this, on average agree on this. If you sin, that's not reason enough to say that you're not a Muslim, according to Shias and Sunnis. But according to the Khawarij, it was enough. So for example, if I say, I'm Armin, I'm a Muslim, and then you watch me drink alcohol, like, oh, Armin is drinking alcohol, so he's not a Muslim. According to Shias and Sunnis, no, that was not reason enough to takfir Armin. Because you could be a Muslim that is sinning. A sinning Muslim is still a Muslim. All Muslims sin except the prophets, and according to Shias, also the Imams. But everybody else sins. So sinning does not take you out of the fold of Islam. But the Khawarij were the people However, if you deny that this is a commandment from Allah, then we can takfir you. Okay, so this is very important. This is very important because if I'm Armin and I say I'm a Muslim and I drink alcohol, say Armin is not a Muslim, that's wrong. But if you say, Armin, you're a Muslim, why are you drinking? If I say, oh no, yeah, you're right, this is so bad, I don't know, it's my weakness, I can't stop drinking alcohol, but I know this is wrong, then even though I'm drinking alcohol, I'm still a Muslim. But if I drink alcohol and say, well, Allah doesn't care that I drink alcohol, or this is not a sin that I'm drinking alcohol, then according to the Quran, denying the commandments of Allah is reason enough to takfir somebody. Okay, so just like if I say I don't believe in Allah, you can takfir me. If I say I don't believe in Muhammad, you can takfir me. If I'm drinking alcohol or having sex before marriage, you cannot takfir me. But if I say that, oh, having sex before marriage is not a sin, then I have denied the commandment from Allah, you can takfir me. I can sin while agreeing that I'm sinning, then I'm still a Muslim. But if I sin and deny that I'm sinning, that's a denial of the commandment of Allah. And then according to Sunnis and Shias, then you can takfir me. However, the Khawarij, unlike Sunnis and Shia, they were a group of people who would takfir anybody just for sinning. Just for sinning. So if you drink alcohol, you're not a Muslim. Sex before marriage, you're not a Muslim. Okay, so those were the Khawarij. And they were the enemies of both Shias and Sunnis. Okay, eventually they evolved to something weird, like in Oman, the Muslims there come from the Khawarij, which is weird. I'm not going to get into that. That's too much detail, right? So, according to Shia Muslims, the Al Qaeda and ISIS. No, sorry. Yeah, actually, according to many Muslims today, not just Shia Muslims, they're takfiris. Right? They're takfiris just like the Khawarij used to be. Right? So when they call the Khawarij were supposed, according to Muslims today, the Khawarij were an evil bunch of people, like really evil bunch of people. They would put babies on spears and like spin it around or whatever. I don't know. But when they're calling you a takfiri, they are referring to the habit of those Khawarij Muslims who would basically takfir anybody for just sinning. And the issue of takfiring is not the real problem here. The issue of being like Khawarij is the main problem, but they are referred to as takfiris. Guys, was that too much detail? Let me know if that was too much detail. Like, did I get into too much detail here? So
I mean, you're getting into too much detail for me, and I'm familiar with this stuff. So I don't know. I think people just want to hear the Jihadi music video with the translations.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Let me know in the chat. Okay. So takfiris like Al Qaeda and ISIS, the Wahhabis and ISIS. Daesh means ISIS. So saying the takfiris and the Wahhabis and ISIS, they all are now united together under the great devil that is the United States. So they're all like the Jews, the ISIS, Wahhabis, all are under the umbrella of the great Satan, which is the United States. So for as long as the spirit of Allah has been is in the soil, so basically, as long as Allah is on our side, that's what it means. So our enemies will not get a comfortable night. They will have sleepless nights as long as God is on our side. And for it to say God is on our side, meaning when he says God's spirit is inside our soil, meaning that as long as Iran is being ruled by Islam, right? So listen to this. This part is very interesting. Look. So it's saying as long as the spirit of God is So the translation is wrong. So as long as God is blowing his spirit into our land, our enemies will be afraid, will continue to be afraid, will not be able to sleep at night. Basically, this is a metaphor for saying as long as Iran is ruled by Islam. This is why it's very important. I was going to say hijab, but this is amazing.
دارم حجابم رعایت میکنم برای حیدر.
Hey, I was just going to say, as long as women in Iran are wearing hijab, our enemies will be afraid. And Goldie just wore a hijab. Wait, look at this. Haydar. Okay. Go. You need to wear black. Do you have
I'm wearing black.
Okay, good. Let's cover. Okay. That's good. All right, let's continue. Okay, Goldie, you're doing it too. So this is.
I don't know how Muslims do it. Don't criticize me.
No. It's funny. My criticism is funny. This is going to arouse people because you're moving too much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As a woman,
sorry. Okay.
Yeah, as a woman.
How am I supposed to do it as a woman? Please teach me.
What you're doing, you're doing with how men do it. Okay. So as a woman, you have to be very gentle, just so that nobody gets too excited watching you like move your body, right? So you have to be just like this. If you go like this, people are going to lose control. You don't know what's going to happen. No, seriously, that is the reason. You have to be very gentle.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm learning. I'm learning how to be. Yeah.
از منطق ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در شام عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در امر حاصل گوابیل ببارد هر قلب تلابی که سجیل ببارد هر دام که دم حیدری از کعبه براید هر دام که دم حیدری از کعبه براید دوران معاوی صفت‌ها به سر آید این پرچم شیعه است که بر قله دنیا هر کس علی دم بزند هموطن ما یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی
حیدر
Okay.
All right, that's enough. That's enough jihad for a lifetime for me. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay,
That's enough Allahu Akbar for me. I'm done.
Okay, I'm not gonna put. Oh my God, we got to look at.
Okay, so guys, there was the Haydar video that you guys requested. Yes, for those of you who walked in, that was a replay of Armin explaining the geopolitics of Shia Islam. Yes, Potipto, any thoughts on the explanation? Anything you want to add before we go to the news?
آره خیلی کوتاه بخوام بگم اینه که کلا شیعه انگار وجود خودش رو در نابودی اسرائیل تعریف کرده. حالا اگر ما شیعه رو نمیتونیم حتی مثلا یه مسلمون در نظر بگیریم، در واقع میتونیم یه کالت در نظر بگیریم اونا رو، و هر چقدر تو فرهنگ این کالت ما جلوتر میریم میبینیم مثلا اگر برفرض اگر اسرائیلی وجود نداشت شاید اصلا افرادی که امروز شیعه هستن حتی مسلمون هم نمیشدن. برای همینه که به صورت حالا ذهنیتی یا هر چیزی این روزا با اینکه باید براشون بزرگترین خطر ممکن باشه ولی یه جورایی انگار خیلی خوشحالن که حالا فرصت اینو دارن که مثلا اسرائیل رو نابود کنن اینجور حرفا. پس به صورت کلی من میتونم شیعه و یه کالتی که بر مبنای توهم ساخته شده معرفی بکنم. حالا اون دسیسه پشتش و چیزایی که پشتش هست و کاری ندارم، ولی یه جوریه که وقتی شما میخوای وارد این کالت بشی اول باید وایس آف ریزن خودتو بذاری بیرون و بیای فقط روی این توهمات تمرکز بکنی.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm just going to translate this for you guys. Wait. Okay. Wait. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I recorded your voice in the wrong chat, so I just had to like reprogram Chat GPT. So this is what Potipto said. Let me just pull it up. Okay. So Potipto added to the video. It seems as if like Shia Islam defines its very existence in the destruction of Israel, which is very, very true. Now, we can't even consider Shia to be Muslims. We could, in fact, consider them a cult. So even Potipto is saying that Shia Islam is basically a cult. And the deeper you go into the culture of this cult, you see that hypothetically, if Israel did not exist, perhaps the people who today are Shia might not even have become Muslim. And that's why, whether mentally or otherwise, even though this should be the greatest possible danger to them, they somehow seem almost happy that they now have the opportunity to destroy Israel. So overall, I can describe Shiism as a cult built on delusion. I'm not even getting into whatever plots or forces may be behind it, but it's as if when you want to enter this cult, you first have to leave your voice of reason outside and focus only on these delusions. So that's Potipto's input on the, Haydar Shia cult video.
یه چیز دیگه هم در مورد خود حیدر من اگر وقتش هست اضافه
بفرمایید.
حالا با این بک‌گراند اصلا چرا اینا اینقدر حول محور حیدر و در واقع علی و حسین میگردن؟ از اونجایی شروع میشه که همین حیدر یا امام علی کسی بوده که تونسته قلعه خیبر رو فتح بکنه. حالا برای کسی که میخوان بیشتر تحقیق بکنن، عربستان اون دوره زمان، عربستان یعنی در واقع عربستان کشوری بوده که تجار توش حضور داشتن و اکثر تجارای اون منطقه هم یهودیایی بودن که توی اونجا فعالیت میکردن و یهودی‌ها هم در واقع خب بالاخره پیشرفته بودن، سرمایه‌دار بودن، برای خودشون امنیت ساخته بودن و یکی از دست نیافته‌ترین قلعه‌هاشون قلعه خیبر بوده که اگر اشتباه نکنم چندین لایه در داشته پشت سرم، که اون امام علی یا حیدرشون اولین کسیه که میتونه این قلعه رو فتح بکنه و در واقع بر اساس اسناد تاریخی بعد از اون فتحی هم که اونجا اون اتفاق رخ داد توسط مسلمونا و این کسایی که الان خودشون شیعه میدونن تقریبا بعد از اون هیچ دستاوردی نسبت به یهودی‌ها نداشتن. یعنی حیدر یا امام علی اسطوره اول و آخرشونه. الان خیلی مثلا سید علی خامنه‌ای خیلی فاز اینو داره که میخواد جایگزین حیدر بشه با فتح اسرائیل و موشک‌هاش و اینجور داستان.
Okay, so he's also adding. Okay. Oh my gosh. ChatGPT is saying that what you said is Islamophobic, so it's trying to contextualize it. Let me just change the chat to go.
Just basic facts.
No, because I was in the wrong chat, but let me go to the original one where it's just translating.
You know what, چیزایی که من میگفتم دقیقا نصر سلیس قرآنه. یعنی اگه مثلا خود قرآن اسلاموفوبیک باشه که دیگه خیلی عجیبه.
Oh, I know. So Potipto saying is like what he was saying is he's just describing what's in the Quran, and if that's Islamophobic, that's really interesting. No, believe me, I know. Believe me, I know that. But I was in the wrong ChatGPT thing. So edit. Let me just put this editorialization. Okay. Let me go to the right because I made like a ChatGPT program specifically so that when you speak things, ChatGPT will translate it with no like editorialization, because that's how woke ChatGPT is, unfortunately. Okay. So this is what Potipto said, adding on to the first part of the video. So now with this background, why do they, by they he means like the Shia Muslims, why do they revolve so heavily around Haydar, that is Imam Ali and Imam Hussein? It goes back to this idea that Haydar or Imam Ali was the one who was able to conquer the fortress of Khaybar. Armin's talked about Haydar and Khaybar before. And then he continues, for those who want to research further, Arabia at that time was a land where merchants were present, and many of the merchants in that region were Jews who were active there. The Jewish community were relatively advanced, wealthy, and had established security for themselves. One of their most formidable and inaccessible fortresses was Khaybar, which, if I'm not mistaken, had multiple layers of gates behind one another. And that goes to the Battle of Khaybar for our Jewish friends and followers and supporters who are watching. Imam Ali or Haydar is described as the first person who was able to conquer that fortress against the Battle of Khaybar. According to historical accounts, after that conquest by the Muslims, particularly by the figures whom Shiites regard as central, there were essentially no further comparable achievements against the Jews. In other words, for those who identify with Imam Ali, that event represents both the beginning and the end of their defining achievement. For example, Sayyid Ali Khamenei appears strongly preoccupied with this idea, as if he wants to position himself as the new Haydar by conquering Israel through missiles and similar narratives. That's a very, very good point. I mean, like all these like jihadis talk about is like the Battle of Khaybar, because other than that, there's nothing else, right? So very, very good point there. And Khamenei is trying to, I agree, he's trying to position himself as like the new Imam Ali, whatever. They're all anyways. So I want to go to this. Potipto sent this to me. Potipto, do you want to explain maybe why you sent this to me, and what your thoughts are on this?
ببین من اینو تو تایملاین دیدم، تو چند تا از اکانت ها همینجوری خوشحال بودن که ببینید حالا اکانت های دو طرف که آره پست بعدی مجله بعدی تایم نوشته بعد از آیت الله ها و نمیدونم چیزایی بلا فاصله رنگ قرمز و اون مشت گره کرده و نمیدونم ترکیب سیاه و قرمز منو کاملا یاد ارتجاع سرخ و سیاه انداخت. بعد رفتم نویسنده ها رو نگاه کردم، یکی از یکی همه خوشنامتر و فلانتر. برای همین بلافاصله به اون کسایی هم که از دوستان بودن اینو استوری کردن یا پست کردن من منشن کردم و همه با هم موافق بودن که این یه پروپاگاندایی که مستقیم از تایم داره در میاد و اینا اگه قرار بود بگیم افتر د آیت الله خب طبیعتاً باید شاهزاده اونجا توی اون قاب قرار میگرفت.
Yeah. Okay. So just very quickly in summary, so I'll go back and I'll read his explanation for you in full. But Potipto was saying that when he saw this on, his social media timeline and other Iranians saw this, what really stuck out for him was the imagery that signals communism and leftism, right? So the red and the black, right? The red and the black. He also commented on the fist here, right? Because that fist is very, very communist-y. And then he went and he looked at the writers of this article, the authors of this article, and those authors are very, very like left-leaning, very communist, etc. And so what he's trying to point out here is that it seems like the mainstream media is once again trying to control the narrative, because if this was like a legitimate article, what would happen is that after the Ayatollah, we would see an image of King Reza Pahlavi, right? Because that's who we Iranians want. And what we're saying is that when the regime falls, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi will come in and lead the transition, right? So the fact that Time has put this image on their cover, they are in a way trying to erase the voices of Iranians. They're trying to diminish the self-determination of Iranians as well. So I'll go and I'll share his explanation now in detail. But so basically he says, I saw this on Twitter or X. Several accounts were celebrating it. Accounts on both sides were saying, look, the Time magazine posted something titled After the Ayatollahs and so on. So everyone was very excited initially. But then he says, but especially the use of red, the raised fist, and the black and red color combination immediately reminded me of what we call the red and black reaction, or like the army of the red and the black, right? The communism and Islamism that initially overthrew the Shah and brought about the Islamic regime. Then I looked at the writers and saw that they were all well-known and reputable figures on the left. So I immediately messaged some friends who had shared it as a story or post, and I mentioned them. We all agreed that this felt like propaganda coming directly from Time. If we accept the framing after the Ayatollahs, then naturally the question becomes, where does the prince fit into that narrative? So this shouldn't be where, this should be why. So what he's basically saying is why, so if we're accepting the framing after the Ayatollahs, the question is, why isn't King Reza Pahlavi in that cover? Why is he not in the narrative? That's where the conflict begins. So again, this right here, this Time cover is a very good example of how the woke lefties and the communists are trying to erase the voices of the Iranian people by erasing the narrative around King Reza Pahlavi, because all of us know that when the regime falls, King Reza Pahlavi and his transitional government will take over. So this, and I agree with Potipto. This is very communist-y. This is very like woke lefty. President Trump is live. Okay, I mean, we'll go to X and we'll see. Okay. All right. Okay. I see him. He's signing something, so we'll go to that. Thank you guys for letting me know.
Because it's a little embarrassing when they stick their hand up. I think to just be quiet is probably easier, but I'm glad we got you in, because you really have worked hard. This bill is a great victory for the American people. Instead of a bloated and wasteful omnibus monstrosity full of special.
So I just want to say, Potipto, the reason we watch President Trump is because usually after his announcements, there's a question and answer period. And then that's when he'll say something sometimes about Iran. So we're just going to watch President Trump and see what he has to say.
interest handouts. We've succeeded in passing a fiscally responsible package that actually cuts wasteful federal spending while supporting critical programs for the safety, security, and prosperity of the American people. And this group of people behind me and others, a lot of votes, they really have done a fantastic job because closing the country, you know, we had a 5 it looks like 5.6, and it could have been 7. We lost 1.5 points because of a 42-day shutdown. And that's the least of it. But we would have been at 7. Can you believe it? 7 GDP. Nobody ever heard of a 7 GDP. So I'm glad we got this done because this would be another 1.5 points or something, or maybe worse. The bill officially ends all taxpayer subsidies for radical far-left woke programming on NPR and PBS, or just a waste of money. It slashes nearly $10 billion in wasteful foreign aid spending, giving money to countries that don't need it. They have plenty of money. And we ended that. That was so important, $10 billion. Think of it. It continues the closure of USAID and creates a brand new America First Opportunity Fund for responsibly providing foreign assistance to nations where it actually serves American interests. So we have nations that do help us and it serves our interests. So we have something to help them out with. This bill also cuts funding to abusive and weaponized IRS programs. I was a victim of that too. You probably read that. Did you read that recently? Right?
Sure.
I was, I guess, the ultimate victim. That were used to harass American taxpayers. It builds on the Republican rescissions package passed last summer, which saved Americans billions and billions of dollars. It fully funds our military, includes a well-deserved pay raise for all American service members, and makes historic investments in the American shipbuilding industry, which is great. We're really starting to do something incredible with shipbuilding. And I don't know if you saw that the United States of America, for the first time in over 30 years, beat Japan. We love Japan, great country, but their power in steel making, that we produce more steel this year than Japan. Think of that, more steel than Japan, and Japan is a powerhouse at that. And we were pretty much dead when it came to steel. So what do you think of that? And then, to me, when I heard that, we did more than Japan. It continues to fund deportation flights that are removing dangerous illegal aliens from our country. It continues historically successful efforts to reduce crime in our nation's capital. We have a very safe city right now. We have a city that is like a different world from what it was a year and a half ago, when you couldn't walk down a street without being hurt very badly. I want to say that in a nice way. Washington, D.C. is a safe city. Memphis, by the way, is down. Crime is down 77%. And in New Orleans, I don't know if you heard these numbers, but in New Orleans, we started 4 weeks ago, max. And crime is down 68%. It's going to be down to practically nothing within the next month. Pretty amazing. But it all helped cut the number of murders in D.C. by 80%. And we have numbers coming up, newer numbers. We're down 97% in murders. It's a horrible thing to even be talking about, murders in D.C. But a lot of people were being killed in Washington, D.C., if you can believe it. And now we have a very safe, I don't know if there's any such thing as crime-free, but pretty close in January compared to 12 months ago. So we have close to 95% down crime in Washington, D.C. It allows all of you people to walk to the White House instead of getting into an Uber and getting mugged even as the Uber progresses, okay? And it continues funding for the Department of Homeland Security until later in the year. And finally, I am extremely pleased to announce that this bill includes a newly designated, movie star, Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. So she really loves the children, and she's had a tremendous success. So it's the #1 documentary in 19 years. Can you believe this? What do I get out of it? I get nothing out of it. Now I had a top model, now I have a top movie star. But we have a great first lady. She loves children, and she had a tremendous vote on this. And I want to just say, Melania Trump forced the Youth to Independence initiative within the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which will support America's foster youth and provide them critical resources as they age out of the foster care system. And the First Lady loves children, and she's been very much involved with children and helping them out and making them better. That's what she wants to do, wants to help them, and she wants to make them better. And she does a great job of it. She's respected, and her movie got really incredible reviews. She's done it. We're all proud of her, actually. It's amazing. Not easy to do that. Not easy to do it. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. If you would have some questions, I might just ask before you do that. These are all outstanding politicians, the top. In my opinion, the top in the whole world. But that's one of those things. I'd like to build it up a little bit. But they are. They're the top politicians. They're the top political minds. And if you have any statement, does anybody have a statement that you'd like to make? We'll start on the left side. Anybody? How about Mr. Speaker?
Well, this is a big thing, Mr. President. Thank you for your leadership and helping us steward this through. For a long time, we wanted to get back to regular order in the appropriations process. And you're standing up here with the best appropriators in the business and have served in many years. And we forced the muscle memory back. We're getting back to that regular order process. 12 separate appropriations bills. We've gotten them to your desk, and this is a big thing. It seems like a small thing, but it's a big thing. And we're spending less money year over year, and with all the innovations and things that you said there, this is good for the country. And America is back. The hat is appropriate. That's the right slogan.
It's a new hat. We just came out. America is back. Look, CNN's thrilled. Look at her. She's never smiles. I never see her smile. Someday I'll see her smile.
Mr. President,
Yes.
could I mention that there's significant healthcare reform in this bill, PBM reform, something that you have been working on, and we appreciate and applaud your efforts, bringing drug prices down for citizens here in America. Not only that, but we extended telehealth, and also we are addressing maternal mortality in this bill. Rural healthcare has been a big part of your focus, and we appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, buddy. A very big thing, I think, for all of us is most favored nations on drug pricing. So for 30 years, they've been talking about it, more than that. And it's basically we now will take prescription drugs will come down to the lowest price anywhere in the world. So if a country is selling a pill for $10 and we're selling it for $130, which is not much of an exaggeration at all. We were paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now we'll be paying tied with the lowest price. It's most favored nations. We will have the lowest price anywhere in the world. So a pill that was for $130 will be down to $20. So you can make a case that that's 800, 900%, or like the press likes to hear, it's about 80%. But we're going to get reductions like nobody's ever seen. And frankly, the Republican Party should be able to win the midterms on that alone. That's the biggest thing there is. Most favored nations, we're going to be bringing the price of drugs down. In my first term, I got it down 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud because it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices came down. And now we're talking about bringing it down by 80, 90, 75, 68. I mean, I have numbers in the back that nobody can believe. Most favored nations. And remember, the Republicans did that. The Democrats did not do that. Republicans did it. And that's going to have a huge impact also on healthcare because medicine, I mean, it's a big chunk of healthcare. And if you're bringing something down from $100 down to $20, $18, because we were subsidizing the entire world. And frankly, I had to get the countries to go along with it. And I had to threaten tariffs against them if they didn't approve. And the healthcare companies, who weren't easy either, but they said it doesn't matter because they'll never get the countries because they didn't really want to do it. And I got the countries. I got every one of them. And really, people can't even believe it. But for the people standing behind me, if you use that alone, you should win. We should win the elections coming up. Anybody else? How about on this side?
You mentioned the IRS,
please.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Their behavior has been atrocious. If you think about leaking your tax returns, the tax returns of others, and never any accountability. I must have questioned Janet Yellen 4 times, 5 times under oath about this and never an answer. We stripped $10 billion from the IRS in this bill that you just signed. And today I launched an investigation with my staff on all of these contractors that are associated with the ones that allowed your information to be put out. These contractors that hire activists to come in and do their work. These corporations here in America that bring activists in to do their work, that's going to come to an end.
They did leak my tax returns. It was terrible. The good news is I paid a hell of a lot of tax. I paid tens of millions of dollars. I said, where are my accountants? I want to talk to my accountant. But they did. They leaked my tax return. They didn't do it in a nice way. They tried to get something out of it. No, they're bad people.
Accountability is coming, though. You think about the phone companies that leaked our telephone records, several of us here.
Right.
Verizon leaked my telephone records. You think about what's happened across the country. This is going to come to an end.
And we should have voter ID, by the way. We should have a lot of the things that I think everybody wants to see. Who would not want voter ID? Only somebody that wants to cheat. Think of it. We don't have voter ID. And the Democrats don't want it. And the reason they don't want it because they want to cheat. Because there's no reason in the world. And I love that debate, Lindsay. I love saying, well, why don't you want voter ID? And you watch them say, I don't know. I just
Make them vote.
No, it's a terrible thing. So anyway, anybody else?
Well, Mr. President, you
Please.
said you wanted to make America safer and more prosperous,
Right.
and we have done it. More prosperity means more money in people's pockets, and they notice that every time they go to fill up with gas, and they're going to know it when they get their tax returns that this year are going to be at least $1,000, if not more, greater than it's been in the past, and that's a result of the work that you've done with this whole group. And in terms of America being safer, a number of us were at the border 2 weeks ago. The border is secure. No one is coming across, not the 10,000 we saw every day with Joe Biden. And the American people still in overwhelming numbers, Republicans, Democrats, and independents all say illegal immigrant criminals need to be deported. And Mr. President, you're doing that.
And no tax on tips.
No tax on
No tax on
Social Security.
No tax on
More money
Think
in
of it.
people's pockets.
Think of it. And that was all the great, big, beautiful bill, as I call it, the great, big, beautiful bill. To me, that's what it is. And people are starting to realize it now. They're starting to see it.
They're gonna
And
see it in their
a
pockets.
tax deduction on if you buy a car, if it's made in America, only if it's made in America. The rest we don't care about so much. But you buy a car, you get an interest deduction. You borrow money, you get an interest tax deduction. And that is, you take interest, you deduct it against your tax. So to me, that's unbelievable for the people, unbelievable for our car companies, which is jobs. Anybody else?
Mr. President, the biggest part of this bill is our national security.
Right.
And thank you. The men and women who serve this country are grateful to you. We give them a pay raise. We're building more ships, as you said, planes, missiles. We need to defend this country, and you're doing a great job in leading us in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Katie, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah, no, Mr. President, this is just unprecedented leadership. The fact that you got everyone to come together and actually get these bills across the finish line, you heard it from the speaker, but that hasn't happened in a long time. So 96% of the government being funded, your priorities put in place, Mr. President, so that we can make the country safer, we can make it more prosperous. And not only can we make America great again, but we can tell people now America is back.
Yeah, it's a great, we'll never forget MAGA, and we're all with MAGA, but I thought this was very appropriate, right?
Love it.
Right?
Love it. Says everything.
Cindy Hyde, come on, say something.
Well, there's a little hospital in here, a rural hospital in Maple, Mississippi,
Right?
called Franklin County Hospital. It would have closed the end of this month without this bill. Thank you from everybody in Mississippi, especially Franklin County.
And we've covered the rural very well. Nobody ever thought it was possible because we had a lot of opposition from the Democrats, as you know, but nobody thought it was possible. That's great. How about it? Anybody back there? Tom?
Best budget for Native Americans ever, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate that help.
So we'll sign it, then if you would have some questions of anybody up here.
Let me just piggyback. This rural America is taken care of in this bill. And I mean, as Cindy says, so thank you for all America, but especially rural America.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I probably won't hold this up. And I think holding up one little page doesn't do it justice. In there, it's a lot of stuff, but it's signed. Thank you.
Thank you. On Iran, are the negotiations still happening this week?
Yeah.
Where will they be? And what do you need to hear from Iran?
They're all over, but they are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now, yes.
Mr. President, where will the meeting be? It seems like
I can't tell you that.
Mr. President,
There's more than one meeting. Yep.
Mr. President, how was your meeting with Gustavo Petro?
He just confirmed there's more than one meeting. This is very interesting.
Earlier today, and did you come to any agreement on counter-narcotic efforts?
Yeah, we did. We worked on it, and we got along very well. He and I weren't exactly the best of friends, but I wasn't insulted because I never met him. I didn't know him at all. And we got along very well, and we're working on that. We're working on some other things too, including sanctions. And yeah, we had a very good meeting.
So you agree?
I thought he was terrific.
Guys, we've already explained this. You need to chill. You need to chill and calm down. When President Trump says he's negotiating, that doesn't mean he's negotiating for their survival. Guys, President Trump is negotiating the terms of surrender. Guys, calm down. ببین دوستان باید ببخشید شما خب خیلیاتون مثلا باید وقتی که داره سیاسی صحبت میکنه باید گوش بدیم ببین داره چی میگه. خب این مذاکره وقتی که میگه مذاکره این نیست که مثلا مذاکره که رژیم بمونه، داره میگه مذاکره که چجوری رژیم بره. یعنی داره بهشون میگه یا مثلا میتونن خودشون برن یا ما میریم سراغشون. That's the kind of deal that he's talking about. So you guys need to chill, especially for the Iranians. Chill and calm down because those are his terms, right? He set his terms and he said, this is how it's going to be. You can take the deal or not. So he is trying to make a deal. Of course, he's trying to make a deal with the Islamic regime. The deal is for surrender. So if they don't agree to the deal, then he's gonna go, boom, boom. So that's what's happening here. So you guys have to just take what he's saying with a grain of salt, okay? This time is different from last time. He's already made it very clear that the regime is not going to survive. Guys, for those of you who have not been go and look at his Truth Social posts from yesterday, guys. We've already gone over this political analysis here. We've already gone over the political analysis. You can go look at the live stream from yesterday where I go over that with you where I go over that in detail.
Perfect. He's very good. We got along great.
Mr. President, can you give us any update on how the talks are going for potential changes to the Department of Homeland Security? Have you agreed to any specifics?
None. Well, we have a secure border. In fact, we have 9 months now where nobody has come into our country illegally. Now, I don't know if I can believe that because, you go from 25 million people to nobody, but the Democrats do that. They're leaning left, the people that do that report. And for 9 months, they have said nobody has come into it. It is a strong, great border. We do have people coming into our country, but they're all coming in legally. You take a look at that and look at what was going on a year and a half ago on our border, where criminals were coming in, drug dealers were coming in, people from mental institutions were coming in. The worst, they say the worst, I don't even know if I like the term, but the worst of the worst was coming into our country. And now we have virtually our country it's beautiful to see. Even if you go down, some of you, I think, were down there a couple of weeks ago and you couldn't believe it, right? Because you were there 2 years ago.
10,000 a day.
And 10,000 a day. Now you didn't even see anybody. Nobody comes up with saving lives because nobody comes up. They have to come through the jungles and they're dying of all sorts of problems, including murder. And We have nobody coming in, and we're getting people out that we have 11,888 murderers who came into our country. We're getting them out. We're getting them out fast. And the only place where there's a little bit of a problem, and I will tell you this, Minnesota, their crime because of us, because we've taken out thousands of criminals, their crime is down, not because of anybody else, it's because of us. Their crime is down. But all over the country, wherever we're involved, we're getting criminals out of our country. And the crime rate now is the lowest it's been since 1900. That's 125 years. And that's despite the fact with an open border stupid policy, 25 million people, in my opinion, came into our country. And many of those people should not have been allowed to come into our country.
On Ukraine, Mr. President, yesterday you were talking about how Vladimir Putin had agreed to a pause during the cold weather. Overnight, those attacks have started up again.
I know. It was Sunday. It was Sunday to Sunday, and it opened up, and he hit him hard last night. No, he agreed. He kept his word on that. It's a lot. 1 week is, we'll take anything because it's really, really cold over there. But it was on Sunday, and he went from Sunday to Sunday.
Are you disappointed he didn't go further?
Yeah, I would like to. I want him to end the war. I spoke to him. I want him to end the war.
Mr. President, what exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta, look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
But the Constitution says it should be states that
Go
administer
ahead.
elections, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
they
That's
can,
what the
you know what?
Constitution says.
They can administer the election, but they have to do it honestly.
Are you open to negotiating on warrants when it comes to ICE? This is an ask from Senator Schumer.
Meaning,
requiring search warrants for ICE and immigration officials.
I haven't even thought of this. I'm not thinking about search warrants. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to answer that.
No, it makes no sense. If we have to get a search warrant to get 15 million people out, Schumer's telling me he doesn't want them out. It's the most ridiculous idea. They do have some good ideas, I think. But I've got a better idea. It's your idea. In sanctuary cities. On immigration, I know what I'm talking about. I've got the scars to prove it. Y'all are playing like Biden didn't exist. Y'all won't tell the American people about Lake and Riley. It's a one-sided debate. For 4 years, our border was obliterated. They let them come in by the tens of millions, and they want to go back that way. We're not going. So, Mr. President, stick to your guns. If you got reforms that make ICE better, more professional, talk to me. But you should embrace what I'm suggesting. As long as 12 states have sanctuary policy, they'll keep coming. Unfortunately, you won't be president forever. These magnets of illegal immigration have to go. There is no upside to sanctuary city unless you're a complete radical nut job. The cops hate it, fraud around sanctuary cities, and you're going to get more illegal immigration. We're going to have a debate. I've been trying to solve this problem, but what the Democrats are doing is they're not getting to the underlying problem. It's not Stephen Miller. It's not Chrissy Nome. It's not me. It's not you. It's policies that have been on the books that don't work. So if you want to debate on how to solve this problem, show up next week. I'm going to take President Trump's idea that it's time to end the insane policy of sanctuary cities. We're going to take it to the floor and we're going to vote. And people in November are going to get to see who they trust to keep the border secure. Schumer or Trump? I'm with Trump.
Mr. President.
And by the way, I hope you're going to press that very hard. And the other thing, we are not, well, we are with you. I think everybody's with you. It's a sanctuary for criminals. That's who it is. They could make our lives so much easier. All they have to do is hand over their criminals, hand over people that came into our country illegally that are murderers, that came out of jails, that came out of mental institutions, that are drug dealers. I can't believe in Minnesota that they want to have murderers walking all over the streets. I just don't believe it. Maybe somebody says it's good politics. I don't think it's good politics. I think it's really bad. The other thing we can't lose sight of is you probably have in Minnesota, and it's worse in some places like California, $19 billion in fraud. And we're going to find out, we're very deep into that investigation, but we're not going to forget that. A lot of people think that a lot of this nonsense that's going on is to try and, hide what's going on with respect to the fraud. They have at least $19 billion. You're hearing 9. Now I'm hearing it's 19, and it's probably much more. So it's they talk about incompetence. I think it's not incompetence. I think it's just pure fraud. These are dishonest people. They're bad people. I think they hate our country, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. But don't let this hide the fact that you have tremendous fraud. And, if we find the fraud in this country, you'll have a balanced budget without even cutting anything. You'll literally have a balanced budget. Yeah, please.
Are you planning to work with President Petro to fight guerrilla groups and terrorist organizations in Venezuela?
Well, they want me to do that, and we will. We're getting along very well in Venezuela with the leadership. Very, very well. We took in 50 million barrels of oil. It's right now heading to Houston. And we're getting along very well with them, but we're going to work with them, yes.
Mr. President,
a few months ago, you had in your office here Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador. You were shaking hands with him over a trade deal. He's today been forced to resign from the House of Lords, the upper house of the British Parliament, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Just wondered if you had any reaction to that, since obviously he was here before.
I didn't know about it, but I really don't know too much about it. I know who he is. It's too bad. Yeah, speaking of Epstein, I will say this, a reporter named Wolf and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is, conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff, but about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. Did you know that, Mr. Senator? Did you know that? They conspired against me, so I lose the election, or worse. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned, but you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country, too. Millions and millions every week. When Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to, number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing. We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. We have $18 trillion being spent. The record was $3 trillion many years ago, not by us, by another country. I won't say the country. Yeah, please.
Did you read those new files, Mr. President?
Have you been briefed on Savannah Guthrie's mob missing in Arizona?
I think it's terrible.
Would you commit to more federal agents like helping out on the search?
Sure, I would. I'm going to call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out. Yeah, what do you want?
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I didn't. I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things, and I don't know. You mentioned 2 names. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
They thought they released too much. I heard that, and you tell me something else. No. I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really. Now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare
justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead,
What would you say to
are
the
so
survivors
bad.
who feel like they haven't gotten
You are
justice?
the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking
face.
you about survivors.
You know
of
why?
Jeffrey
You know
Epstein,
why you're
Mr.
not
President.
smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
These are
Okay,
survivors of a sexual
You
abuse.
mentioned healthcare, and the bill that was just passed does not include your healthcare savings account. So this is a question for you and maybe for Mr. Speaker as
I'm
well.
so proud of the healthcare savings accounts because it's going to happen. And hopefully, instead of insurance, and I hope this happens, and I hope you guys can do it, let the insurance companies not do quite as well. You know, they're going up 15, 16, 17, 100%. Think of it. The money should be paid directly to the people. You know, trillions of dollars goes out. The money should go to the people. They should buy their own healthcare. It can be in a healthcare, account, savings account, any account you want to make. The money should go to the people. The people should buy their own healthcare, and they're going to save a lot of money, and they're going to have much better healthcare. And it's very simple. The problem is the Democrats are owned by those insurance companies. They're owned lock, stock, and barrel. And the Democrats will never vote on it because the Republicans should get that through. And you know how you get it through? The filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster and start voting. Yes.
Mr. President, today we heard that the Clintons set deposition dates to testify before the House Oversight Committee. Any reaction to that related to the Epstein?
I think it's a shame, to be honest. I always liked him. Her, yeah, she's a very capable woman. She was better in debating than some of the other people, I will tell you that. She was smart woman. I hate to see it in many ways. I hate to see it. But, then I look at me. They went after me like, they wanted me to go to jail for the rest of my life. Then it turned out I was innocent, very innocent. I had a friend that said, a very smart friend, he's a very wealthy man, knows the life, streetwise guy. He said, you have to be the most honest person anywhere in the world because there's never been anybody who's been examined up and down. I have hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, millions of pages. With all of that, they found absolutely nothing wrong. Remember his tax returns, they fought for years and years. And then the Supreme Court, I was surprised, they ruled I had to give my tax returns. I'm the only one that had to ever do that. But I had to give my tax returns. I gave my tax returns. They hired the best accounting firms in the world. They found nothing. And this friend of mine said, you have to be the most honest person in the world. He actually said, I'm referring to him. I'm a pretty honest guy, but I could have never withstood that. They've gone through millions and millions of pages, and here I sit winning an election in a landslide, winning the popular vote, winning all 7 swing states, winning 86% of the counties in the United States. That's why those maps that you see are all red. And so they tried to put me in jail. And I shouldn't feel this way, but I feel badly that they have to go through that. But then I say, but they did far worse than me. They wanted to put me in jail. Think of it. I was a very good president. We had a great first term, rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. But, I will say this. I think I can say, what do you think, Lindsay? My second term is blowing my first term away. And my first term was really good.
Reagan plus,
yeah. Well, whatever. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you,
press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Let's
Go,
guys.
start
Let's
moving.
go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you,
guys.
press.
Keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you. Let's go.
Wow. Well, that was very interesting. Obviously, he's not going to give too much away. Potipto, what are your thoughts on what he said about Iran? I know a lot of people in the chat were panicking, but what are your thoughts?
ببین در واقع اول و آخر کسایی که باید از حرفای ترامپ پنیک بکنن جمهوری اسلامی و مزدوراشن. ما به شخصه یا دوستان توی کامنت به صورت کلی نباید پنیک بکنن، چون ترامپ که سایدش رو مشخص کرده دیگه، تلاش و مسیرش هم مشخصه، سناتورها دارن تلاششون رو میکنن، باقیش همونجوری که اون اولم گفتم شما ترجمه کردی، باید اجازه بدی اینا کار خودشون رو بکنن. ما اینجا به جای اینکه بشیم مثلا زامبی فقط اخبار، میتونیم روی عملگرایی خودمون فعالیت بکنیم، کاری که همین الان داریم تلاشش رو میکنیم. اما در کنارش اونایی که خیلی خیلی شکاکن در نظر داشته باشن که ما توی آمریکا 2 مدل رئیس جمهور داشتیم همیشه. یه سری رئیس جمهورها اومدن که از طرف یه سری حالا احزاب خودشون فعالیت‌هایی رو بکنن و تسکایی رو انجام بدن، اما تعداد کمی از رئیس جمهورها اومدن که خط جدیدی رو به وجود بیارن و اسم خودشون رو توی تاریخ ثبت بکنن. یعنی یه عده از رئیس جمهورها، اکثریت رئیس جمهورها نماینده احزابشون بودن، ولی تعداد قلیلی خواستن که اسم خودشون رو توی تاریخ ثبت بکنن که یکی از اونها ترامپه. مهمترین مثال منم در واقع تاییدیه منم برای حرفم، حالا بغیر از دوره اولش و مسیری که اومد و اون تلاشی که کرد برای رسیدن به دوره دوم، توی جلسه معارفش، همون ویدیو معارفش، برنامه معارفش، ترامپ با خودش تمام اعضایی که آورد روی استیج اعضای خانوادهش بود. یعنی میخواد که ترامپ لگاسی توی آمریکا به جا بذاره و هیچ لگاسی مطمئن باشید با بدنامی نمیتونه همراه باشه.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to translate this, guys, for you. To the people in the chat who are saying, please translate, I'll think about it. Wait, where did this go? Okay. Oh. It's still transcribing, guys. Sorry. That was a bit of a long... Why is it taking so long to transcribe? Okay, it's coming. Okay, so this is what Petito said. He said, look, in reality, the first and last people who should panic over Trump's statements are the Islamic Republic and its affiliates. We personally, and friends in the comments as well, should not panic in general because Trump has already made his position clear. His efforts and direction are clear, and senators are doing their part. The rest of it, just as I said at the beginning, and since, you translated it, you have to let them do their job. Here, instead of becoming passive news watchers, we can focus on our own operations, which is exactly what we're trying to do right now. At the same time, for those who are very skeptical, they should keep in mind that in the United States, we've always had 2 types of presidents. Some presidents come in primarily to carry out tasks on behalf of their parties, but a small number of presidents come in to create a new path and to inscribe their names in history. Most presidents have been representatives of their parties, but a few have wanted to leave a personal mark on history, and Trump is one of those. My main evidence for this, beyond his first term and the path he took and the effort he made to reach a second term, is his announcement event. In that launch video and presentation, everyone he brought onto the stage was a member of his own family. That shows he wants to leave a legacy in America. And be certain of this, no legacy can endure if it is associated with disgrace. That's an excellent, excellent analysis. I agree with that 100%. Very, very well said, very well thought out. All right, Petito, is there anything else that you'd like to share or add on before I go to some of the breaking news coming out of Iran and other places?
در مورد اخبار که تقریبا اخبار متوقف شد، حالا یه جورایی هم فکر میکنم که آره امشب قرار نیست دیگه اتفاق عجیب غریبی بیفته. اون چارتی هم که نشون دادیم به همون سطوح واکنش نشون داد. ولی اگه بخوایم در مورد صحبت دیگه ای بکنیم، اون در واقع اوفکو که براتون روز قبلی یعنی چند روز قبلی صحبت کرده بودیم، یه توییت هم در رابطه باش فرستادم که آمریکا در واقع الان برنامه برای بلاک کردن دارایی‌ها رو شروع کرده. برای آرمین فرستادم، من برای شما هم میفرستم یه نگاهش بکنید.
اوکی. الان چک بکنم. Okay. ببینم توییت کجاست؟ برام فرست. کدوم توییتو میگی؟
خودم دارم پیداش میکنم ولی
that's fine.
آره هدلاینش اینه که 80 میلیون از دارایی ها رو آردی بلاک کردن، همون والت هایی که در موردشون صحبت کردیم، و نکته مهمتر اینه که یه سری از دارایی بابک زنجانی رو هم بلاک کردن. خب این خیلی قدم مهمیه تو این مسیر.
اوکی. Okay, so Potipto is saying that so based on what he's seeing, with some of the drone activity going back and forth, he thinks that whatever was supposed to happen tonight has already happened. And then he says he found a tweet, he sent it to Armin, and apparently it concerns the United States beginning a program to block certain assets of the Islamic regime. So, the U.S. is taking more and more steps. I mean, that kind of aligns with the economic sanctions, right, that were taken by the Islamic regime. Let me just go to some breaking news before Armin gets back. Armin's going to take a quick break to eat, and then he's going to return. So the U.S. Navy has shot down an Iranian drone that was approaching USS Abraham Lincoln. There were some new videos coming out of Iran that I shared here. So, this is from today. So this is like another random fire and explosion. This one happening in Tehran. So this is brand new video from today. Breaking news coming out of occupied Iran. So again, another strange big, plume of smoke. Again, these things are not normal, right? And then this was on February 3, which is today. Okay, so this is today as well. So protesters inside of the Islamic regime occupied Iran. This is in the city of Yazd, and they are burning a poster of the Islamic regime. So that's Khamenei and Khomeini khabar margeshun. So they're burning this Islamic regime banner, and they're chanting "Long live the Shah," which is King Reza Pahlavi. So for those of you who want, new footage coming out of Iran, for those of you who are wondering, is the revolution still going? Yes, 100% it is. The revolution is still on. It has not stopped. And here is breaking footage coming out of occupied Iran.
بزن جاوید شاه
So they're burning the faces. Who's asking about the Qajars? Who are these random people? Is this in my chat? Is this person in my chat asking about the Qajars? No, that's in Armin's chat. All right, okay. If you were in mine, I would just ban you, but whatever. Okay. What a stupid question. All right. Anyway, so here are, I'll play this again for you guys.
بزن جا بیچو جا بیچو جا بیچو جا بیچو
I have to say the quality of my YouTube chat has greatly improved ever since I made it subscriber only to avoid all the trolls, right? Oh, you can ask about the history of Iran, but I mean, no one asks about the Qajar dynasty. The Qajar dynasty ended over 100 years ago. And the only people who ask about the Qajar dynasty are just like the communists or the Islamists or people who want to attack the legitimacy of King Reza Pahlavi, right? Because the only reason they bring up the Qajar dynasty is they want to set the narrative and set the framework that, the Pahlavi dynasty is not legitimate. Let's go back to the Qajar dynasty. And of course, everyone knows that Mossadegh is part of the Qajar dynasty. So we don't like the Qajar dynasty. The Qajar dynasty were a bunch of fools. They were actually traitors to Iran. We hate the Qajar dynasty. So you want to ask, you're more than welcome to go Google up the Qajar dynasty, but on Iran Revolution Live, we don't bring them up because they were an-Iranian and they were traitors. So there you go. Okay, so now here we go. This is another more footage from today. Welcome back, Armin.
Welcome. I mean, there's one positive way to talk about the Qajar dynasty, because we could show how the Pahlavis did a miracle, because the Qajar dynasty, like, we could actually demonstrate how amazing the Pahlavi dynasty is by showing how different, how amazing, because Qajar dynasty brought Iran to the close to absolute collapse.
Yeah.
So by showing how the Pahlavi dynasty saved Iran after that, that might be a positive way to talk about it. Right?
I mean, we could, but I mean, that's I've done like documentaries and watch parties about the history of Iran, but people coming in and talking about the Qajar dynasty, like they were garbage. They were garbage. So they weren't even.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Anyways, I want to share this video really quick, and then we can go.
Sorry for the lower quality chat from my side.
No, that's fine. No, all good. I just said, oh, everyone's sending look at this, Armin. Look at my chat. Everyone's sending Armin faces now. You see that? Everyone's like, oh, welcome back, Armin. So
yes.
No, that's fine. I just, you know what? I actually find that as soon as I made my chat subscriber only, and you don't need to be like a paid member, so just a subscriber, the quality immediately went up. So I'm just very happy. I'm happy with. Oh my gosh! Look at my chat now. You guys are so funny.
Oh my god,
that's the best. You guys are
love
the
you
best.
guys.
Too funny.
Love you.
Oh my gosh, so funny. Okay, so let me just share this one quick video of student protest. So this is from today. So students, medical students, were staging a sit-in protest in solidarity with the Iranian National Revolution. So as you can tell, guys, revolution is still going on. There you go. All right. And then I don't know, Armin, if you've seen this one, let me just share it again for you. New video, fresh out of Iran. So if anyone asks, is the revolution still happening? Yes, it is.
Oh, amazing.
There you go. A couple of new videos for you.
Did you show the video from
یه نکته من بگم اینکه هر چیزی الان از ایران بیرون میاد بهش هر جوری که میتونن ایرانی‌ها تگ جاوید شاه میزنن. تو این ویدیو 5 بار این گفت جاوید شاه، همش به خاطر اینه که ما به دنیا ثابت کنیم بابا ما فقط یه نفر رو میخوایم، زیر پرچم یه نفر. اینقدر این مسئله مهم شده که تو همه جا دارن اینو ذکر میکنن. من یه عکس دارم براتون میفرستم، تو یکی از دور افتاده ترین روستاها من داشتم سر میزدم، روی همه جا شما میتونستید جاوید شاه ببینید.
Wow.
Guys, there's shooting somewhere in Tehran. Can I show?
Yeah, right now, go for it. Go for it. I need to take a quick break anyway to eat, so you go for it.
Okay, so maybe Patipto, maybe you could confirm this. Let me remove this. الان چندم بهمنه توی ایران؟ 14 بهمن نوشته.
14, yeah.
Oh my god, this is for today. Tehran today shooting. What? That makes some sense. Okay, let's play this.
من دیدم این ویدیو رو.
دارم اعتراضات شروع شده، تیراندازی دارن میکنن، مردم دارن بوق میزنن، نمیدونم جلو چه اتفاقی افتاده، یه عالمه تیراندازی شد.
So she's saying that people are the revolution started again. People are shooting. I don't know what's happening, but they're shooting over
مردم
there.
دارن بوق میزنن.
And the people are honking in response.
نمیدونم جلو چه اتفاقی افتاده، یه عالمه تیراندازی شد. صدای داد بود. آره صدای داد منم شنیدم.
So she's saying we heard somebody shouting.
داره تیراندازی میشه، نمیدونم چی
They're shooting.
شد. ولی میدونم اعتراضات شروع شده.
So she's saying, I know the protests have started. Okay, so I'm not hearing any shooting. She just started recording after she said that she heard the shooting. So گزارشگر من, let me actually translate this. This is from Manoto. The Manoto reporter sent this video from Tehran and says they are shooting. People are honking. The protests have started. Reporter. This was from today. And then I don't know if you guys showed this already. There was smoke somewhere. So dense smoke in the sky over Tehran. Let me see. Tehran sat somewhere in Tehran. Reporter. So this
Tehran
is also, but no, but in Tehran sat. So the AI made it. Okay, so this one is from today as well. So let's watch this video. This is new.
14 بهمن تهران سر. 14 بهمن.
So yeah, that's it. This is smoke. I don't know what that is. By the way, guys, look, Iranians are making fun of the whole tell us about democracy with this flag. So these are, so it's like, so you know how they're making a campaign against Pahlavi saying, Mr. Pahlavi, tell us about democracy. So to make fun of this movement, they made this flag of all the people who are basically united with this new campaign, the communists, the pro-Palestine people, the Islamic Republic, the anarchists, I don't know what all these other flags, other leftist flags and everything.
It's like the separatist flags.
Oh yeah, the separatist flags. Oh, the separatist flags at the bottom, the leftist flags at the top.
Well, those aren't leftists. Those are all the LGBTQ plus, like the alphabet soup flags, right?
The alphabet soup. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's Also, this. So Neil Bunny wanted me to show this. Oh, yeah. Let's actually read this one. So this is a regime propagandist, very famous in Iran, always says the most insane thing against the opposition. So read the translation here.
شما نتونستید بچه‌ها، شما پیروز نشدید. 50 سال مثل
I still remember those first 2 days when we saw the crowds. We really thought that it's over. Those were such beautiful days before they cut the internet, man.
You know what? I have a feeling that the Islamic regime is dead. They just don't know it yet, and they're just clinging to
Yeah.
power because, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, things will never be the way they were before January 8.
Yes, completely agree. That's very on point. Yep. So, guys, look at this comparison between Iranians and versus Muslims. In this is the caption. So, look at the pro-Palestine protests when they're destroying property compared to the Iranian protests where they're cleaning up the streets as they're protesting. So, look at the difference here. This cute lady was cleaning up after the protests to make sure that they leave the streets. And you look at these Palestinian protesters destroying property as they go. Goldie, you want to go back to you because I have some other things I could show, but it will take so long. I don't even know if today I have today to.
So I mean, so I have to leave at 6 o'clock because I have an interview.
Oh.
I have a 1 hour interview at 6 o'clock that I have to go for. So I mean, if you want, we can end the live stream in about half an hour, unless you want to stay longer. But I need to go in about 30 minutes. So I'll leave it up to you.
Can I, while you leave, can I show a part of a documentary for people to see that the accusations against the Shah regarding torture in prison and mistreatment was wrong?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I think it's a 20-minute part of a documentary that this was made in 2 years before the Islamic Revolution. I just want to, guys, actually, let me know if you guys in the chat, do you want to see the condition of prisons and the way prisoners were treated under the Shah? Do you guys want to see that? I want to see if there's demand for that in the chat. Because right now I'm hearing so many people saying the Shah was a dictator. He was like evil. Yes? Okay. People are saying yes. Okay, so Goldie, she already left? Okay. You're muted.
I'm muted. I mean, I would love to watch this as well, but I mean, feel free to go ahead and play that.
Okay.
But send me the link so I can watch it afterwards as well. And then maybe at some point, in the future, I can play the full documentary or something. But I also sent you 2 phone calls from Menoto to translate.
Oh, okay.
So I'll leave it up to you what you want to do.
Okay. So I'll do this one. And how long are you going to be gone?
An hour. So I'm leaving in about 30 minutes, and I'll be back an hour after that. But you can play it whenever. Like even when I'm gone, you can play it and talk about it if you want. That's no problem.
Okay. All right. So I'll do that. Let's just go through these things. Okay. I wish you could watch it with you because I wanted to see your reaction.
Why don't you play it now? Why don't you play it now? Because I'm still going to be here.
Okay.
I'm just going to have my camera turned off, but I'm going to be here.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so guys, let's watch this. I wish I could see Goldie's reaction to this, but maybe she's already seen this.
I may have seen parts of this because I know that a few months ago I was actually playing old interviews by Shahanshah Aryamer, and I was explaining that. So I've already played some of his stuff, yeah. But I'll be here. I'll watch.
Okay.
Are we going to get the best results in this country? And this is the only thing that is important to me.
But if they were to turn to you in 5-10 years and say, Your Majesty, we now feel up to the job of making the decisions, we'd like you to stand aside.
Yes.
What then?
Well, I will say, okay, if it is within the framework of our revolution, the 17 points or whatever it is, go ahead. But in 20 years' time, we shall be about 65 million people. 65 million people cannot take a decision. You have got to have a hierarchy. In this country, it has been the monarch. It has worked for 2,500 years. We are not going to change what would be eventually best for our country just to please some of your people.
No, I'm not talking about pleasing us. I'm talking about if Iranians wanted to make that system work, have a cabinet democracy.
If they all want it, you can't rule a country against the wishes of the people. This is for sure. Not for a long time anyway. If this is what they want, they will get it.
If Western-style democracy is what the people of Iran want, and if that is what they get, Crown Prince Reza, when he takes over from his father, could have less influence on the decision-making process.
So that's, guys, that's our crown prince. That's Prince Reza Pahlavi. So
democracy is what the people of Iran want, and if that is what they get, Crown Prince Reza, when he takes over from his father, could have less influence on the decision-making process than any Shah before him. If that happens, Iran will be stepping into the unknown, for the nation has prospered and progressed only when there's been an enlightened king on the throne to make the decisions.
So guys, remember this documentary was made in around 1977. So the documentary was made before the Islamic Revolution.
As the search for an effective democracy is concerned, what are the mistakes of the Western models that you specifically want Iran to avoid?
That the party system represents, as I said, not the interests of the nation, the interests of a certain class. This I don't want. In this country, we have almost a constant coalition of all the people gathered in one national endeavor to keep and to make the country progress. I'm not going to lose that. And I'm not going to let what we can see in other countries happening here.
The Shah believes that democracy without discipline is a recipe for anarchy. What he sees happening in some of the liberal democracies of the West is a drift towards anarchy. And that's what he's trying to prevent in Iran.
Look at this.
These are some of the weapons taken over the years from Iranian terrorists. This museum is in a room at Evin prison, where some of the hardcore members of various Iranian terrorist groups who've been captured are locked up. The child's doll was used to carry explosives from one terrorist base or safe house to another.
By the way, guys, when they say terrorists, these were not initially Islamic terrorists. These were commies. These were communist terrorists mostly who were doing the bombings. Oh, look at this. Look, guys, I didn't even know.
The child's doll was
as soon as I said communist,
used to carry explosives from one terrorist base or safe house to another.
Look at this. These are not Islamic writings. Look at this. These are communist symbols, not Islamic symbols. See, so the terrorists at that time, yeah, and then you have Lenin, you have the Islamic, not the communist symbols everywhere. So again, so 2 years, the revolution became Islamic only right at the very end, but mostly the anti-Pahlavi revolution for many years before it was just mostly a communist. That's Lenin, yes.
The Shah has all along maintained that sabotage and terrorism in Iran is financed.
Look, guys, I'm not saying anything Islamic here. See, so when we say the Islamic Revolution of 1979, people should say the communist Islamic, because originally these were the people. It was not the Islamists at first. It was just mostly the communists.
The Shah has all along maintained that sabotage and terrorism in Iran is financed and directed from outside the country.
Yeah, it was coming from Moscow.
From Soviets, yeah.
One main reason for believing he is right is that under his leadership, the progress Iran has made leaves no real political basis for the kind of internal discontent which would be required to motivate and then support homegrown terrorism. But also for consideration is the evidence of those who've served the cause of terrorism and are now in prison. Sadek Sibakalem Mofrad.
This guy Zibo Kalam is now in Iran defending the Islamic Republic. He's an old man right now. We really hate him. He's one of the reformers now.
Was a student at Bradford University in England.
Who was actually making the decisions about tactics and opposition to the regime?
Guys, who do you think he's going to say was influential in arming them and training them?
Whether it was killing, whether it was sabotage or whatever. Who was basically dictating the pattern of tactics?
Well, we were primarily against the regime. But to answer your question as to who guided us for our tactic, it was, as far as I know, it was after a sitting that we had in Germany, and there were some Arab extremists who later on we found that they had links with Habash and some other Palestinian extremists.
Palestinian, the leftists, the commies in Iran were being supported from outside by the Palestinians. This is why I say that we are under occupation by Palestine.
Garbage people, garbage guys, I've been telling you, these Palestinians are literally like the terrorist mercenaries. Even the whole Palestinian movement was actually created and funded by the Soviets in the first place as like a destabilization project to go after the United States. Yeah. Yasser Arafat isn't even Palestinian. He was born in Egypt. Everything about them is fake. Yeah, of course. Guys, we've been telling you. The whole Palestine narrative is it's all fake.
Yeah. So let's continue.
In fact, it was after this sitting with these people that we decided, after a lot of conversation with them, that the tactic from now on should be a sabotage, assassination, in simple word, urban guerrilla warfare.
But whenever these decisions were taken at various meetings, the point that I'm trying to get at is that it was non-Iranians, basically, who were taking these decisions?
Well, because non-Iranian were much more involved and much more politically minded than we were, naturally, whatever they told, we accepted it because we look upon them as people who know better than we do. So whatever they said in the respect of the tactics of the movement, we accepted it as a good experience.
And who was, as far as you know, and you were involved with carrying money from Britain to Iran, who was providing the finance for the guerrilla terrorist activities inside Iran?
Well, first, we thought that it was money that the Iranian people had collected, our friends, Arab students, Palestinian students, Greek students, etc., had collected. But later on, when I got back to London, and
by the way, this is him now. This is him now in Iran defending the regime.
I got to know more of these people. I found out that the money came either from the Habashis movement or from Libya.
Mofrad was arrested while delivering funds from the sources he named to an Iranian terrorist group. He got 3 years. In England, he was a principal officer of an Iranian students' organization.
He got 3 years. This guy was being trained to do assassination and terrorist activities against the Shah, against the government. He was a terrorist. He was a trained terrorist, and he got 3 years in prison. 3 years. What the hell? Like, why 3 years? Okay.
Mofrad was arrested while delivering funds from the sources he named to an Iranian terrorist group. He got 3 years. In England, he was a principal officer of an Iranian students' organization, which now claims he was tortured and murdered in Iran.
Look at this.
Medusa Salimi is an artist who's
Wait,
given the
what?
use
Did
of
that
large-
did that student group claim that this guy was tortured and murdered? He's alive. What are they saying?
Yeah, actually, Goldie, you're gonna see so many lies that this documentary
No, I know.
exposes.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm pointing it out for everyone. Like, look, everyone that they're claiming was tortured and murdered, literally alive, and now they're the one. They're the garbage people, the garbage Muslim Nazi terrorists who are running the country. Also,
Yeah, and this is
CCTV is going live in about 40 minutes or so, so you can go to that as well when it starts. Because I have to leave. I actually have to leave in like 10 minutes.
okay. Sounds good. And Goldie, look at this guy's a terrorist. Look, they give him a studio in jail. They gave him a studio to paint in jail. Look at the prison conditions that he has.
Look at the torture. Like how did they torture him? They didn't give him like enough oil paint colors. I don't know. They gave him oil
The
painting instead
brushes.
of watercolor. Like, is this the kind of torture they're talking about?
The brushes are low quality
Yeah,
brushes.
there you go. That's a torture.
organization which now claims he was tortured and murdered in Iran. Medusa Salimi is an artist who's given the use of a large empty cell to continue his painting. In 1965, he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for his minor involvement in a plot on the Shah's life. After
He was involved in trying to kill the Shah. They give him 3 years in prison.
serving 30 months, he was pardoned by the Shah and released.
Oh, sorry, not 3 years. After 30 months, he was pardoned by the Shah and released. Okay, never mind.
In 1973, he was arrested for taking part in another plot, this time an attempt to assassinate several members of the royal family.
Oh my God.
Salimi told me the group of which he was a member was made up almost entirely of Iranian students returning from abroad. I asked him what they told him was their reason.
Wait, so he tried to kill the Shah, and he was pardoned after a couple of months, and then he tried to kill some other people, and now he's arrested again, and he has a whole studio for painting in prison. This is the brutal Shah that people talk about, by the way, guys.
Wanting to kill the Shah.
Because the Shah was a symbol of the country, particularly as we had a long history behind us, and the king has always been the symbol of the people in the country. For that reason, and in order to create the maximum irreparable shock. That is why this was their aim, the aim of those who wanted this result. I knew nothing about it.
Now, if the plots had succeeded, particularly the last one, and the king and the queen and the crown prince had been killed, who was going to take over?
I think the answer is very simple. The group, which still exists, some of them in prison, and in general all anarchist activities, are a kind of epidemic. They normally think about how things are to begin, not about how they are to end. They never think so far ahead. For example, if the head of a system is removed, who is to take over? There's no real answer to this question, because even I, when I thought about this, asked myself, what is this for? What will happen next? In fact, none of those people, even Golisorki, the revolutionary leader who spoke so fanatically in court, as you know, he was a completely dedicated communist. Even he did not know what was to happen after the first step.
Yeah, because they just want to burn things to the ground. They have no plans for At least the Islamists have a plan for what they want to bring after. The commies just want to burn things. They don't really have a plan for comms after.
This is Evin Prison. After what I had read about the alleged police state, it wasn't quite what I had expected. Security at the prison is provided by the military, but as far as the political prisoners within are concerned, it is SAVAK, the secret police, who are in control.
SAVAK. These are the prisoners.
SAVAK is an offshoot of the Imperial Armed Forces, but it's not itself a police force. It's what every country has, a national security and intelligence organization. It's as such that SAVAK is responsible for watching those suspected of subversive activities and arresting those who are now political prisoners. For SAVAK's alleged treatment of political prisoners, and in particular the alleged use of grisly forms of torture during interrogations, Iran is described in the international press as being ruled by one of the most brutal and repressive regimes in the world. During my investigations on the spot, I found very little evidence to support the allegations and much to contradict them.
There we go.
Take, for example, the case of Vida Hajabi Tabrizi. By Iranian student groups abroad and their supporters, she is one of the most celebrated of all Iranian political prisoners. She's said to be either dead or, alternatively, so paralyzed by torture that she can't even move. And she is widely reported as being in one or the other of those two conditions.
Look at her. She's alive. Like the reports, the guy is saying that everybody has reported that she's either killed or she has been tortured so much that she's paralyzed. And now they're recording her just walking normally.
We filmed her unobserved to start with because we were informed that she might act paralyzed if she saw us first.
They're recording her from a distance because they were told if you go to her, she's gonna act like, oh my god, look at me. Like she's gonna act like a crippled person. So they recorded her from a distance to see if she's okay, and she's completely okay. Look at this.
We filmed her unobserved to start with because we were informed that she might act paralyzed if she saw us first.
Ali, would you ask Vida Hajabi if we can talk to her?
I understand what people say.
You know about all the stories in the foreign press that say you were paralyzed.
like you were supposed to be paralyzed. Why are you walking?
خب راه میرم بله اشتباه بی خودی حرف بی خود ممکنه بزنن. It is possible that they said everything they want,
But what is your condition? I mean,
I am very good.
You look quite well.
Yes, I am good.
Dr. Seaman.
Okay, so guys, this person is injured, right? So look, this person is injured. How do you think she's injured? Do you think the Shah tortured her? Guess in the chat how she's injured. So watch this.
Hay is another celebrated political prisoner, apparently risen from the dead. According to all accounts, she and the baby she was carrying in her womb died under torture in Evin prison in 1974.
She's alive.
She looks good for a dead person.
Yeah, she looks very good. Even though she's injured, she looks very good for somebody who's supposed to be dead under torture. But guys, the injuries, you have no idea how she got the injuries. This is actually going to be quite funny.
She and the baby she was carrying in her womb died under torture in Evin prison in 1974.
Oh, somebody guessed.
She lost one eye, she told me, when a bomb that some of her friends were making in a house already under surveillance by SAVAK agents exploded prematurely.
The bombs that they were making themselves for their terrorist activities exploded prematurely. That's how she lost her eye.
What happened to Mrs. Sanahi when she was arrested by SAVAK and when she was interrogated? Was she ever tortured? Was she ever beaten up? Was she ever physically assaulted?
نحوه دستگیری من طوری بود که احتیاجی به طرح این مسائل نبود چون
The method of arrest was such that torture and beating were unnecessary.
تیمی ما رو ساواک میشناخت و بنابراین احتیاج نبود.
There was an explosion in the group's house. SAVAK knew where the house was.
من برای اینکه مسئله
Then we come to the question of the information which I had. This presented no problem. I was pregnant at the time. No problem arose because our group's house was known to SAVAK. They didn't have to force me to tell them. Then we come to the question of the information which SAVAK had not got. This was obtained as a result of other arrests. I myself twice tried to commit suicide so as not to have to give away information. so that what I knew could not be got out of me.
ولی یا خوشبختانه یا بدبختانه
But luckily, or unluckily, I was saved. By that time, Savak knew everything. That is why there was no need for torture.
شکنجه نبود.
Mrs. Salehey named her baby Sepida, Dawn. The child is growing up in the care of Mrs. Salehey's parents, who are allowed to make visits to the prison.
Oh my God. Like they get family visits as well?
So I sought from all the prisoners I talked with on and off camera an assurance that they were talking to me of their own free will. Mrs. Salehey said afterwards she regretted talking to me because we filmed her child. The most interesting account of why torture for obtaining information is unnecessary was given to me by Kouroush Yakhtari. He was the leader of one of the biggest and most active terrorist groups in Iran. His charge sheet was long and included his involvement in a plot to kidnap the American ambassador. Yakhtari was sentenced to death but reprieved by the Shah.
What?
He also confirmed
He was sentenced to death, but the Shah kept on saying, like, nope, let's cancel that. Let's not kill it. The Shah had such a kind heart. Everybody that was supposed to be executed, the Shah just got in and was like, nope, we're not doing that. I think he might have done that too much.
And included his involvement in a plot to kidnap the American ambassador. Yakhtari was sentenced to death but reprieved by the Shah.
Oh my God.
He also confirmed to me that the principal function of student organizations abroad is to promote opposition to the Shah.
Did he dispute any of the charges that were made against him by the security forces?
ما خودمون اقرار کردیم که این کارا رو کردیم. این کارا رو با
We admitted that we had done these things. We did them deliberately, on the basis of previous decisions and planning, because of the hatred we had for American imperialism.
تصمیم گرفته بودیم و بررسی کرده بودیم و به خاطر انزجار
Naturally, therefore, we admitted the charges in court and did so proudly.
ما در دادگاه هم گفتیم خیلی با افتخار گفتیم که بله ما این کار کردیم.
During his imprisonment for investigation and interrogation, was he ever tortured? Was he ever beaten?
فقط بفرمایید موقع دستگیری چون
At the time of arrest, the village was surrounded. Naturally, one's arms were held and twisted, and one was pushed into the car and handcuffed. That is not torture. It's quite natural. I'm sure that even in Britain, when they arrest Irish nationalists, they don't do so gently or with compliments, saying, please be seated in the car. That is natural.
اداره ساواک
Because SAVAK makes use of advanced American imperialist techniques, please emphasize this. The procedure for arrest and investigation is made easier.
به ساده کردن جریان دستگیری و بازجویی.
Naturally, these methods are different from those of the past. As you know, prisoners were treated differently in earlier times. But nowadays, all the discussions we had in the mountains while we were giving military training to our young recruits were filmed and recorded by telecameras.
کادرهای جوان میدادیم اینها رو ضبط کرده بودن با تله‌ابژکتیو فیلم برداری کرده بودن.
They bugged our houses, they tapped our telephone conversations, and the recordings were available.
گوشی درش بود ضبط شده بود نوارش رو داشتن و طبیعتاً
Naturally, there was no scope for denying anything, so no pressure was needed to make us confess.
So in fact, is Mr. Yakhtari telling us that Savak's information about him was so good that they didn't need to torture him?
بله تقریبا میشه گفت اطلاعاتشون اونقدر کافی بود و مدارک و شواهدی رو که تهیه
Yes, this information and the evidence they had assembled was so complete that all I had to do was confirm that it was a picture of me and that I was present at the scene which was filmed. Naturally, I could not deny this evidence because all our friends, all that we had done, was nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, we were proud of it. It was a path we had chosen with pride. Naturally, we confessed that we had done those things.
What was your cover name in the group?
I had several cover names, not just one.
What were they?
Puran, Manouche, Faran, Layla, Bowie.
Bowie. When you were arrested, what things did you have with you?
Various weapons, a grenade, a dagger.
These weapons here, are they the ones taken from you?
Yes.
And these items of equipment too?
Yes, the whole of this lot is mine.
All yours?
Yes.
Tell us, what were your operational activities in the group?
I took part in a reconnaissance operation in connection with blowing up the gendarmerie post at Suleymaniye. I planted the bomb myself.
You planted a bomb where?
In Suleymaniye, gendarmerie post.
Guys, please pay attention. None of these are Islamists. They're all commies.
Which post?
Suleymaniye.
Gendarmerie.
Yes.
I see. And what else?
In other reconnaissance operations in connection with the killing of Abu Shariari.
By the way, guys, do you see why Iranians hate commies as much as they hate Islamists? Because this revolution originally was commie before it became Islamist.
After I had chosen the prisoners I wanted to talk with, I checked and double-checked, as far as I could, the allegations of torture. I also spent many hours questioning and re-questioning senior SAVAK officials up to the level of deputy commander. My impressions, for what they are worth, are these. I suspect that drugs are used on occasions to induce political prisoners to talk. But I am convinced, for reasons explained by Kourouchi Akhtari and supported by all other prisoners I talked to, that a great deal of nonsense is talked and written about the use of torture in Iran today. I am also convinced from the evidence given to me by political prisoners that all Iranian student organizations abroad have strong links with the forces of international terrorism, which are controlled indirectly and directly by Moscow.
This is what journalism looks like, not like Amnesty International that just was, at that time, was just accepting whatever the commies were telling them and just reporting it as the Shah's cruelty. This guy actually went there to check these things instead of just accepting what the narratives that were coming from all of these. You know, the commies had like many allies in Europe and America, leftist allies. So when they spread all of these nonsense against the Shah, the European leftists and the American leftists would just amplify the voices that were coming out of the reports from the commies from inside Iran without actually checking. This guy actually went over there and checked.
Of international terrorism, which are controlled indirectly and directly by Moscow.
So yeah, by the way, by Moscow, like, remember, guys, everything that happened to us is because of the Soviets, because of the commies. Like, I know we keep saying Islam bad, and that is true, but Islam would not be able to F our country this badly if the commies didn't attack first. It's always the commies, the leftists, that attack the foundations of your society from within before they create a vacuum for the Islamists to take over. It's always like that. It's always like that. This is why you in the West should be very worried about the leftists who are opening the gates of your society to the Islamic barbarians, right? You actually have to be more worried about the communists and the leftists and the woke more than the Islamists. The Islamists will never be able to take over your societies by themselves, right? So they have the barbarism and the violence required that the leftists don't have, but they cannot take down open the gates to the city unless somebody opens it from within, from the inside. And that's where the political know-how, the networks that the leftists and the communists usually have is what's required for the Islamists to be able to do what they always do to basically take down the society. This happened to us, this happened to Afghanistan, and it's happening to you as well. So just learn from our mistake, learn from what happened to our country, and defend your countries. So every time people think about the Islamic Republic and the Islamic Revolution, they always think about Islam. They don't know like this was purely communist before Islam had anything to do with it.
I am also convinced from the evidence given to me by political prisoners that all Iranian student organizations abroad have strong links with the forces of international terrorism, which are controlled indirectly and directly by Moscow.
Our intention was to mingle with the workers and farmers as Iranian Marxists and to make propaganda among them and encourage them to armed rebellion.
How much has he changed his views now? Does he still think that what Iran needs is good Marxist Leninism and an uprising to change the system?
I can't predict historical events, but I can give my opinion based on the scientific criteria that we have learned. We believe that one day the whole world will be Marxist and socialist. That's what we always try to direct our efforts to. In every society, with its special conditions, we try to implement this theory. Now, in Iran, we've had to face some problems. And there have been some social changes which have been an obstacle to the growth of our strength and the setting up of a national workers' party. I attribute this to the special conditions prevailing in Iran rather than to the weakness of my ideology.
The number of political prisoners in Iran is also a subject which catches the imagination of the international press from time to time. The generally accepted and apparently agreed figure most often quoted is in the range of 40 to 60,000. SAVAK puts the number at 3,200, including 700 in prison under investigation. My impression, based on conversations with prisoners, is that SAVAK's figures are much closer to the truth.
While the liberty of the...
By the way, guys, do you want the link to this documentary? Do you guys want that? Yes? I'll put it in the chat. Okay. So, by the way, this is a 3-part series. This is the 3rd part. So the documentary has 3 parts. This is the 3rd part. Let me put the 3rd part in the chat. If you guys want to go see the first parts, I think you have to go to the channel. This Iran Info video channel. And then, wait, maybe it has a playlist section. Because that's the video that I'm showing you is the 3rd part. شخصیت‌ها، مکان شهرها، آگهی تبلیغاتی، فیلم‌های مرجع شخصیت‌ها، فیلم‌های مستند و انیمیشن. Okay, hold on. So I put the link in the chat, but I don't know, because everything is in Persian, I don't know if you're going to be able to find the first 2 parts. You guys are going to be able to find the first 2 parts, right? Like, it's going to be easy. I mean, this whole channel is like it has a lot of documentaries about the Shah times on this channel anyway, so you could... Yeah, guys, just here. Okay, let me just tell you how to find the first. So you see this part? If you just search for this first part, what the hell? Then if you copy this and search for this, then you're going to be able to find the part 1 and part 2 as well. Okay. Do you guys want to watch the rest of the documentary? Is not about prisoners. Do you guys want to watch? Wait, Tusi is starting. No, I don't. What the hell? Well, actually, Tusi is going to start in 15 minutes, right? So, do you guys, in the next 15 minutes, do you guys want to watch the rest of this documentary? Like, should we keep going? Yes, show? Okay.
The subject is a human right to be preserved under all possible conditions. It is not and cannot be an absolute right, because one man may use his liberty to take away the liberty of another, and must be restrained from doing so. Where freedoms conflict, the state has a duty to protect those in need of protection.
Such sentiments have often been expressed by the Shah, but that quotation was from Britain's Lord Chief Justice Lord Gardiner in a recent report on the detention of political prisoners in Northern Ireland. The Shah believes he is putting into effect the necessary policies to protect the rule of law for the majority, policies which he thinks the liberal democracies will eventually be forced to adopt for themselves as the alternative to growing disorder and a slide towards anarchy.
Wait, what did they shout when they were coming out, the soldiers? There are soldiers at the time. Guys, Iran had the 5th most powerful army in the world at that time.
Iran covers an area almost as big as Western Europe and is potentially vulnerable on...
By the way, guys, remember that, let me tell you something, and I'm not joking. This is actually serious. The second one is more ridiculous than the first one, and I repeat, I am not exaggerating. So after what you saw about how the prison conditions were and how Savak operated, let me tell you two of the common beliefs about the Savak and their torture methods during the Shah's time. And again, guys, this was printed. This was actually what the leftists and Islamists in Iran said, and many people believed about the Savak. And again, I emphasize, I am not exaggerating. Ask every Iranian in the chat. So the first one is ridiculous, but not as the second one. So they used to say that Savak uses bears to torture people. Bears, Savak bears, right? So that's why some Iranians in the chat, their user ID is, bear of Savak or something like that, or Savak bear, right? So that's a lie. Savak didn't use bears to torture. But the second one, and again, I emphasize, I am not making this up. This was printed and a serious accusation against Savak that people believed. And they said this is how Savak tortured people. They said that they would tie people to the ceiling fan. Okay. The Iranians know what I'm talking about. They would tie people to the ceiling fan, and as the ceiling fan spins, the prisoner would be spinning around the prison cell or the interrogation room or whatever. First of all, this is already quite ridiculous because I don't know ceiling fans could actually hold up someone's body weight. Okay, but okay. And that's not the ridiculous, guys. That is not the ridiculous part. That is not the ridiculous part. Okay. The part that they're tying prisoners to the ceiling fan and you're rotating around the interrogation room, that is not the next part is the ridiculous part. And the Savak agents will be standing in different corners of the room, and as you're spinning, like people are saying, just wait. Yeah, Iranians know what I'm going to talk about. As you're spinning, as you pass by the Savak agents that are torturing you, they would RAPE you as you pass by. And you go to the next person, and then that person would RAPE you as you're spinning around the room, and you would just get RAPE'd by every Savak agent that you get passed by. I am not making this up. This was an accusation against Savak regarding torture methods. I don't know how the physics of that works. I don't know. I don't let me explain. Don't make me explain all of that. But this is a this is a genuine accusation that people had regarding Savak's torture methods. Yeah, so I was like, wow, talk about a cookie. I don't even know. I don't even know how that. I can't even imagine like that. I can't even imagine how that would work. But okay, yeah. Look it up. Ceiling fans. Okay, so let's continue with this documentary. How much time do we have?
6 borders, from the Persian Gulf, which makes her southern border, and from her land borders with Iraq, Turkey, Russia, Afghanistan.
Oh, wait, guys, I have a picture for this. Hold on. Guys, if you want to learn about the geography of Iran, this is how you do it. So you see this picture here? Here. This is how you do it. This is what Iran looks. Iran looks like a sitting cat. See the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman, the Caspian Sea. Doesn't it? Look at this. It looks exactly like a sitting cat.
And Pakistan. If, as some fear, the Indian subcontinent collapses into famine and anarchy in the years to come, Iran's position at the strategic crossroads of the planet could be of supreme importance to the non-communist world. If the Shah's reform program was designed to prevent the growth of homegrown communism, his huge expenditure on military hardware is intended in part to discourage the communists, but all others too, from crossing his borders.
Guys, we were on the right side of history. We were fighting commies. This is why we were such an important U.S. ally. This is why Iran was such an important U.S. ally, because we were fighting commies, because the commies wanted to take over Iran.
In 1976, the Shah was spending around 21% of his country's total budget on defense. Many Western newspapers described the massive arms buildup as another product of what's called the Shah's madness.
It's not the Shah's madness. It was basically the Soviets wanted to basically tear our country apart. We needed all of this.
But when the British withdrew from the Persian Gulf and the Americans were tiring of foreign adventures, they said in effect to the Shah, "You're on your own now." If the Shah was unwilling or unable to spend so much on defense, the West would be the loser. Only the history of the future will prove whether the Shah was wise or unwise to spend so much on defense. But if history condemns him for being unwise, it may also record that his feeling of insecurity was created less by his enemies and more by his allies, his friends, who twice this century have invaded his country.
Good point.
We have got to remain independent. Just look at the fate of the countries who were not strong enough to defend themselves and who have lost their independence, and where foreigners interfered. Just have a look at that.
What really is the central theme of your thinking on defense? Do you believe that Iran must have the strongest forces in the area merely as a deterrent so that other states dare not attack you? Or do you envisage circumstances in which Iran might have to go on to the offensive?
Offensive, no. But in the defense, of the higher political goals of the region, yes, like we intervened in Oman at the request of the Sultan to save Oman from an eventual communist takeover.
Yeah, guys, by the way, we saved Oman. The Shah saved Oman, if you didn't know. Oman would have been a completely communist country right now if the Shah didn't save them. So the Omanis owe us.
So you could see yourself going beyond your own borders?
We have. We have gone in the case of Oman.
I think you once said to me that you weren't exactly going to sit on your backside and let your enemies come right up to your borders. Does that sum
yes.
up your...
Yes, this is a very clear example of what you just mentioned.
I suppose it's one thing to talk about Iran's enemies.
We were a stabilizing force in the entire Middle East. This is why, guys, the chaos you're seeing in the Middle East is not normal. When Iran was the superpower of the region, we kept everything in check. It wasn't this chaotic. Iran was basically holding everything together. It was only after the fall of Mohammad Reza Shah that everything got chaotic.
Who they are, but I think I ought to ask you if you're not sometimes puzzled and confused about precisely who your friends are.
Well, sometimes yes, but you see, what is said or written in those Western countries of Europe, we cannot just say that this represents the real policy of that country. That's why, and anyway, we have no other choice. We have got to remain friends with the Western world, even if sometimes they abuse us. We have no other choice.
How do you evaluate Iran's strategic position, both in terms of your value as an anti-communist ally of the West, and in terms of Iran's strength as a factor in the overall balance of power between what we broadly call East and West?
Well, we have obviously 5-year plans. In 5 years' time, our forces will be quite respectable. Just imagine in 20 years' time, this country will be 65 million people. And our strength, if the world had not changed in the meantime and decided for disarmament and those things that we pray for, hope for, but I don't know if it's going to happen that soon. It will be one of the most solid.
Welcome back to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. We have some breaking news coming from the Middle East, specifically in Iran, as we've now had multiple explosions in Tehran. There's a power outage in several cities across the country, and the Islamic Republic of Iran continue to threaten the United States when it comes to the upcoming negotiations. They're still saying that we may pull out over the next 2-3 days. It's all completely childish at this point. We're going to give you guys the latest update, a number of videos coming in from Iran as well. Protests have resumed again in smaller parts. Of course, these are the guerrilla campaigns that we are seeing by the Iranian people in the dark as they continue their uprising. We're going to get your reaction. Firstly, thank you so much for all the support and love. We are now very close to 1,400,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Now, first things first, we had a couple of mysterious earthquakes happening, all right next to sensitive government and military bases. This time in Tabriz, technically 79 kilometers to the west of the city. The magnitude was 4.3, local time 10:31 p.m. Then we started getting updates about another earthquake, which I'll get to in a second, but we have now power outage in several major cities from Tehran, Esfahan, Mashhad, Shiraz, and Tabriz. The claim by the Islamic Republic state media is that this could be a possible cyber attack. They don't want to obviously take any responsibility, but we don't exactly know what is causing the power outage, because over the last few months, over the last year or so, we've already had major problems, just naturally speaking, when it comes to the infrastructure of Iran. But something might be happening when it comes to sabotage. The Americans did talk about one of the options on the table weeks ago being before any potential airstrike or attack, we might start seeing some cyber attacks. Now, this doesn't really guarantee that this were the Americans. It could just be the anti-IRGC Iranian activists, or it could just be the whole infrastructure of the system is falling apart anyway. That's why we are seeing power outage again across the country. We're also getting unconfirmed reports of the second earthquake, this time in Ahvaz, in the southern part of the country, southwest. I'm just going to get more confirmation on this, more details before obviously giving you guys all the information about it. But as I said, the protests have also resumed in smaller parts. People are trying their best to, again, we have a video I'm going to show you in a second, burning the posters of the IRGC again, as usual, and banners. First things first, I'm going to show you the situation with Tehran, the capital. Yet another explosion in Tehran south. Smoke being seen in the sky, following a round of fire. Fire trucks are obviously on their way. This was about an hour ago. Given the date.
آتش نشانی به سمت جایی که دود بلند شده بود. محله تهران south.
So I just gave the date and said that this is Tehran south. And there was another guy saying they're hitting them. There's no evidence of anybody hitting yet. And then he said fire trucks, firefighters are on their way to contain the fire. So then we started getting more updates. A reporter for Monitor, which is an Iranian media outlet outside of Iran. This is for the diaspora, basically, the anti-Islamic Republic media. This reporter sent a video from the capital saying apparently they are shooting. People are honking their horns. The protests have started again. But there seems to be a bit of a confusion in terms of the gunfire that's been heard. We don't know if this was the air defense drill or actual gunfire.
اعتراضات شروع شده، تیراندازی دارن میکنن، مردم دارن بوق میزنن، نمیدونم جلو چه اتفاقی افتاده، یه عالمه تیراندازی شد.
Saying they were shooting at people. People were honking their horns. We don't know what's going on.
صدای داد بود، آره صدای داد منم شنیدم.
People were screaming.
میشه، نمیدونم چی شد.
Yeah, she doesn't know exactly what happened.
ولی میدونم اعتراضات شروع شده.
But she heard people's screaming and chanting, and of course something that sounded like gunfire. Now again, we don't have the confirmation. This is the reporter for Manoto, but it could have been the air defense drills being activated again. We'll find out. Meanwhile, protesters, the anti-IRGC Iranians continue their protests. They're setting fire to the Islamic Republic banner while chanting, "Long live the king." This is in Yazd today, 3rd of February. There we go. Yeah, the resistance is still pretty much alive in Iran. Apparently somebody's spamming. Who is spamming? Someone called Jesus is copy and pasting. If you copy and paste, you know what's going to happen to you? Oh yeah, is that the guy who's saying Jesus? Wait, where's the rest of it then? I'm trying to figure out if they're actually copy and pasting or not. I did see one comment mentioning Jesus for some reason, but maybe they were just shocked. They blasphemy. Jesus! Now, that aside, let me just quickly give you guys the information about... 1 second. There we go. The information about the security inside the Islamic Republic. The IRGC security channels associated with the regime themselves are publishing footage of allegedly a test flight of the new attack helicopters that are received by Russia from Russia. They are made in Russia, obviously. The Mi-28NE attack helicopters. They are saying that the Islamic Republic have now received these attack helicopters from Russia, and they've arrived today. The video that we showed you guys, the beginning of this one, this is from today, showing the Russian helicopters being flown in Iran. Now, one thing is clear, there's been a lot of equipment that's been sent by both China and Russia. Unofficially, both sides have essentially sent a message to the Americans saying that if we ever send anything, it's going to be the defense capabilities, nothing in terms of offensive weapons. But I mean, attack helicopter is a bit of a gray area. I mean, it's got the word attack in the name, but you can use the helicopter for different things as well. So I think they might try to say, well, Iran was just buying things from us. It's not really a good look, especially as the negotiations over the Ukraine war is also a little bit tense as usual. But we'll figure out what the reaction is going to be from the White House on this bit of a juicy scandal in terms of the relationship between Russia and the Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, the Iranians in the United States, they continue their protests just like the Iranian diaspora across the world. And just to show you the level of the difference between the pro-Palestinian side and the Iranian side. Of course, the Iranians across the world, they have integrated in societies. They contribute to the countries that are hosting them. They're paying their taxes. Let's go to this girl who is in America talking about what they're doing.
Okay. What are you doing here? Protesting what the difference between free Palestine, whatever that is, and free Iran is. Police. We love the police.
We love the police.
We love security. We love America. We love Iran. We hate Islam and we hate terrorists.
Yes.
And we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
My favorite line was at the end. We don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist. It's not even real. What is the point of this? In the White House, journalists and reporters once again asked stupid questions from the president over the last few minutes, repetitive questions. Of course, they're going to get repetitive answers from President Trump on the issue of the nuclear talks and negotiations. Let's quickly go to the White House.
Where will they be, and what do you need to hear from Iran?
We're all over, but they are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now. Yes.
Mr. President, where will the meeting be? It seems like
I
it's
can't
changing.
tell you that.
Mr. President.
There's more than one meeting. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, how is
So firstly, on the issue of where will the meeting be, and he said, I can't tell you that. He had to then add, there will be more than one meeting. That's primarily because the Islamic Republic are trying to drag everybody all the way from Turkey to Oman. And on the issue of the way the president repeats the same thing, this is the usual tactic again, because on the one hand, he's trying to sound vague, just like back in June, saying, yeah, we were talking, but if they don't do it, if they don't do what I tell them to do, bad things will happen. Meanwhile, they are briefing the media indirectly, the White House, that, yeah, we're not really interested in doing any strikes on the Islamic Republic. So that is the messaging that is going to the Islamic Republic to drag them to the negotiation table. So that is quite, it's a carrot and sticks, but it's in a more obvious way. But the thing is, this could be seen as double bluff or triple bluff. The IRGC don't know how to deal with Trump. It's so unpredictable that even if you think he's unpredictable, he's still unpredictable. It's very difficult to read him. He's still keeping all his cards close to his chest. But the Islamic Republic need to understand that you are being trapped again. Their own parliamentarians, as we showed you, their own MPs, they know this. they've been talking about this, as I showed you in the video in the previous live stream. They said to the government, to their own government, why are you falling for this? And I also explained that the issue of the nuclear stuff, that wasn't really a big deal anymore until 2 months ago, until now suddenly. 2 months ago, President Trump was still repeating the same line. Oh, we destroyed their nuclear program, doesn't exist anymore, they are no longer a threat. Uprising happens. President Trump wanted to attack, then he had to change his mind because they were not ready. It was just going to be a couple of airstrikes, not really good enough in order to defeat the IRGC. Suddenly, he said, nuclear. Yeah, let's negotiate over nuclear. Oh, so suddenly nuclear is an issue. So this is just a distraction. It doesn't matter. As I've been repeatedly saying over the last couple of days, these negotiations are pointless, meaningless. Let them talk. Even if they sign a deal over nuclear, let them do it. Doesn't change anything. Because at the end of the day, afterwards, the enemies of the Islamic Republic, so Israel and the US, will still go back to them saying, oh yeah, so by the way, we got the nuclear deal. You've still been a bit of a dictator. The Islamic Republic should not fall for this trap. But they are idiots, so they are falling for this trap. Did they not realize that nobody was talking about nuclear and suddenly President Trump wants to talk about that issue? If this were negotiations over saving the Islamic Republic, then that will be worrying. Absolutely. Because that's exactly what basically Barack Obama did. Because it wasn't just about nuclear, it was also about giving money to the IRGC. Joe Biden did the same thing. So there's a whole difference between what these negotiations are, and because of the nature, let them talk. Firstly, even the start of negotiations might not even happen because we now have the Islamic Republic still sending mixed signals, which is hilarious because I think they think they're doing what Trump is doing. The IRGC now continue to say over the last 6 hours that we may still withdraw from the negotiations with the United States. Now, there is a lot of pressure from inside the regime to actually do it. So it's not necessarily a bluff or a threat. There is the radical faction close to Khamenei who don't want to do it because they know it's a waste of time. They know they're going to get trapped. But on the other hand, they need to buy some time so the negotiations could still happen on Friday anyway. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. Let them talk. Let them even sign a deal. Doesn't change anything. These negotiations are irrelevant. They're not even about the real problem. They're not even about the survival or the existence of the Islamic Republic. Let them talk. Nothing will change. And of course, this will simply just give more ammunition to both the Americans and the Israelis to then say, when the whole thing falls apart, because they're not going to sign the deal, to then say, oh, suddenly we believe that the IRGC is a threat again, so we're going to have to go hit them. It's a perfect excuse. The Americans continue to say, we are not moving away from our 4 demands, the red lines. No nuclear, no ballistic missiles, end to the proxies like Hezbollah and Houthis and Hamas, and not going to happen. And also stop oppressing your people. That last one alone is not going to be on the table. The IRGC are not going to say yes to that. They're not going to introduce democracy and freedom in Iran. It's just going to defeat the whole purpose. So I don't know why they're even bothering. Apart from the fact that, as I said, they think they are buying time. Fine, buy some time. Move your dangerous offensive weapons. Prepare your defensive capabilities. At the end of the day, that's still not going to save the regime because the regime is already falling apart anyway from within. With or without a war, the regime is falling. There are rumors that Khamenei has fled to Moscow. Is that true? No, absolutely not. He will not leave Iran. Reports that say the USS George H.W. Bush supercarrier has left the Norfolk Naval Base about an hour ago. No, that was 6 hours ago, and we reported it first on 2C TV. Yeah, not an hour ago. That was ages ago, as we mentioned earlier. YouTube is a dirty, rotten piece of garbage. Good to know. All leftists are traitors and terrorists. Not all of them, but some. Why are we seeing so many Russian military planes around the Middle East in the last few days? For the obvious reasons, because the Russian expansionists obviously are not going to allow Moscow to lose complete influence They've been building the empire over the last couple of decades. They've already lost Syria. That's been embarrassing for the Russians. They've also lost parts of Central Africa. China also lost parts of Central Africa. It's been embarrassing for both of them. And even though the Americans, they have their bases in the allied countries, the Persian Gulf Arab countries, but the American influence has also been withdrawn anyway from Afghanistan and Syria. Mostly they were in parts of Syria. But at the same time, that vacuum was filled by Russia and China, but they're also being pushed out. And once Iran is free, then Russia and China are going to find it very difficult to expand their empires against the American empire. So it's going to be fascinating, the effects of the fall of the regime in Iran when it comes to geopolitics, because it's not really just about Iran, it's not really just about the Middle East either. Is Trump deploying any beach assault landing ships as the Gulf? They haven't told me. They don't really share that information with me, unfortunately. But we haven't received any information on that publicly either, paratroopers or anything like that. But we do know that they've been still deploying more personnel, as well as equipment and fighter jets, but mostly defense capabilities. So the air defense systems and everything else, mostly towards the Mediterranean side to protect Israel. It's clear that the IRGC is laughably weak. Unfortunately, the idiot weaklings have the weapons. This whole thing is painful to watch. The thing is, what makes nothing makes the IRGC dangerous. They're not dangerous in that sense. They are a threat, but they're not effective as an enemy, but directly speaking. But what makes this fight tricky is the country, which is Iran. The land itself makes it very tricky. It's a huge land with lots of different types of land. You got mountains, we got this, we got that. They got a lot of underground bunkers and tunnel networks and everything else. It makes it tricky in terms of wiping them out and dragging them out. If this were a small country, tiny area, you could just go bomb the place and just target the IRGC and that's it. It doesn't really work that way when it comes to Iran. And while you're trying to find them, they can still basically launch missiles, launch drones or whatever else they have. So they will be destructive and they will still cause damage. They won't win. You can't defeat the American empire. It's impossible. But they can still cause enough damage, especially to Israel and to the Iranian people and to the US bases. Not to a point, as I say, not to a point where they will be victorious, but just enough to cause enough damage. It makes it a little bit annoying. Retired US Army senior officer. The explosions of bombs set by Iranians, trade by Mossad, CIA, and US. Yeah, so there's no guarantee, but we do know, there's no evidence, but we do know that Mossad operatives and CIA operatives have been helping the Iranians over the last year or so. I mean, the last few years, but especially the last year, especially since the October 7th. And we also do know that the network of the anti-IRGC Iranians organically have also become strong enough anyway. But it's unlikely that all explosions are that, because the explosion at the shopping center, the shopping complex that we had, it makes no sense why the Iranians would do it and would target that, because about 200-300 businesses and shops were burned down. They tend to target the regime sites. And but at the same time, this could be an inside job by the regime in general. Bring up the helicopter picture again. It has a flat tire. Love you, Maya, from Houston, Texas. Did it? Should we bring it up? Was it just one of the images? Hang on. Also, it will be helpful to get rid of Ali Khamenei's face. It's not the best face, is it? Hang on, let's quickly go back to the Russian attack helicopter. Which image? Hang on. You think you mean that one? Priorities to have a look at that image. Anyway, unless there's another one. Hang on. I think you just mean that one. Yeah, I think you're talking about that one. Flat tire. Anyway, drone attempt on carrier. War has begun. Yeah, that was 5 hours ago. as we reported. There are more Iranians dead than Israel killed Gaza and civilians. You mean Hamas? Hamas and civilians. IRGC targeted them. Yes. So in terms of the number of people getting killed at the same time, it's been the most astonishingly evil effort by the Islamic Republic compared to any other regime, any other conflict in terms of the 48-hour space of time that we had. But we still don't know the exact number, and it could still be much higher than what we think. Should USA go full send? But the only way is they do need to first. There have to be different waves of attacks. So cyber attacks are a good start. Then you need to paralyze the bases and the leadership, wipe out the leadership, destroy the bases, target all the missile launchers and the air defense systems, then continue. So what was happening during the 12-day war would just continue. And then you're going to have to send some special forces in to target individuals, specific individuals, whether it's a supreme leader or people close to him, to either extract them or to eliminate them. But that part of the mission is more complicated compared to just doing airstrikes. Thank you to CTV for the truth. I hope everyone can stay safe at this time. Javid Shah, I hope so too. Thank you, Robert. What is the speculated to be in these defensive deliveries? Modern air weapons are the only effective defense. The anti-aircraft. I mean, they're not going to clarify exactly what it is because the Islamic Republic have also been going around claiming that they have some secret weapons. I mean, they might, but we've also seen the public weapons. They're not the best. So, but wouldn't that be seen almost direct attack on the US? Yes. So that's why Russia already publicly withdrew their support, saying we're not going to directly help the Islamic Republic fight Americans because that's a bit of a warm war between Russia and the United States. My fear is that they gave the demand list with all these requests so they can eventually settle on some of the points. For example, stopping uranium enrichment, and both sides will claim they won. Yeah, and I hope they do it. Negotiate and sign the nuclear deal. Do it. I would love it because it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. It's just a nuclear deal. It doesn't mean anything. Firstly, the Islamic Republic, if they want to continue enriching uranium secretly, like before, they can do it anyway. And yeah, both sides could say we won. Doesn't change the fact that the Islamic Republic is still falling. Doesn't change the fact that people in Iran still want them dead. Doesn't change the fact that the Israelis still want to destroy them. The nuclear deal is meaningless. Let them do it. Let them talk. How long can the Iranian people hold on waiting for Trump? Well, they've been waiting for 47 years. It is a million times worse over there now. They need help yesterday. Yeah, on an emotional level, yeah, and obviously on a more kind of illogical and irrational way, and we're all humans, we have emotions, then yeah, they needed help 47 years ago. They needed help after the 2 days that we had the massacres, obviously. But that's not really how geopolitics works. So the reality of the situation is people in Iran, they've been dealing with a lot of bad things over the last few decades, but over the last month, it's been much worse. There's a lot of depression around, but there's also a lot of fire. There's a lot of people who are ready to come back out on the streets. But they also know that the regime is falling. They can see what's going on the ground. It's not like China in 1989, 1990, where they massacred people who are against communism, and then they basically became stronger. That's not really what's going on in Iran anymore. You don't really have that scenario where the regime is winning and they just killed a lot of people and now they're strong and they're going to be oppressing people for the next 50 years. It's gone. It's over. This is the end. So people in Iran, everyone I'm speaking to, obviously everybody knows someone who's been dead or kidnapped, but they also know that this is the end. Thank you. Stay safe. I'm not Iranian, but march with protesters here in Sydney. Palestinians threatened us, and when regime jersey making noise. Yeah, same in London, Australia, and the UK. Similarities. Did you see the 2 drones creating symbol message on the flight radar? Yeah, yesterday. The there was this thing, I don't know. It did look a bit dodgy. So basically,
Armin, Armin, come back! Where'd you go?
Flying around, and then the route, it basically spelled in Persian attack.
Armin,
and, I don't know. It wasn't quite clear, but it could have been. They might have just been trolling the IRGC as usual.
Coming, please.
Okay.
What will be negotiates with some oil deal with the regime. My fear is that that can happen. Great job on coverage, praying for Iranians. Yeah, I think the Islamic Republic, the thing is, some of the so-called moderates and reformists might offer an oil deal. The fundamentalist, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and his side will have a complete meltdown. But if they try to, that will be a problem. If there is any oil involved in the deal, then yes, that could save the regime. If it's just about nuclear and ballistic missiles, doesn't really matter. But if it means that the Islamic Republic could make money, then yes, that.
Yes.
Look at all these emojis for you. Look at all the Armin faces in my chat.
Oh.
I was like, Armin, and then everyone's like putting Armin faces in the chat there. Like, because you can't see it on the screen, right? Like with all the emojis there, but like not everyone's putting Armin your face in the chat. There you go.
I love you guys.
Too funny. Too funny. Okay. So I actually, oh my gosh, it's all Armin. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
too
no.
funny. I know you have to go. Oh no, wait, I removed you. Oops. Sorry, I removed you instead of the screen. My bad. I know you have to go. I have a video. So I translated this video last night because it's actually pretty PG-13, except she says just one thing at the end. So I translated this last night, but I figured I want to share it with you. And then you can translate it because people appreciate your translations on this.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm not as good as translating as you are.
گما خیلیا بهم میگن تیام چرا بلاگری نمی کنی؟ چرا محصولات مثلا برندا رو نمیگیری تبلیغات کنی؟ چرا یه راه دیگه‌ای واسه دیده شدن پیدا نمی کنی؟ چرا محصول برندا رو نمیگیری بیاری جلوی گوشی، جلوی دوربین آنباکسینگ کنی؟ عزیزم، من یک دختر لور هستم و طرفدار پهلوی هستم و تنها آنباکسینگ که داخل زندگیم به من حال میده و یک روزی جلوی این دوربین انجام میدم کندن قبر خمینیه. تنها آنباکسینگ که میتونم واسهتون انجام بدم قبر خمینی رو بکنم. چطوره؟ تو دوست داری یا نه؟ من بخوای تا من سریع آزادی رو فراهم کنیم تا براتون جلو دوربین یک آنباکسینگی بکنم براتون که استخوناش تو گور در بیارم برینم روشون.
Oh, that was fantastic.
That was good, and she only swore once, and it was right at the end, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. But I sent you the video so that you can translate it.
Well, actually, I have control over it here too. When you upload a video.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Oh, perfect. All right, okay, go for it then.
So let me see. Yeah, so when you upload a video, it gives me control over it as well.
Perfect. Okay. Good to know.
So let me play.
میگم خیلیا بهم میگن تیام چرا بلاگری نمی‌کنی؟
So a lot of people ask me that what's her name again? Tiam. Tiam. Why didn't you just blog? Like, what is this crazy videos that you're making? Like, because she makes, but for people who are new here, she makes anti-Islamic and anti-Islamic Republic videos. So people ask her, like, why don't you just like be a blogger?
چرا محصولات مثلا برندا رو نمیگیری تبلیغات؟
Why don't you just bring some like brand products and just come advertise some like popular brands?
کنی چرا یه راه دیگه‌ای واسه دیده شدن پیدا نمی
Why didn't you just choose another way to be seen, to get views? Why don't you just try some other form of content?
کنی چرا محصول برندا رو نمیگیری بیاری جلوی گوشی جلوی دوربین آنباکسینگ کنی
Why didn't you bring the products of different brands and bring it in front of the camera and just unbox it in front of the camera? Like, make that kind of content.
عزیزم من یک دختر لور هستم
So she's saying, my dear, I'm a Lor girl. So guys, Lor is one of the major ethnic groups in Iran. And she's saying like, listen, I'm a Lor, okay?
و طرفدار پهلوی هستم
I'm a supporter of Pahlavi.
و تنها آنباکسینگ که داخل زندگیم به من حال میده و یک روزی جلوی این دوربین انجام میدم
And the only unboxing that would satisfy me, that I would like to do, and one day I will do that unboxing in front of this camera is
کندن قبر خمینیه تنها آنباکسینگ
wait, it's laggy, is to unearth, to basically dig in to the tomb, to the grave of Khomeini. The only unboxing that I would like to do, and one day I would do in front of this camera, is to open up the grave of Khomeini.
باکسینگ که میتونم واسهتون انجام بدم قبر خمینی رو بکنم چطوره تو دوست داری یا نه
How is that? Do you like that? Do you like me to dig up the grave of Khomeini? That's the unboxing that I could do for you guys.
سریع آزادی رو فراهم کنیم تا برای
So if you like that type of unboxing, so please bring our freedom really fast, so make Iran really free, so I could do this for you.
جلو دوربین یک آنباکسینگی بکنم
I will do such an unboxing for you once you make Iran free.
براتون که استخوناش از تو گور در بیارم برینم روشون
I will take out the bones of Khomeini out from his grave, and I will SHIT on his bones. Okay.
There you go. I think that's the only video I've been able to find of her where she pretty much does not swear.
That was the only one that she did not swear.
She just has like one word at the end, and that's it.
She is incredible. I love her.
Yeah, she's super funny. All right, Armin, could you actually send me the link to that documentary? Is that something on YouTube? Because what I would like to do is I'm thinking of watching that documentary in its entirety, maybe even tonight while I'm waiting to see. I mean, I don't think more news is going to come. I feel like all the action probably already happened, but if you could just like send me the link to that documentary on YouTube, because Armin, what I used to do before the revolution started is I would have 2 live streams every day. I would have like my regular live stream at 12 noon where I would like talk about the political issues of the day. And then in the evenings, I would do a second live stream, and it would basically be a documentary watch party. So we would watch documentaries about Iran or like podcasts or other things, and I would comment on it. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Well, that documentary is a lesser seen documentary, and it's such a gem. So that would be such a good documentary to share. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, I'm definitely going to do that.
And I think a lot of people in the chat really enjoyed it, right?
I certainly did.
I saw. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then. All right, Armin. Well, thank you so much for everything. I know you have to go. Guys, Armin's day starts earlier than mine because he actually does the Iranian live stream before he joins the English one, right? So Armin is like extra tired. I will add the link to the Iran Revolution Live playlist as well, so you guys can find it there too.
But you sent me a picture that is too good. You sent me a picture. Can I show that to people before? Okay.
I already put it on my X.
Okay, Goldie send me this. Look at this. This is amazing. I love this. This is so good. I'm gonna post this as well.
I posted it on my X. It's not mine. I didn't make it, but this was already going viral among Iranians. So I was like, I have to post it.
It's so good. I love it. Thank you.
There you
for that.
go.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. Okay, so I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Armin. Take care.
All right, bye, guys.
All right. So, guys, before we get to the documentary, Armin just sent that to me. You guys were requesting the full video of Jihadi Pilates. So here's the full 6-minute video of Jihadi Pilates. And I'm not going to comment on it. We're just going to watch it. This is 6 minutes. Yeah, someone sent me the 6-minute full video. Do you really want, but do you guys really want to see this? Like, do you really want 6 minutes of Jihadi Pilates? Yeah? Is it workout time? Larry Jimbob. That's a fantastic name. Larry Jimbob is saying workout time. All right. You need to get your hey down, ho down on? You want Goldie commentary? Only if I comment? Oh my gosh. All right, guys. Okay. Jihadi Nutcracker? Oh, is that the Vaz video? Do you guys want the Vaz video? Do we stretch before or while? I don't know. Oh my, okay, this is the best one. Khomeini CrossFit. Khomeini CrossFit. That is a good one. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay, guys. Okay, give me give me like 2-3 minutes. Give me 2-3 minutes to get myself, refreshed, because I literally just did my interview, which went fantastic, by the way. It was really, really good. So all right. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay?
سید سلام، چطوری مردک؟ کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان، رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت، ساکتش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین، حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نفتی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شمع واحد که شیر و خورشید، ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخه رو بگید اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن و آبادی باشه. لحظت کجاست؟ میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. نایده بود اسم اون شخاین رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم.
Okay, I had to go get myself a bubbly. So tonight's bubbly flavor is grapefruit. So, okay, let me pull this up first. Okay. So, guys, tonight's bubbly flavor is grapefruit. So, tonight's Jihadi Pilates, aka Haydar Hoedown, translation commentary video, the full 6 minutes of it. I can't believe I'm going to do 6 minutes of this. It's brought to you. I can't say it's brought to you by Bubbly because I'm paying for my Bubbly, so it's not like I'm sponsored by Bubbly. But tonight's grapefruit flavor is what's going to get me through this. Okay. I feel like I need a stronger drink though. I feel like I need a stronger drink than Bubbly to get me through this jihadi nonsense. But here we go. Here we go, guys. This is a full 6-minute video. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
Okay, so remember, they're praying here, right? So does anyone know what the hand movement is? Because I feel like with the hand movement, like does it look like they're holding something? Like when they're saying Ya Ali, like are they holding Ali's you know what? I mean, I don't know. But they're saying Ya Ali, Ya Hussein. These are the like Shia imams that like these people worship, right? So apparently it's normal for Muslim Shia Nazis, like while they're exercising, they're praying. So I don't know, like does any other religion do that? Like does any other religion have exercise videos where you have people exercising and then they're chanting, I don't know, like Christ is King while they're exercising, or I don't know if they're like praying to someone. Let me know, guys.
Ya Hussein, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi.
Oh, remember today is Mahdi's birthday apparently, right? So the Mahdi is the 12th Imam, right? He's the one. Armin said Mahdi fell into a well. So the 12th Imam is in a well. I feel like that's the storyline from The Ring. Isn't that like what happened? Was it The Ring? Yeah, isn't that the storyline in The Ring where like that girl like fell into the well and then her ghost comes out or something? I'm pretty sure that's from The Ring. Right? Like the girl that fell into the well? Yeah. So okay, so that's basically Imam Mahdi. Okay, so Imam Mahdi so someone is saying I'm Christian but nothing Shia like in here when praying. Okay, so guys, I can confirm to you with 100% certainty that Christians do not have exercise shows where they go like this and they're saying Christ is King. So thank you, Christians, for confirming. Other religions, please confirm as well if you have like religious exercise shows like this. But yeah, so Imam Mahdi fell into a well and then they're waiting for him to climb out of the well. So guys, if you want to learn more about Imam Mahdi, like just watch The Ring. Very similar storyline, except Imam Mahdi is a man. The girl that fell in the well in The Ring was a woman.
Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra.
Zahra, remember Zahra was either the wife or the concubine or the bastard daughter of one of the imams. Was it Imam Mahdi? Is she Imam Mahdi's? I don't know, but she's one of them. Anyway, so Zahra is a woman. She's a woman. And so now they're praying to Zahra. So this would be like the equivalent. I mean, I don't want to say equivalent because I don't want to like equate like religion with religion. But so imagine if like, I don't know, Christians were doing an exercise video And then they were saying like Hail Mary, Hail Mary, Hail Mary while they're exercising. So that's what they're doing here. It's like a Hail Mary exercise.
یا زهرا انشالله که دنیا و آخرت از خط ولایت رو صلوات فرستیم.
Okay, and then something again. So inshallah means like I hope Allah, and then something about the world becoming Islamic until the very end or something. So like some sort of weird jihadi prayer where he's basically like praying that they like conquer the world with Islam.
اللهم صل على محمد و آل محمد و عجل فرجهم.
That's the salavot. So guys, remember from the original video, salavot is when they send a prayer to Muhammad or something. So, and then they're saying like, Ya, wait, I know this one. So, Ya ma salla ala Muhammad wa ale Muhammad wa ajil faraju. I think that's what it is. I don't remember. But anyway, so they're basically praying to Muhammad and Allah or something. So there you go. Guys, like if I needed to like, you know, pass for Muslim, I probably could have. Like guys, if you're ever in a place and you just, you know, you need to like pass the Muslim test, just be like, Ya ma salla ala Muhammad wa ale Muhammad wa ajil faraja'u. There you go. And then, you know, they'll just be like, all right, you shall pass. So there you go. Yeah, what is this guy doing? Why is his hands not up? Guys, look at this. Why are his hands not up? Okay. His hands are not, he's not salavating. He's not salavating. Look at this. He's, you know what? I bet you he's Mossad. Guarantee you he's Mossad right there. Look, he didn't do the salavat, guys. He didn't do the salavat. Look, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. Guys, do you think we found the Mossad agent? Okay, yeah. You know what? Guys, we identified the Mossad agent. Remember my theory, guys? My theory from the first time we watched this, I was like, I'm pretty sure that the Islamic regime just like, you know, they went out in the streets and then they just like found a bunch of random people and like held a gun to their head and they were like, okay, you're going to come in and do like Jihadi Pilates, right? And then these people are like, what? And then look at this guy. His face is just like, he is regretting his life choices right now. He is totally regretting his life choices. He's like, what have I done to be here? Guys, I don't even know if he survived. Oh, you know what? This is true. Mossad, well, you know what? You're absolutely right. Like Mossad would be so into it because of course they're going to be faking it, right? So, I don't know. Okay, he's not Mossad. Maybe he's just like a regular guy that just got like dragged in by gunpoint, right? And now he's just like, I guarantee you, his face looks like he's like questioning his life choices. He's like, what the heck decisions did I make in my life to get to this point where, you know, I'm now like a background actor. I mean, is he even a black belt? Like these guys, there's no way these guys are black belts. I mean, black belts in what? In like Jihadi Pilates? I don't know, man. But he's not. He's not praying. He's not praying because he's so confused. Yeah, you know what? I'm just here for the paycheck. Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. So there you go. Wait, someone said something about, oh, he's an out of work hairdresser. You know, it kind of looks, you know what, his hair is pretty like, you know, well maintained. So I kind of agree with that. Like he's just so confused. Look, he's not praying. He wasn't praying. And then he just goes. Oh, is that where they get into the Bismillah? Wait, did I miss the verse from Queen? Okay.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. بسم الله.
Bismillah, Bismillah, right? Queen. Bismillah. Oh, we will not let you go. Let me go. Bismillah. What is this, guys? This is my favorite part because look, they're not coordinated. Hey, what is this? He's a 40, yeah. Oh my gosh. Guys. Look at this. Like, they're not coordinated. They're not coordinated. Not even, okay, so these two are on, you know, that's the left leg. This guy's on his right leg. This is left leg, and then that guy is, but look at this. This is so awkward. Like, their knees are like, guys, not only are they using the wrong legs, but the legs aren't even going up at the same time. So, because, you know, like sometimes people make a mistake, right? So sometimes they'll make a mistake and then, you know, like, okay, like instead of raising your right hand, you know, instead of raising your left hand, you'll raise your right hand, right? But at least you raise it in time with the beat, right? Like the whole point of having music is to like move to the beat, right? So even if you raise like the wrong hand or the wrong leg, you're still supposed to do it on time. They're not even coordinated in when they raise their legs. Like, look. So it's like, you know, his knee comes up first and then that guy. See? See? Like literally not even the same like time. And what's this? Oh no, it paused. Why'd it pause? What is that? Okay, so he's saying 1, 2, 3, and then he like coughs. So instead of saying 4, he's coughing. And then he won't even say 1. Like he'll just ignore 1 and then he just goes to 2, 3. What's what? What is that? What is this? Guys, what is this? What is this? I've never seen this exercise movement.
Oh.
آبرومونو بردن با این مزخرف‌ها.
Go.
You know what? Why am I not surprised that the only time that they're coordinated is when they're bending over and you know bending over and, you know, showing their butts to the world. Literally. ببین تنها این موقعی که coordinated هستن موقعی که like they're bending over دارن کوناشونو میدن. Literally, the only time they're coordinated is when they're bending over in sync, right? Why am I not surprised? Look at this. Look, this is the only time they're coordinated. Yeah, they have a lot of practice. No, see now, because look, now they're not coordinated. Because this one guy, like, look, they're not coordinated. They lost their coordination again. Again, not coordinated. And he's not even counting. He just says like yik. So yik means 1, okay? So it's just like, he's just saying like yik over, yeah, it's totally freestyle.
Go.
Like that guy's not even doing the right guy. Look, he's not like they're not even doing the same stretches. Look at this. Like these guys are stretching, but then this dude here, he's just like, right? Like it's not even the same exercise.
Go.
Look, he's still not doing the same thing. Like this guy is in his own reality. This guy's in his own reality.
Go.
This guy's just like, why am I here? Like this guy just like he hates his life right now. The guy with the gray hair, he's questioning his life choices. Like they can't even stretch. See, like this guy's now looking at this guy to see what's going on. Again, not coordinated.
Go.
Oh man, this is so embarrassing.
Go.
Look at this guy's face. Look at this guy's face. He's just oh my gosh. Guys, you know what? That's probably not even real. I mean, they could be Nikes, but they could also be like fake Nikes, right? Because like American brands are not supposed to be sold in occupied Iran, right? So for all we know, those could be like fake Nikes, but we don't know. We don't know. But yeah, you know what? This could someone send this to Nike. This could be like the new Nike commercial here. Like Nike, just do it. You know what just do it would be in Persian? Like the Nike slogan for just do it in Persian actually sounds kind of rude. It would be like faqat bokone. Faqat bokon. I can't explain what that translates to, but the Nike slogan just do it in Persian is very rude. It would be faqat bokon. I'm not going to explain that one. It's not a swear word. It literally means just do it. Just do it.
Go.
What is this?
Go. Go.
Look at that guy. He's so unhappy. Oh, he's got Nike. Look, he's got Nike socks, guys. Master Splinter has Nike socks. Yeah. This is how the Islamic regime is going to stop the F-35s. Oh yeah, this was the weird wrist movement. Oh no, is he gonna do the splits?
Go.
Guys, this move is called the splits of Hormuz. Yeah, this is called the splits of Hormuz. Oh my god. What is this? What is? Even here, they're not coordinated. This guy. God. No, they haven't memorized the routine because I'm telling you guys, these people, I guarantee you, these poor people were probably just like dragged into the studio at gunpoint by like, you know, some jihadi, and they were like, "Hey, you look semi-athletic. Come into the studio and you're going to do this exercise video, and if you don't, we're going to shoot you in the head." I don't know, maybe they were shot in the head afterwards for being so terrible. I don't know. Did that guy just like wipe his forehead as if he was sweating? Look at this. Oh no. Fix his hair. Okay. All right, guys, we're done. Oh my gosh, that was something. Oh my gosh. Okay, I will I'll upload the longer version of Jihadi Pilates. It's not available on YouTube. This is literally from like an Islamic regime website. So I have to find a way to download this video so that I can upload. Yeah, this was Kotak to your eyes. Yeah. This is Kotak to the eyes of us Iranians for the last 47 years, right? The interesting part in this video is that it was displayed from national TV, from the sports channel. Oh yeah, we've already heard from people in Iran, like they thought this was a joke, right? Like they were just like, this is the most ridiculous thing that they've ever seen. Like we all know this is a joke, right? So send this to Chunky Yogurt. I should, you know what? I should send it to Chunky Yogurt and be like, "Hey, Chunky Yogurt, your jihadi friends in Iran made this exercise video for you." Could you imagine? Not gonna do that. Chunky Yogurt wants me to like make a video about him. He's dying. He's made so many hate videos about me. And I think what's really upset him is the fact that I haven't watched a single one of his videos and I haven't commented or responded because like I literally don't care, right? Like I just like his existence means nothing to me and his videos mean nothing to me. Like I already told him to shut his mouth. So that's that's all I really care about there. Okay. Guys, I'm still waiting for news. I mean, I'm doom scrolling like everyone else. So I'm keeping an eye on the news, but we haven't seen anything new coming out. Wait, what the heck is this? Wait, what? No, that's something else. Sorry. I haven't seen any like new video coming out or new news coming out. So, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on that, but we've pretty much shown you everything breaking and new. And then of course, like I'm just looking here, I'm seeing a lot of like gory videos, which I'm not going to share. So let's go to the documentary because Armin sent me the link to the full documentary. And something that I personally used to do, and here, let me let me add the documentary to Iran Revolution, like my playlist as well, so that you guys where is it? So you guys can like watch it later if you want. But one thing that I used to do before the Iranian Revolution started is I would do like 2 live streams every day. So I would do one live stream in the morning where I would talk about politics and things like that. Oh yeah, Hoda did post an apology. She did post an apology, but her apology is garbage, right? And then she's like, "Oh, I'm just anti-war." Khafesho, Bisharaf. We don't care if you're anti-war. We want war. We want war. Iranians want war. Like how else are we supposed to say that? We want the United States to attack. We want war. We are in a war. We have been in a war since the Islamic regime took over in 1979. Anyone who says that they are anti-war, that means they are anti-Iranian people. Anyone who's advocating for peace means that they want the Islamic regime to survive. And the only reason that this crazy jihadi Iraqi garbage person is apologizing or trying to apologize or trying to explain herself is because Iranian, they have put her in her place, right? The boycott against her, she's starting to feel it, right? You know, she pulled her jihadi garbage nonsense against the Jewish people for the last 2 years, right? And there's only 16 million Jews. So when I've never bought her garbage products anyway, because, you know, it's all garbage. But you know, when she was supporting Hamas, I was like, okay, this is a garbage beauty product anyway. So like I never bought from her. But she made the mistake. She made the mistake of thinking that she could treat Iranians the same way that she's treating Jewish people. There might be only 16 million Jewish people, but let me tell you something. There's 90 million Iranians, and it's not just us Iranians, right? Because we have a lot of allies, we have a lot of friends, we have a lot of support. We're very, very influential in the world, especially in the beauty world. Guys, there's a reason. There is a reason that the stereotype. So let me put it this way. The stereotype when it comes to Palestinians and those people, the stereotype for them is like Allahu Akbar, terrorism, jihad, bombs, whatever. But the stereotype for Iranian women is, Botox and, beauty products and nose jobs and, fillers and whatever. You know why? Because Iranians, were very big into the beauty industry and beauty standards. And you know what? I'm not mad. I'm actually not mad. I would rather be stereotyped as someone who's into Botox and lip fillers or whatever, as opposed to someone who's being stereotyped for being like an Allahu Akbar, terrorist that like blows people up in the name of like Allah and jihad, right? So there you go. Yeah, so it's actually a source of pride for me and every single other Iranian women that, we're known for our beauty standards, right? Because that's something normal, as opposed to like the Palestinian jihadis, right? Their stereotype is what? Allahu Akbar, I don't know, bombing people, cutting people's heads off. What sort of stereotype is that, right? So anyway, but all that to say is that these people try to use these stereotypes against us, right? They try to use it against us. And again, like I'm not even that much into beauty, right? Like, so when it comes to the whole beauty stuff, I consider myself on like the lower end of like, usage of beauty products or whatever. And even me, like I spend probably $500 a month on makeup and beauty products, right? And I'm considered on the lower end. I'm on the lower end of the, so just imagine like, if I'm on the lower end as like a politician, a politician who's like not that much into makeup and beauty, and I spend $500 a month, Imagine what the average Iranian woman spends, right? So it's a lot. It's a lot. Makeup and beauty, it's a big deal for us. And like, listen, I love makeup and beauty. Guys, I mean, I just like, I literally went shopping last week and I just spent like almost $700 on beauty products this month. And again, I'm on the lower end, right? So anyway, all that to say, Huda Beauty, she effed around and now she's finding out. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, this is so true. Like, Instagram, like, we would rather be known as Instagram models than suicide bombers, right? And again, like, I'm like, when it comes to like beauty and looks, guys, I'm telling you, I'm on the lower end. Iranian women are so beautiful. You have no idea. Like, I'm you know, literally, I'm mid, whatever. Because Iranian women are just absolutely gorgeous. But the beauty industry, very important to us, right? Like, it's a big deal because we care about our looks, we care about our appearance, and that's why we have, you know, these, you know, all these people come and they attack us with these stereotypes of like, oh, you know, like Persian women, Botox, lip fillers, you know, whatever. Fine, I don't care. Whatever. Accuse me. I would rather be accused of like having Botox on my face than be accused of being, I don't know, a suicide bomber who yells Allahu Akbar while they blow people up, right? So anyways, all I had to say, Huda Beauty has now apparently apologized. But her apology is just as garbage as her initial statement because she gets it completely wrong again, right? Here, let me pull it up. Let me see if I can, because I've seen people responding to her apology, but I haven't seen like the actual apology itself. So, oh, okay, I found it. All right. Wow. So she has like, wow, this crazy like Iraqi terrorist B apparently has a 2-minute apology. All right. Let's see what this crazy, wait, I can't use the B word. Let's see what this crazy person has to say. Oh, of course it's fake. Oh, I know it's fake. It's fake. It's fake because she, even in her like garbage non-apology, she's like, oh, I'm just anti-war. Okay, so if you're anti-war, why did you post a video where people are burning images of King Reza Pahlavi, right? You come after our king, you come after all of us, you traitor. But again, like, she's Iraqi, right? You can't expect much from these people.
So I have been.
I mean like the terrorists, right? Because it's the same Iraqi terrorists who are in occupied Iran murdering us, right? So it's the same ideology. I'm referring to the Iraqi terrorists. I have a lot of Iraqi friends who are actually being occupied by these people, especially Assyrians and the Copts and the others. So there's a lot of because guys, Iraq is not originally a Muslim country. Iraq is not an Arab country, right? Iraq is where Mesopotamia used to be. And Iraq was colonized by the Arab Muslims. Unfortunately, the Iraqis were not able to maintain their language and their culture and their civilization. All many of them have left is their religion. And even then, like the Christians are being severely persecuted by the same people who are murdering Iranians. So, you know, but this Huda person, she doesn't have the mindset of regular Iraqi people. She has the mindset of like the Islamic Jihadi colonizers, right? So let's listen to her garbage propaganda.
Been advised strongly not to shoot. So I have been advised strongly not to shoot this video.
Yeah, you probably should have listened to that advice because everything that's going to come out of your mouth for the rest of this video is garbage. So I don't know. You probably should have paid attention to that advice and not opened your garbage mouth.
To just let everything kind of die down. I don't want to let it die down. And you guys know
You don't want to let it die down? Why? Because because you're now upset that we've boycotted your garbage products?
I've never been afraid of people not liking me or facing backlash or whatever the consequences are.
Well, actually you are, because if you weren't afraid, you wouldn't be opening your garbage mouth right now to talk about it.
When it comes to standing behind something and having integrity, like that for me is always going to be the most important thing.
You stand behind Hamas and you support Hamas, so your integrity is worth garbage. You have no integrity.
However, I also have to hold myself accountable.
No, we actually don't care if you hold yourself accountable or not, because you are irrelevant to us, and in the eyes of Iranians, you're persona non grata. So I don't know who you're holding yourself accountable to, but we literally don't care about you or your opinion. And the only reason that I'm sharing this video and commenting on it is because people in the chat wanted me to, because otherwise I have, like, you're a garbage person. I actually don't care about you.
Very important to me that I make things very clear about where I do stand. And
well, we actually don't care where you stand, because you've made it very clear where you stand when you shared a video where people are burning the image of King Reza Pahlavi, right? The leader of the Iranian National Revolution. So you already made it very clear where you stand. In fact, you made it clear where you stand a few years ago when, after October 7 and the genocidal massacre of, over 1,200 innocent Jews by Palestinian terrorists, you took the side of the Palestinian terrorists, right? So we already know where you stand.
I want to make it super clear that I do not support the Iranian regime.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You support the Iranian regime. First of all, it's not the Iranian regime, you crazy person. It's the Islamic regime. But you're not going to come out and say the Islamic regime, because if you say the Islamic regime, that's going to offend your Palestinian supporters, right? Why? Because your Palestinian supporters are actually funded by the Islamic regime. So actually, you do, in fact, support the Islamic regime because you support Hamas. And if you support Hamas, by default, you support the Islamic regime. But you are now caught between a rock and a hard place because you opened your big, fat, ugly mouth.
Now, I had a 3.5-hour conversation last night. I was up until 3 a.m. talking to some beautiful people who
source, trust me, bro,
know a lot about Iran. It's a tough thing to say, like, hey, I made a mistake.
Well, it's a tough thing to say, hey, I'm so now she's basically like trying to get sympathy because she's upset that Iranians are not buying her products anymore, right? So cheers to Iranians. I'm so proud of Iranians and all of our Iranian supporters. Guys, keep on not buying her products. Or you know what? Do something even better. Just go to like Sephora, buy like, I don't know, $2,000, $3,000 worth of her products, like open it all up, mess it all up, and then just return it, right? Return it back to Sephora. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. Guys, that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to go to, there's like a Sephora close to where I am. I'm going to go to Sephora. I'm going to buy like, I don't know, $4,000, $5,000 worth of her garbage products. And I'm going to open it all. And I'm going to just, ruin everything. And then I'm going to return it all back to Sephora. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do an unboxing. I'm going to do a Mullah. I'm going to do a Mullah Beauty unboxing. And by the way, that's not going to do any damage to Sephora because Sephora, they only make money when they actually do that. Oh yeah, of course I can do that. I can do whatever I want, right? Sephora has a return policy. So, I mean, I can go buy a whole bunch of stuff, and if I don't like the quality, I can return it, right? So there you go. That's going to be my response to her apology. But you know why? Because that's actually going to harm Huda Beauty more than if you just don't buy the products, right? Because if you don't buy the products stay on the shelf. But if you buy the products and then you return it, that's actually going to be a company loss. That's going to be a company. Guys, I'm not going to spend, guys, I'm going to return it. You didn't understand. I'm going to buy the products, I'm going to open it up, and then I'm going to return it because that's going to damage her company. No, you guys, no, please. You don't need to donate to this. You don't need to donate. Thank you so much. You don't need to donate. I'm going to buy the products and I'm going to return it. I'm not gonna lose any money here. Oh, it's not gonna be legal action. What legal action? There's no legal action. What, Huda Beauty wants to sue me because I buy $3,000 worth of her products and then I throw it in the trash because then I give it back? Product on the shelf is not a loss. Product on the shelf is not a loss. Returned products, that's a loss for Huda Beauty. You know what's not ethical? You know what's not ethical? What's not ethical is posting videos of the Islamic regime propaganda after the mass murder of over 50,000 innocent Iranians. That's not ethical. What I do is 100% ethical because there's a return policy. So I have what? Would I be giving her money? Oh, 100%. No, I'm not giving her money. I can return it. Once I return the product, she's not getting any money. There you go. There you go. So that's what I'm going to do. That'll be my response to Huda Beauty. All right, let's continue with her garbage apology.
Especially when I had really good intentions behind.
Oh, you had good intentions.
And, always behind what I post politically.
No, you don't. You never have good intentions. You have jihadi terrorist intentions. You support terrorism. You support jihad, and you support the murderers of the Iranian people.
And sometimes, unfortunately, you just have the wrong information, and that's just a matter of fact.
That's a lie. That's a lie. She did not have the wrong information because she actually has a former Iranian friend who called her out. I played that video. So there's like this friend of hers. Wait, Huda Beauty is going to sue me for $3,000. I would love for Huda Beauty to sue me for $3,000 because the legal fees for suing me for $3,000 or whatever would be way more. Let's see. I'll think about it. But let's see what happens. Anyways, so she's lying here. She knows exactly what's going on in occupied Iran because her Iranian friend actually posted a video last week and said, Huda, like, you know everything about Iran because I've explained it all to you. So she's lying right here. Like, this is a flat out lie.
And I don't want to get into the post and how it ended up on my page because it doesn't matter. The post was wrong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because Sephora Beauty lets you try new products, and if you don't like the product, you can return it. I'm not saying I'm gonna just trash the product, but I mean I can open up a blush and try the blush, and if I don't like the quality of the blush, I can return it. So yes, of course, I can definitely return beauty products. Of course I can. All right.
But my intention was to say that I am anti-war, and it was.
Oh, okay. So your intention as a non-Iranian is to say that you're anti-war. First of all, no one asked for your garbage opinion because you're not Iranian, you're Iraqi. Second of all, Iranians in occupied Iran want President Trump to attack the Islamic regime. So even now in your garbage non-apology video, by saying that you're anti-war, what you're basically saying is that you do not support the United States weakening the Islamic regime to allow the Iranian people overthrow the regime, right? So your garbage anti-war opinion is against the views of millions of Iranians in occupied Iran who are begging and pleading for President Trump to attack. So you can take your anti-war garbage propaganda and shove it, right? Because You had no problem. You have no problem when Hamas and Palestinian terrorists go and murder Jewish people, right? That's okay. That's okay, right? But when it comes to Iranians, all of a sudden, you're anti-war.
It's just the worst way to say that I'm anti-war. And as an Iraqi,
it's not just the worst way to say you're anti-war. That was the worst thing you could have ever said or done. Like you're just you're just a horrible person. You're just a horrible person. And I think you should have taken the person's advice right at the beginning of the video where you said, "Oh, I was told that I shouldn't make a video and let things die down." Yeah. That would have been my advice. You should just shut your mouth and just don't say anything, because right now you've actually just made it worse. You've made it worse and you've made people even more angry.
It's just very difficult for me after seeing what happened to to say that I'm anti-war. And as an Iraqi, it's just very.
As an Iraqi, we don't. Yeah, so literally, the fact that you just said as an Iraqi, that means you should just shut your Iraqi mouth, because no one cares about your Iraqi opinion on Iran. You're not Iranian. You're Iraqi. You just admitted it. So just shut your Iraqi mouth and keep your Iraqi opinions to yourself.
Very difficult for me after seeing what happened to my own country to wish that upon anyone. And
keep your Iraqi opinion to yourself.
The fact that the content that I did post upset my Iranian community, who were just expecting me to show up for them, and I didn't show up for them the way that I should have. I'm genuinely sorry for that.
You're a garbage person. Garbage person. I know you're trying to make amends, but it's over. Like this non-apology is actually it makes it even worse, right?
Past when I've spoken out, it's been because I've spoken for the people who are oppressed. And when it comes,
so you're speaking for people who are oppressed. What, like the Allahu Akbar Palestinians who are murdering Jews, right? Is that the oppressed people you're speaking about? If you care so much about the oppressed people, is that why you posted a video showing Islamic regime propaganda where they're burning the images of President Trump and King Reza Pahlavi and Prime Minister Netanyahu? Like, you don't care about oppressed people. You're just an anti-Semitic, anti-imperialist jihadi. You just hate the West, and so you were just salivating. Like you were salivating. Your Iraqi mouth was salivating at the opportunity to post anti-imperialist propaganda at the expense of the murder of over 50,000 innocent Iranians. Your Iraqi mouth was salivating at the thought. That's why you posted that video.
When it comes to, free Iran, I feel like that should mean so many things.
So when it comes to free Iran, you feel like it should mean so many things. Well, honey, you just said you're Iraqi. So whatever you feel is completely irrelevant. Your feelings, your opinion, your perspective when it comes to Iran is irrelevant. You already said that you're Iraqi. So why don't you just shut your Iraqi mouth and let us Iranians deal with our own country, because no one cares about your garbage Iraqi opinion. I feel. You know what? She should have taken her friend's advice and not made this video, because the fact that she's now saying, when it comes to free Iran, I don't even care what she feels. But whatever you feel is completely irrelevant, right? Whatever you feel is completely irrelevant.
I feel like that should mean so many things.
Okay, please tell us, you Iraqi demon woman. What should free Iran mean to you as an Iraqi? Okay, so let's center the Iranian national revolution against this Iraqi demon woman. Let's see what she feels about it.
Should mean free Iran from sanctions.
No, actually, we want sanctions. The sanctions help. Iranians, because the sanctions are weakening the Islamic regime, you crazy Iraqi woman. You jihadi terrorist. Khajtu said it. You know what? This is making me want to go buy even more of her makeup and then return it, right? Oh, free Iran should mean this. What she just said about the sanctions, that's Islamic regime propaganda. That is Islamic regime propaganda.
Free Iran from oppression, free Iran from the control of their own government, which is killing them. You know, we're all connected to each other. And ultimately,
no, we're all connected. Yeah, you know how we're connected to you? We're connected to you because your Islamic jihadi savages are currently in Iran right now murdering my people, right? Your anti-imperialist, anti-Semitic, jihadi terrorist brothers and sisters are in Iran murdering us right now. And you know how I'm going to be connected to you, Huda? I'm going to be connected to you because I'm going to go buy all your garbage products tomorrow. And I'm going to I'm going to test them out because I'm interested. I'm interested in testing the quality of your makeup. And if I don't like your makeup, I'm going to return it. There you go.
When we learn about what we are all going through, and then we can be empathetic, because we're
going to be empathetic. Okay.
A lot of it gets misconstrued.
Okay. So it gets misconstrued. So how am I supposed to translate, or how am I supposed to understand? How am I supposed to understand? I don't know, some Iraqi terrorist jihadi supporter, I don't know, uploading a photo or a video of Islamic regime people burning the image of King Reza Pahlavi. How am I supposed to? How did I misinterpret that? So you're accusing me, right? So this is like victim blaming, right? So she's like, oh, this is just misconstrued, right? When I said that, we hate King Reza Pahlavi, you don't actually mean it, right?
Of it is not what it seems on the surface, but when we start to understand each other,
I understand you perfectly. I understand you. I understood you 2 years ago when you supported Hamas, right? Like, we all know who you are. Iranians, like, we're very good at calling this out. And by the way, I haven't forgotten the fact that you call it the Arabian Gulf and not the Persian Gulf. So I understand you perfectly, you Iraqi jihadi terrorist.
This is how we make change together.
Yeah, the way that, well, you're absolutely right. This is how we make change together. We make change together by boycotting your products, by trashing your products. So we make change by making sure that your products are only sold in dollar stores, right? Because your products are not even worth this used Kleenex that I'm holding in my hand right now.
And I want to thank the amazing Iranian people around me.
Yeah, we don't thank you. We don't accept your thanks.
Who took the time without judgment and with a lot of love.
I'm judging you, and there's zero love for you. Zero love for you. I have nothing but disgust for you.
To educate me and to share their stories, because I know those aren't always easy, and I appreciate you guys so much, because really it did make a difference for me. It made such a big difference, and I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And ultimately, that's how we start to make real change together.
Yeah, so I agree. We're going to start making real change together, because I'm going to go buy a whole bunch of your garbage dollar discount Mullah beauty products. I'm going to try them all. And if I don't like your products, I'm going to return them. There you go. If I don't like your garbage beauty products, I'm going to return them. There you go. So there's, as an Iraqi, let me give you my opinion on Iran. As an Iraqi, shut your Iraqi mouth, right? You thought that you could get away with your anti-Semitic nonsense against Jewish people only because there's 16 million Jews. So you thought you could do the same to Iranians? There's 90 million of us, and not just 90 million Iranians. There's also all the other communities who support Iranians, the Armenians, Tajik, all the other communities, right? We're more united than you think. You're screwed. You're screwed with your mullah beauty garbage. Anyway, there you go. There's the, you know, mullah beauty Iraqi non-apology, which, you know what, she actually should have kept her mouth. She should have taken the advice from her friend and kept her mouth shut, because this video actually made it worse. This video made it worse. Yeah, you're right. Like she not only burned she not only posted a video of King Reza Pahlavi being burned. Guys, she also posted a video of Islamic regime terrorists burning a picture of President Trump. So as Americans, guys, you should also be boycotting her. Forget the Iranian angle. She's also insulted Americans by posting images of people burning, like posting a video of people burning up images of President Trump. Like, how disrespectful is that, right? Yeah. She was celebrating. She was celebrating Islamic savages burning images of President Trump, and she thought that was a good thing. Guys, you Americans, there's more of you than there are Iranians. So you should also boycott all of her garbage products, right? It's Huda Beauty. Yeah, I mean, and that's the crazy thing. Like, she probably she sounds American. She probably grew up. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. So, guys, like a lot of like when I talk about Iraqis, I'm not referring to like the Assyrians and others. Like I've spoken about Assyrians who are being like genocided and being oppressed by like the like Islamic occupiers, right? Like Assyrians are gosh, like the Assyrian genocide, right? Like that's a big one. So but I know like my Assyrian friends and supporters, like you guys know I'm not referring to you, right? Like these are the people that are occupying both of us here. So look at this. She was born in Oklahoma. Guys, Americans, be careful about what sort of garbage people you import into your countries, right? She was born in Oklahoma, and she's literally posting videos of like Islamic savages who are burning images of President Trump. I don't know about you. To me, that's kind of treason. Anyways, like, I don't know, get rid of her citizenship, deport her back to Iraq, right? Because she even just said, she's like, as an Iraqi, this and that. So, guys, if she loves being Iraqi, just, I don't know, like, get rid of her citizenship and send her back to Iraq where she belongs, right? Then she can, then she can be among her own kind. Although I feel bad for the Assyrians and the Copts and the others who are there being persecuted by these people, right? So, yeah, there you go. Crazy, wild people. Okay. I know that I was supposed to play this documentary for you guys, but the documentary it's pretty long. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. And what I like to do is I like to go over documentaries, and I like to provide my own commentary and feedback on that. So with your permission, I'm going to leave the documentary for tomorrow night because it is getting to that point where I just, I need to take a break and I need to run some other errands. And for those of you who are asking, I actually don't have a part 2, right? Because now that we're starting Iran Revolution Live a little bit later, let me go to watch later here. Now that we're starting Iran Revolution Live a little bit later, I'm just doing like the one long live stream, and I'm not really like breaking it down anymore. So yeah, but this Huda Beauty, oh my gosh, this is making me so angry. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we do okay, how about this? I will do an unboxing video tomorrow. Yes, I will do a Huda Beauty unboxing video tomorrow. And we're gonna try out some Mullah Beauty or Huda Beauty products. And if I like the product, I'll keep it. And if I don't like the product, I'll return it. But well, guys, we'll have to do that probably before Armin comes on, right? Because if I want to do like makeup unboxing, if I want to do like makeup unboxing while Armin's here, he's gonna be like so confused. He'll be like, what's going on right now? So yeah, there you go. I might start the live stream a little bit earlier tomorrow, just so that, for those of us who are interested, especially for the girlies, especially for the women, right? A lot of you women, a lot of like my, amazing women fans and supporters, you've been asking me to do like, a hair or makeup tutorial session. So let's do that tomorrow. Let's talk about makeup tomorrow, ladies. So before all the gentlemen join the live stream, we'll do some makeup unboxing. How about that? Well, I'm only going to keep the product if I like it. If I don't like the product, I'm going to return it, right? Cuz I mean, I can buy a product, and if I don't like it, I can return it, right? So all right, ladies, I'll see you all tomorrow. And for all the guys here, don't join during the makeup part, because that's going to be like women only, right? So you guys can join after, when we go to like the real live stream. There you go. All right, guys. Thank you all for joining. I really appreciate all of you being here. Today was a fantastic day. Lots of news. Potipto was here as well. So I will see you all tomorrow, and we're gonna end the live stream tonight with a very interesting clip. And I've played this before, but we're just gonna end tonight's live stream with a reminder of what the Muslim Nazi politicians want you to know about them. Okay, so here you go. Yeah, these are what is.
خب متشکرم. آقای گوکن مراقب باشید مجلس آتش نزنید. متشکرم. بفرمایید.
برق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها دم لباس میش. ایران برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.